This man had only just transmigrated when his campus belle girlfriend broke up with him. At first, he thought this was the start of some urban romance story. But unexpectedly, the system sent him a warning. The spiritual awakening would begin in exactly 1 year. When that time came, heaven and earth would change drastically. The end of the world. And just as the man was still stunned, congratulations, host, on successfully binding. You have obtained the divine level ability, automatic compilation. Just then, the news was reporting. Fishermen in the coastal region had discovered an enormous storm mass. Carnivorous lotus pouches had appeared repeatedly, along with wastewater plant hazards. Ancient trees in scenic areas were growing wildly, their roots sprawling for miles and attracting visitors. Cracks had appeared in the earth, suspected to be caused by abnormal ley lines. Giant vines hung down from the sky. Fiction was becoming reality. At that moment, the campus discussion was full of clickbait headlines. It was no different from those stories 2 years ago about dog attacks in the neighboring country. Compared to that, how could those news stories be more interesting than the school beauty dumping someone? Look, everyone, it really is Chu Qingli. The goddess is finally dumping him. If you ask me, the goddess was basically doing charity. She had already received her admission letter from Qingqing University, while her boyfriend did not even get into a proper university. Their futures were clearly on completely different levels. That guy's name was Fong. Something, right? At that moment, Chu Qingli slowly said, Fong, I thought it over carefully. I don't think what we have is realistic. A relationship in our student days will eventually reach the moment when we're supposed to wake up. Maybe only at a time like this do we realize that we're not actually that suitable for each other. Spending a lifetime together takes courage, but it also takes compatibility. So let's break up. At that moment, she thought it doesn't matter. No matter what method you use to try to make me stay, it'll be useless. Yet after she said that, Fong Yi did not respond at all. Seeing this, the surrounding students started shouting, "Why isn't he saying anything? Don't tell me the blow was so huge that he broke down. Did something snap at his head? Of course, that's the school beauty. Shouldn't he be dropping to his knees and begging to get back together? Too bad. With how he looks, he was never worthy of a rich, pretty girl anyway. A toad dreaming of swan meat." But while everyone was still mocking him, Fong Yi suddenly said, "All right, nothing else, right? Then I'll be going." Seeing his reaction, even Chu Qingli was a little stunned. She wondered whether he was only pretending to be that calm. Then she called after Fong Yi directly. "I don't care what you're really thinking. No matter what you do, I will never get back together with you." Understood. Fong Yi only looked at her as if she were an idiot, then said coldly, "Don't flatter yourself. What a joke. I am Busi." Then he turned and left. But only Fong Yi himself knew that Chu Qingli and the others had absolutely no idea what kind of crisis was about to arrive. Money, education, the rules of modern society, soon all of it would vanish like smoke. They would never know that the current me is someone reborn from the future disaster into the present. To me now, Chu Qingli is only a distant and unfamiliar relic of the past. Right now, I have something far more important to care about. So what if she's the school beauty? So what if others judge me? In the end, all of it will be overturned. The real crisis concerns every human being on Blue Star. But all of this had to start from last night. Detected. The spiritual awakening will fully begin in 364 days, 11 hours, 59 minutes. Once the spiritual awakening begins, the world will undergo earth-shaking and unknown changes. Society's rules will be completely reshuffled. The age of cultivators is about to arrive. Power will become the standard by which everything is measured. Hearing those words, Fong Yi asked, "Wait, who are you?" But what answered him was a system interface. This system originates from the universe. It is an ultimate application containing the mysteries of the cosmos. According to the host's current situation, the automatic compilation function has been activated. Fong Yi reached out to touch it, but his hand passed straight through. The next second, a giant beast lunged out from the screen. Looking closely, Fong Yi actually saw his dead self inside the beast's mouth. The system then told him, "This is the final fate of you as an ordinary person. And it is also the fate of countless billions on Blue Star." Those words made Fong Yi recall everything he had experienced before. "In my previous life, I was nothing more than an ordinary man swept along by events. Struggling to survive, I only wanted to endure it, to live through that disaster. But I watched my homeland fall and the people suffer. In the end, I still failed to escape the pursuit of mutated beasts. I died in despair. My unwillingness and thirst for revenge reached their peak. Maybe that was exactly why I was chosen by this system. I returned to the present, 1 year before the spiritual awakening truly begins. Right now, most people have not noticed anything at all. During this period, I must claim every anomaly created by spiritual energy for myself. Then, amid a flash of intense light, a voice sounded. The system is conducting a new round of assessment. The host is bound with this system. A new path is now open. Everything in the world can become material for this system's compilation. Please work hard to collect powerful cultivation methods and abilities, become a powerful cultivator, and save the world. The scene shifted. A large screen on the street was broadcasting the latest report. The current situation facing humanity is extremely severe. This is something never before seen in history. We cannot find answers in the past. We can only rely on ourselves and adapt to the environment as best we can. At once, Feng Yi realized that the authorities had neither tried to soothe the public nor denied the many strange reports appearing lately. Instead, they were warning residents to take precautions. That kind of response was a deliberate caution released by the Xia Kingdom's government, something they could not state openly. Reports involving monsters and supernatural phenomena would never have been spread so widely under normal circumstances. And this subtle, gradual method was exactly Xia's usual style. It let people remain calm without even noticing and keep faith in their country. It was troublesome and took effort, but it was far better than the neighboring country's approach of chaos, looting, and random gunfire. The system had said that all things in the world could be taken and compiled by me. Didn't that mean wherever there was an anomaly, I should go there? After opening his phone, Feng Yi saw the number 1 trending topic. Qingqing University, reporting students, please be careful and take sun protection measures. Qingqing University, UV intensity has reached nearly the highest value ever recorded. The two people beside him had seen it too and mocked it, saying even famous universities were resorting to hype now. If the temperature were really that high, people would already be dead. Yet it's all over the news. But Feng, he looked up at the dark clouds overhead and was shocked by how different the weather there could be. Qingqing University was only a 15-minute drive from here. Looking at the reported temperature of 74 degrees on his phone, Feng Yi knew there had to be a problem. At the beginning of the world's anomalies, most people would never pay attention. They would only treat it like some freak weather event. But I know this is my first opportunity. In no time, Feng Yi arrived at the least crowded part of Qingqing University. The moment he got there, Feng Yi sighed. Sure enough, something was wrong. But just as he crouched down to touch that golden dust, the system suddenly alerted him. Detected intense fluctuation of yang attribute. Yang attribute data template unlocked. The next second, the golden energy was drawn straight into Feng Yi's body. It caused him unbearable pain. A burst of blazing golden light erupted from his entire body. The others on campus cried out in shock. Holy crap, am I hallucinating? Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Feng Yi was already close to his limit. He hurriedly asked the system, "Are you done compiling yet? I feel like I'm about to die." Just as he was on the verge of collapse, a voice rang out. Compilation successful. You have obtained the Yang attribute cultivation method, Jing-Yang breathing technique. At the same time, at the main gate of Qingqing University, new students were being welcomed. A group of people was surrounding a female student, eagerly offering help. Classmate, do you need help carrying your luggage? Where are you headed? Do you know the way? I can take you there. Here's our club recruitment flyer. Take a look. If you're interested, we can exchange contact info. But Chu Qingli only said coldly, "Thanks, no need." But just as she finished speaking, an explosion sounded. Then the campus broadcast came on. High temperature warning at the north gate. Students, please stay away from the north gate. Do not approach. Seeing this, Chu Qingli thought, strange things have been happening everywhere lately. No, I should go take a look. Meanwhile, at the north gate, Feng Yi had gradually recovered. After the complete fusion, the panel sent another notice. Gaze into the blazing sun and breathe in crimson fire. The body can be tempered through the Vajra breathing method. The cultivation method you compiled requires no study. Unlocked. You have obtained 50 compilation points. Looking at the panel, Feng Yi wondered what compilation points were for. Forget it. Clearly they were useful. As for how exactly, he could figure that out later. Then the blazing sun overhead gradually returned to normal. At that moment, the students hurrying to the north gate were all discussing it. Did any of you feel like the sky suddenly darkened just now? I really did, and it suddenly got cooler for a second too. Hurry up, there are already a lot of people at the north gate. Right then, the principal suddenly roared. What are all of you doing crowding here? Didn't the text message say no one was allowed to come over? Get back to registration. Anyone who refuses will be disciplined. After the crowd dispersed, the cloaked woman said, "Re-establish the cordon. Completely seal off the north gate area." On the official side, the system told him, "You have evolved." Polluted area. Qingcheng University North. Polluted area referred to abnormal locations marked by the Xia Kingdom's authorities, places where the energy of spiritual awakening had manifested. The danger level was uncertain. Seeing that these pollution zones had already been officially labeled, Fong Yi thought, could it be that besides me, others already? But before he could finish that thought, he heard a noisy commotion. Alert, alert. Restricted area at the north gate. All unrelated personnel must disperse immediately. Seeing the uniformed military personnel over there, Fong Yi cursed inwardly. This had gotten too big. It had drawn people in. Then he quickly left the scene. A moment later, the cloaked woman slowly walked over. She scraped up some of the dust from the ground and examined it. The next second, her eyes widened in shock. Could it be that another person has appeared who came into contact with spiritual energy ahead of time? At that moment, Chu Qingli, standing nearby, was extremely shocked when she heard the words person and spiritual energy. She thought, what exactly is this terrifying phenomenon? But then she thought the figure I saw just now. Could that have been Fong Yi? But she immediately denied it herself. Don't be ridiculous. With Fong Yi's grades, how could he possibly be here at Qingcheng? The scene changed. At Fong Yi's home, he was lying on the bed, sweating heavily. What's going on? This heat inside my body just won't dissipate. A cold shower and the air conditioner don't help at all. At this rate, I might not even be able to sleep tonight. Wait, I caused such a huge disturbance today. Could someone have noticed? I need to check. After opening his phone, he saw a push notification. Top trending. Spiritual Cultivation Association updates realms. Spiritual Cultivation Association. I remember it. It seemed to be some online association that had appeared before. They would periodically publish cultivation methods. But back then, everyone thought it was just some weird fantasy forum. A real-world, immortal cultivation club? Wait, those people I saw earlier at Qingxing University. Could they have been? Fong Yi immediately tapped it open. Then a list of cultivator realms appeared on his phone. First realm, Ghost Axe. Using the miraculous craftsmanship of heaven and earth spiritual energy to forge the human body into a weapon. Second realm, Spirit Forging. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth to awaken divine bloodlines and create inner spiritual wonders. There are also third, fourth, and fifth realms, all the way to the extreme end. There was even a friendly reminder. As the spiritual awakening has now become an unstoppable trend, this realm classification is being made public so fellow cultivators do not lose their way. Please compare your own situation accordingly. Looking at the information, Fong Yi thought, although the content sounds a little fantastical, the formatting and tone are strangely familiar. This announcement really might have been issued by the Xia Kingdom's authorities. In my previous life, I never heard of this association. As an ordinary person then, I had no access to any of this. By the time the catastrophe completely changed the course of my life, it was already too late. All my strength had gone into simply staying alive. Spiritual Cultivation Association. Could it be that this is the government's signal to those who came into contact with spiritual energy early? In that case, let me follow what it says and circulate the Jing-Yang breathing technique again. The first step is to temper one's body into a vessel, using the body of a weapon to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Control spiritual energy to forge the form of the divine axe. Looking up, Fong Yi cried out, "Could this be it?" At that moment, the system sent another prompt. Congratulations. You have advanced to Ghost Axe Realm, first stage. You may use the compilation points you have obtained to forcibly implant your compiled data into any object. Current compilation points, 50. Looking at the panel, Fong Yi suddenly understood. Right? I nearly forgot about the compilation points. So that's what it means? The compiled data I've obtained. Does that mean the Yang attribute and the Jing-Yang breathing? technique can be forcibly implanted into any object. Clapping his hands, Fong Yi thought. So this counts as any object? The cup in front of him immediately glowed with golden light. Consume compilation points to implant yang attribute into this object. Seeing that, Fong Yi smiled faintly. I guess right. Forced implantation means enchanting an object, giving it extraordinary power. If I choose yes, this cup will become a cup with yang attributes. Then if it were a gun or some other weapon, wouldn't it become my trump card? If the system means what I think it does, then I probably won't collect only one type of extraordinary data. Custom-made weapons with supernatural power will be extremely important in the future. I might as well test it on you first. If it works, I'll go order a proper weapon and have it remade. To deal with those mutated monsters, I need to be fully prepared. But while Fong Yi was making preparations for the future, the grass outside rustled. The next second, a mutated rabbit appeared in front of his building. Its mouth was still chewing on a man's corpse. In the blink of an eye, it was already deep into the night. While Fong Yi slept in bed, he heard a squeaking noise. Seeing this, he thought, where did that mouse come from? Leaving it in the house isn't an option. Could it be someone else's pet? It sounds just like a rodent. Then again, I've only just entered the ghost act's realm, and my hearing is already beyond ordinary people's. It's normal that I can hear sounds from other residents' homes. But the next second, Fong Yi realized the sound was getting louder and louder. Something was wrong. The moment he opened the door, he understood that thing was outside his home. And right then, a black shadow dropped from above and pounced at him. Fong Yi's face filled with shock. This rabbit had clearly been affected by the mutation. Even with memories from my past life, seeing a beast like this still makes my skin crawl. The scene shifted. A helicopter was circling in the air. At that moment, someone was saying over the radio, the rabbit that devoured the Dark Knight spirit bone still hasn't been captured. This thing is unbelievably fast. After observing for a moment, the woman in black rushed directly into the distance because she had detected the aura of that mutated beast. Then she reported, the Dark Knight aura has been reacquired. The target has fled into a densely populated residential area 20 kilometers away. The headquarters replied, coordinates received. All personnel pursue at full strength. Otherwise, the residents in that whole area are finished. Everyone be careful. It devoured the spirit bone and has already evolved. Though the transformation isn't complete yet, it is highly likely to continue evolving and become stronger. Do not lower your guard. Back on Fong Yi's side, the mutated rabbit had already lunged right in front of him. But at that critical instant, golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then his body shifted, dodging the attack in a blur. After awakening, my body really has changed enormously. My dynamic vision can see its movements in slow motion, and my muscles can react and move fast enough to avoid its attack. But for this kind of mutated beast to appear so early, I can remember that compared to the things I saw in my previous life, it hasn't even fully evolved yet. Dark Knight attribute. At this time, that will amplify its abilities and ferocity. I have to stop it and kill it today. Otherwise, everyone in this neighborhood will become food for that monster. Thinking that, Fong Yi reached out and grabbed it. Then he tightened his grip and exerted force with one hand. Its weakness is obvious. After flinging it out the window, Fong Yi immediately followed after it, preparing to continue the attack. At that moment, he clenched his fist and golden energy gathered around it. In the next second, he threw a punch straight through the mutated rabbit's body. But it opened its mouth wide and tried to absorb Fong Yi's energy instead. Seeing this, Fong Yi said coldly, "You dare absorb my yang energy too? The power of the sun is fierce and domineering. You're looking for death." Then, with a boom, the mutated rabbit exploded into pieces. After dealing with it, Fong Yi looked at the ground and thought this thing just now was like a starving ghost trying to devour me. The power on its body was clearly Dark Knight attribute, yet it still went mad for Yang attribute, even though Yang restrains it. It really was starving. Mutations are already beginning to pile up. If I were still that ordinary, unawakened person, everyone here tonight would probably have become the monster's meal. If I want to resist threats, I need to gather more cultivation methods. A moment later, the black-clothed woman arrived. But when she got there, her eyes widened in disbelief. It was obviously dead. After confirming it, she began her report. Target is dead. Body destroyed. I am now recovering the remaining Dark Knight attribute. But after touching it, she felt a scorching aura. An extremely high level, pure yang attribute, exactly the same as Chingching University's North Gate. This cannot be a coincidence. Thinking that, she contacted headquarters. The rabbit is dead, but I wasn't the one who killed it. An unknown early awakener has appeared, and they possess a high-grade attribute. Headquarters asked, "You mean the evolution at the polluted area, Qingshan University North Gate, and the mutation of this beast were both caused by the same person?" Yes. And although this person's aura is only a ghost axe realm, first stage, the attribute is extremely pure. It is the same yang attribute as at Qingqing's North Gate. I confirm it. There is no record of this person in headquarters files. For an early awakener with this level of talent, the association must seize the chance to make contact. Set aside your recent tasks for now. The top priority is to find traces of this early awakener and put them on record. It would be best if you could persuade them to join the Spiritual Cultivation Association. Hearing that, the black-clothed woman replied, "Understood." But what she was actually thinking was that she really wanted to know just who this person was. The association was right. Someone with this kind of strength was definitely an expert. She had to meet him. Meanwhile, Fong Yi had not only advanced to Ghost Axe Realm, second stage, but had also obtained a new compiled technique, the Extinguishing Blade Art. Earlier that very moment, Fong Yi had looked out the window and sighed. Morning is the best time of day. Wherever sunlight shines, nothing can hide. Going to bed early and waking early really is better for cultivation and rest. Then he sensed the rising sun and circulated the Jing-Yang breathing technique. After stepping into the Ghost Axe realm, whenever I circulate the Jing-Yang breathing technique, I can sense the aura formed by the cultivation method. It's like strands of silk winding around the divine axe. But after cultivating for only a short while, Fong Yi suddenly felt something. I didn't expect to break through again so soon. The axe feels noticeably lighter than yesterday. Looks like cultivation is like chopping wood. There's no trick to it, only persistence. And as Fong Yi gripped the giant axe and swung it in a single motion, the system sent another prompt. You have advanced to Ghost Axe Realm, second stage. At that moment, Fong Yi felt his physical body become stronger yet again. It's just that although my advancement speed is fast, that's also because when I broke through to the first stage earlier, the accumulated force from my cultivation hadn't been fully used up. Next, I need to level up step by step and keep my feet on the ground. Looking at the genuine weapon that had just been delivered by courier, Fong Yi thought the phenomena caused by cultivation really aren't low profile at all. I'd better find a new place. The scene shifts. In the association office, someone is answering a phone call. An energy fluctuation from the sun has been detected. It's him again this time. Meanwhile, Fong Yi is by a river. System, consume script points and implant the yang attribute into this item. Looking at the prompt on the panel, Fong Yi thought, I tried using a figurine prop as a weapon before. Although the scripting succeeded, it seemed unable to bear the power of the yang attribute and melted. So not every item can become a divine weapon. But this time, I can vaguely feel that the blade and the power inside me come from the same source and complement each other perfectly. A moment later, the system informed him that scripting was successful. After swinging it a few times, Fong Yi sighed in admiration. A real weapon really is different. Then let me test your power. As he raised the blade high, a dazzling burst of light erupted from it. Then Fong Yi swung it fiercely toward the distance. In an instant, a huge wave was thrown up from the lake before him. Seeing this, Fong Yi thought, close one, close one. I almost set fire to the place. But the commotion is still way too big. With all this smoke, I've probably already been noticed. Better get out of here. Not long after Fong Yi left, someone came running over from afar, cursing. Damn it, I just want to buy a cup of milk tea. I was only a tiny bit late again. Shui Mi, it must be Shui Mi. But the next second, when he saw the hot spring in front of him, he froze. Holy crap, what on earth did this living legend do? How am I supposed to handle the aftermath? Where am I even supposed to find someone who can restore this? Now I'm definitely getting chewed out by maintenance again. Ever since this guy showed up, nothing good has happened. But when he saw the mark behind him, he was even more shocked. His eyes widened as he muttered in disbelief. Last night, it still had the aura of Ghost Axe first star, and now it's already Ghost Axe second star. Not only that, there's also an extremely powerful aura mixed in here. Could it be spirit weapon? As the name suggests, a spirit weapon is a weapon that perfectly fuses an attribute into a military arm that allows an ordinary weapon to unleash power far beyond its usual limits. But spirit weapons are extremely rare. Even the association only has 2 of them. Not to mention that the current spirit energy core technology is still incomplete, and due to technical limitations, it hasn't been fully developed yet. How exactly is this person using one? But after thinking seriously for a moment, he suddenly burst out laughing. Just kidding. I must have gotten it wrong. I'd better clean up this mess first. Let's start by cooling down the stream. On the way back, Fong, he was still thinking, my weapon now has the yang attribute. But the system didn't tell me whether it can only have the yang attribute. After all, the system previously said I could script all kinds of techniques, and that everything in the world could become material for scripting cultivation arts. So after I obtain other attributes, can I also implant them into this weapon and stack attributes? Just as Fong, he was puzzling over this, a message suddenly arrived on his phone. Hello, are you also a pioneer? Sorry, I checked your browsing history just now. I saw that you've been paying close attention to the recent Linglong anomaly news and even bookmark posts about the Erie building. I have a few friends who are also pioneers. We often get together, and at the same time, we're looking for other pioneers too. Seeing this, Fongy thought, I actually forgot to set my privacy settings. He then sent back, I'm a newcomer too. That's great, brother. How's your cultivation going? Have you entered the path yet? That jade refining divine axe thing is way too hard. But according to rumors, even the official national team's aces have only just entered Ghost Axe. Rounded up, we're only a tiny bit behind. From those few sentences, Fong Yi learned that the regular forces that had been officially absorbed were only at the Ghost Axe entry stage. Then the other person continued, hee, let me tell you another rumor. A newly formed polluted zone just appeared. Want to form a team and go together? The more people, the safer it is, and resources are rated better too. Hearing about a new polluted zone, Fong Yi asked the other party to send over the address first, so he could take a look. Soon after, a compressed file named Dark River Cave Data Collection was sent over. After opening it, Fong Yi saw a detailed introduction inside. Polluted Zone, Dark River Cave. It originally formed from underground fissures that developed dark caverns. Because of the changes in heaven and earth, the original water flow turned into high-temperature magma, causing the temperature in the zone to become extremely high. Reading the introduction, Fong Yi thought, is it the same as my yang attribute? This time, it looks like I should be able to gain something. With that thought, he directly replied, I'm in. The scene changes to the Binley district. At this moment, someone was saying impatiently, Old Zhang, when is that friend you mentioned getting here? Thanks to the map and information you provided this time, I found the entrance all at once. Zhang Xiaoya hurriedly said with a smile, Not at all, not at all. I should be thanking you all for coming to scout this place with me. He'll be here soon. Once we get inside, let's look out for each other. Though he was smiling on the outside, inwardly he was thinking, what a pity. It doesn't look like there are any especially outstanding or promising pioneers here. I had originally hoped to see whether I could recommend someone to the association. He was in fact an employee of the cultural department of the Spiritual Cultivation Association. The reason Zhang Xiaoya thought this way was because he understood one thing very clearly. Many pioneers didn't know that the Spiritual Cultivation Association was actually an official subordinate department. To truly become a formal employee, the threshold was very high. Under normal circumstances, people couldn't even find a way in. As for me, I only got in through layer upon layer of testing. Of course, my family also had to call in quite a few favors. If he came up empty-handed again this time, he might get scolded by his superiors once more. But just as he was worrying, someone suddenly raised a hand in greeting. Then Fong Yi walked over and said, I'm sure Fong. Hello, everyone. Turning to look, Zhang Xiaoya inwardly exclaimed, so young. If I'm not mistaken, he should have the strength of Ghost Axe Second Star. Strange. Although his aura is very strong, it doesn't carry that oppressive feeling others do. Instead, it feels warm. Then he raised his voice and said, Since everyone's here, let's head in. Fong Yi said, I'll take the lead. You hold the light. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He hurriedly called out, Brother Fong, slow down a bit. Watch out for the loose stones underfoot. Along the way, the others kept chatting one after another. I thought all the water in there would have turned to magma. Just now some water dripped down and scared me half to death. Strange. Don't you all feel like it's not as hot in here as we imagined? Yeah. Could it be because we haven't reached the center of the pollution yet? If anyone gets tired, say so. Everyone's safety comes first. Hearing them, Fang Yi thought, although I came here on my own, this group is treating me like one of their own. Whether they're just naturally friendly or they genuinely want to find a dependable team in this period, either way, they feel pretty sincere. After walking for a while, Fang Yi suddenly stopped, looking at the red expanse before them. Everyone cried out, "Magma! It really is magma!" But what no one expected was that Fang Yi actually ran straight toward it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoya hurriedly shouted, "It's dangerous up ahead. Don't act on your own yet." When they saw Fang Yi thrust his hand into the magma, they cried out even more loudly, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Pull him out, quick!" But before anyone could rush over, the magma exploded upward with a bang. Then came a system prompt. Heaven and Earth anomaly detected. Inner flame. Analysis in progress. Ultimate script compilation starting. Host has obtained Crimson Flame Blade technique. Fang Yi is about to make another breakthrough in the hills behind his home. Su Qingying, who happens to be nearby this time. Can she finally find him? Just now, the system had informed Fang Yi that Inner Flame's unique property was its internal high temperature, carrying an explosive attribute with astonishing destructive power. And the Crimson Flame Blade technique required a weapon with enough quality to reveal its true might. With every slash, blazing flames would roar, and the blade would be wrapped in a layer of burning fire, bringing up fiery lightning. When blade energy condensed, the intense flames would be ignited by battle intent and release tremendous power. Thinking this, Fang Yi gripped his saber tightly and thought, "This pairs perfectly with my Tang saber." Consume script points and implant the inner flame attribute into the Tang saber. Meanwhile, the others were pointing at Fang Yi in midair and shouting, "Look, his weapon is actually absorbing the power of the molten flame. Looks like he's recovered. What happened just now should have been part of some cultivation ability. The spiritual energy here has also stabilized a lot. It's time for us to cultivate." The others also said they could feel the spiritual energy had changed and was now easier to absorb. Same here. I can feel that with just a bit more cultivation, I'll officially step onto the path. Zhang Xiaoya said with a smile, "I'm just here to collect data. Don't worry and cultivate. I'll keep watch over the surroundings for you." A moment later, footsteps suddenly came from the direction of the cave entrance. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoya realized other pioneers had arrived. Then he saw a man carrying a greatsword say, "Where did these nobodies come from? Get the hell out of my territory. I'm here to harvest medicine." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoya inwardly cried out that things were bad. All three of them were at the Ghost Axe entry stage. Even if all of them here joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to win. But he still gathered his courage and said, "Sorry, we found this place first. My friends have already started absorbing spiritual energy. If you don't mind, you can cultivate here together with us." But the red-haired man directly cursed, "Little weaklings. Have you even entered Ghost Axe yet? You people think you can compete with us? Get the hell out now." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya thought, under the grand premise of spiritual energy revival, what rules now is survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle. In this era of savage growth, weak pioneers are not qualified to possess stronger resources. But Xia country will not allow this to continue forever. As a member of the association, I have to do something. But while Zhang Xiaoya was worrying, Fang Yi had already walked over. Looking at the red-haired man, he said, "Big and tall, yet all you can do is bully a little girl." As he spoke, he lifted the Tang saber in his hand and pointed it toward the ground. Immediately afterward, red energy began to gather according to his will. Seeing this, the red-haired man hurriedly shouted, "Fall back." At that moment, the people cultivating inside heard the commotion and all asked what had happened. Meanwhile, Fang Yi thought to himself, "It's precisely because there are too many cultivators who worship the law of the jungle that those irredeemable tragedies came to pass. But simply talking and lecturing won't intimidate people like this." Thinking this, he directly raised the Tang saber and shouted, "Get lost." The red-haired man was incomparably shocked. A secondary explosion? What kind of monster is he? The next second, he fled with his underlings. Watching them run off, Fang Yi's companions all cheered. So awesome. That slash, just now, was incredible. But Fang Yi only scratched his head and said, "Not really. They just went too far. Everyone's cultivation is about done, right? Should we leave the cave?" Zhang Xiaoya quickly said, right. It seems the polluted zone here no longer has any spiritual energy left. Let's go." Looking at Fang Yi's back, Zhang Xiaoya understood clearly. If that slash had really come down just now, only a few corpses would be left here now. He was definitely a heaven-favored pioneer with a high-grade attribute, and he also possessed top-tier talent. I have to report this to the higher-ups. A moment later, the office of the Spiritual Cultivation Association received a call. Xiaoya, you're saying another pioneer with a high-grade attribute has appeared? Hearing the word another, Zhang Xiaoya was a little surprised, but the person on the other end simply said it was nothing, that it had been recorded, and if there were any developments, he should report immediately. After hanging up, he said happily, Teacher, could it be that we've struck gold? 2 pioneers with high-grade attributes have appeared one after another. But the other person said coldly, what do you mean struck gold? Those major figures with high-grade attributes are all people of noble status and great importance. In the future, they'll all stand at the center of power. Matters involving them are difficult. Don't get too involved. The scene shifts. Fang Yi sneezed a few times. Is someone talking behind my back? But at that moment, the people around him were all saying, look, that cosplayer is so handsome. That prop sword looks so real, and carrying it on his back makes him look so imposing. Then a message suddenly arrived on Fang Yi's phone. People on the official forum are discussing it. Cultivation novels have become reality. Outside the 1,000-year cave, golden light filled the sky, and purple energy drifted eastward. Someone's roommate even caught a dragon flying past on camera. An unnamed source claimed that a man carrying a tang saber had cultivated there and driven others away. Looking at the message, Fang Yi knew it was all because of the inner flame. The burst of intent had been too careless. The power of 2,000-degree heat had formed a phenomenon. The ones outside who revealed my characteristics probably weren't Old Li or Zhang Xiaoya. Those people absorbed so much yang-attributed spiritual energy that if I circulate the enhanced Jing-Yang breathing technique one more time, I might make another breakthrough. Forget it. I'd better head to the back mountain. The scene shifts. 5 minutes later, at the back mountain behind Fang Yi's house. Su Qingying was panting as she said, finally finished with all that. But in the next second, she suddenly sensed a dazzling ray of light. One overbearing aura. That person is in the mountain. Looking at the gradually forming giant axe, Su Qingying exclaimed, wait, something's wrong. Who was about to break through to Ghost Axe 3rd star? For Ghost Axe to cause such a huge commotion, this is beyond the category of mere prodigies. No, I have to hurry over and take a look. Could it be that guy? If it really is him, then this time I have to catch him. Here it comes. Here it comes. Fang Yi successfully breaks through to Ghost Axe 3rd star. That night, he arrived at a dangerous Class 1 area, preparing to obtain a new technique. Just now, waves of energy had descended from the sky and gathered around Fang Yi. The speed of the movement made his whole body look like a deity in motion. And once all of that energy entered Fang Yi's body, the golden axe above his head suddenly began to tremble violently. At this moment, the rapidly approaching Su Qingying looked at the sky and knew that this guy was trying to wield the divine axe. She never expected that he could control spiritual energy so steadily. Has this person been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years without anyone knowing? The last time I tried to break through to Ghost Axe 3rd star, I failed because the pressure of the divine form crushed me. Afterward, I coughed blood and lay in bed for a week. That level of pain and danger was unbearable, and even with my physique, I still failed. Where exactly did this monster come from? Abundant spiritual energy, precise control, wielding the divine axe. Every strand of spiritual energy seems as if it has been tempered 1,000 times over. A person like this is no longer just a prodigy. He's practically a child of the gods. What's more, most pioneers become eager for quick success as soon as they feel a breakthrough coming. But this person advances steadily, and his mindset and courage are extremely seasoned, just like a veteran expert. Then Su Qingying discovered that the divine axe had moved. Over on Fang Yi's side, his entire body gave off a series of cracking sounds. The next second, the system sent a prompt, breakthrough to Ghost Axe 3rd star successful. A moment later, Su Qingying had already arrived there. But what she couldn't believe was that the place was completely empty. Looking ahead, she said in despair, I missed him again. It's only been 30 seconds. If I guessed right, he's already noticed I was tracking him. At this rate, won't I never be able to recruit him? But the next second, she suddenly realized something was off. Then she said loudly, Senior, You probably haven't left yet. At this moment, Fong Yi was up in a tree, thinking, so it's her who's been chasing me these past few days. Seeing no one answer, Su Qingying continued, I am Su Qingying, captain of a subordinate squad under the Spiritual Cultivation Association of Xia Country, and also a pioneer. On behalf of the association, I sincerely invite you to join us. I track your traces these past 2 days only because I hoped you could join the official association. I hope this hasn't given you a bad impression of us. Also, although our association still hasn't been publicly announced to the masses, all the official documents and seals are legitimate. After saying that, Su Qingying thought to herself, I probably didn't make him feel offended, right? He won't think I'm harassing him, will he? I need to be careful with my wording next. I need to keep my tone gentle. After the scene remained quiet for 5 minutes, Fong Yi finally said calmly, why? Hearing that, Su Qingying immediately panicked and said, because. Yet at that moment she was thinking, what should I do? Tell the truth. But someone like him probably wouldn't be easy to fool. What's the point of speaking empty official platitudes? Then she said, it's because Xia Country wants to find and integrate the pioneers so that pioneers can gradually become regulated and organized. At the same time, pioneers themselves will have one more layer of protection. Right now, pioneers are growing wildly and without order. I know that joining an association may feel like a kind of restraint to someone like you. But in the end, we still have to face the spiritual revival together and face the same unknown enemies. After hearing her explanation, Fong Yi asked, what if I say I'm unwilling? After all, right now I have no way to fully trust the association. Su Qingying was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to answer. Then she simply reached in her clothes and took something out. My name is Su Qingying. Before the spiritual revival, I was an athlete. I don't know if you remember me. This is my ID. Please believe me. That move left even Fong Yi a little stunned, but he did seem to have some impression of her. Sure enough, people with better innate conditions are more likely to become pioneers. No wonder she runs so fast. But judging from the situation in his previous life, Xia Country ultimately failed to achieve its wish, and all humanity was destroyed. Since I've come back once and now have a system, I will definitely become part of this. But not now. The timing isn't right. Thinking this, Fong Yi told her, I do remember you. I'll think about it. But for now you have to keep my whereabouts secret from your side. The reason he said this was because Fong Yi believed that, judging from Su Qingying's behavior, the current Spiritual Cultivation Association absolutely did not dare offend a pioneer like him. That was just right. It meant he could make use of them instead. Over on Su Qingying's side, she immediately agreed and said, I can do that. But the phenomena caused by your breakthrough have already been noticed by the association, so I still have to report it. As for the details, I can make them half true and half false. But just as she finished speaking and turned around, Fong Yi had already disappeared from where he stood, leaving only her there alone. On the way back, she was already explaining to her aunt on the phone, I still didn't catch him. How many times has it been now? He clearly noticed me on purpose. I've been working so hard cleaning up the traces left behind by that big shot. My life is so bitter. But at that moment, the person on the other end comforted her. All right, don't worry about that for now. Actually, I think it's a good thing that you're out carrying out missions at the moment. Do you know? The anomalies have appeared again recently. Hearing that, Su Qingying froze in place. They've appeared again? Those bizarre and brutal creatures. I'll never forget them. They are cold and evil or crazed and savage, taking advantage of the spiritual revival or the energy within polluted zones. Some mutate into strange beasts and aberrant forms that devour humans, while others disguise themselves as supernatural disasters, constantly killing people and turning places into hell, eventually causing new polluted zones to form. If they are not eliminated in time, they will continue eroding humanity with their terrifying destructive attributes. The scene shifts to nighttime. Heavy rain is falling over the city. At this moment, the news is reporting a red alert for thunderstorms and torrential rain. Citizens are advised not to go out unless necessary and to pay attention to safety. A friendly reminder, the Hongluo Disaster Sea High Elevation Scenic Area in Yuhuang Songjing District has been closed. Please do not go there under any circumstances. Online, people were also complaining. We haven't seen such terrifying thunderstorm weather in decades. Which mighty expert is undergoing tribulation here? The scene changes. Fong Yi was standing under the eaves in the rain, looking at the distant mountain peak. He sighed. Such dense thunder aura, majestic and violent. and the center of this thunderstorm is over there. With a leap, he jumped down from the wall. The system then sent him a prompt. Polluted zone detected ahead. Moonstorm Peak. Moonstorm Peak, altitude 1,545 meters, area 25,000 hectares, one of the city's key scenic areas. Pollution level, unknown. But just as the system finished speaking, a flash of lightning struck toward Fong Yi. Here it comes. Fong Yi has once again obtained a new technique, divine thunder sundering. This time, he actually fused the technique into his own arm. Just moments earlier, in the conference room, one person was looking at the big screen and saying, according to spiritual energy concentration monitoring, the danger level of Yuhuang Peak is showing a straight upward trend. The summit of Yuhuang Peak must be sealed off immediately and designated as a new polluted area. This incident is sudden and serious. Qingyun had originally already been assigned elsewhere, but we've urgently recalled her. Qingyun explained the situation. Hearing that, Su Qingying stood up and said, at present, the summit of Yuhuang Peak is no longer accessible. Thunder-attributed spiritual energy has reached an explosive trend. Based on the current situation, we are provisionally rating it as a crisis-level polluted zone. If the current trend continues, within an hour it may even be upgraded to disaster level. Emergency contingency measures must be activated immediately. But according to all current Pioneer data, there is no Pioneer in our district capable of approaching that area, including me. Even for a Ghost Axe 3rd Star Pioneer, the mortality rate, if they force entry, would be 100%. After hearing her explanation, the man in the hat said, then start blocking it off directly from the foot of Yuhuang Peak. Deploy personnel for 24-hour patrols to prevent anyone from going up the mountain. Others also said, cut it off from the root of the danger. Seal the mountain immediately. The polluted zone has just been born and spiritual energy is overflowing. No one is allowed to approach. We'll conduct inspections after the concentration of spiritual energy drops. The scene changes. On Fong Yi's side, thunderlight was striking down continuously. At this moment, he thought, good thing I have the Jingyang breathing technique protecting me. But that still isn't enough. To extract the purest thunder, I have to go to the center of the storm, to the summit of Yuhuang Peak. Amid the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity is not the only one benefiting. The food chain may even be reversed, and if people stop striving forward, they could fall to the very bottom. Not to mention the changes in the heavens and climate. Even something as minor as a scorching heat wave could threaten human life. In the future, things even more terrifying than mutated beasts will appear. Even cultivators may prove utterly powerless before them. Although I've now mastered the golden goat breathing technique and the crimson flame blade art, representing the goat attribute and the inner flame attribute, it's obviously still far from enough. Earlier, I spent scripting points to implant both attributes into the Tang Saber. The goat attribute increased its defense and toughness, while the Crimson Flame Blade art enhanced its offensive destructive power. But relying too much on weapons also has its limits. Only by becoming truly powerful myself can I precisely strike down those cruel, cunning creatures and seize the advantage. The power of thunder here is the perfect opportunity to strengthen my body once again. If I want to keep growing stronger, I have to search for opportunities amid the changes of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I'll just be left waiting to die in some natural disaster. At that thought, Fong Yi's hand reached for the summit in the next instant. He swung his blade directly at the lightning glow. What terrifying resistance! But how could Fong Yi stop here? He pushed forward with all his strength, shattering the mass of lightning. The recoil made him cough up a mouthful of blood. This ultimate thunder attribute was originally of violent, divine power. It kept releasing pressure, furious that I had entered its forbidden zone, demanding that I submit beneath it. How can I make it serve me? I need to calm down and think carefully. The system had reminded me before, I must come into contact with spiritual power itself. In the next second, Fong Yi's eyes widened. That's it. Then he began circulating the golden goat breathing technique with all his might. Because he realized that he first had to withstand it with all his strength, reach the peak ahead, and then survive by walking through death itself. But at the center of the lightning, the overbearing and dense thunder was so intense that even breathing made his muscles go numb. It wants me dead, but I, Fong Yi, will never stop here. As a massive bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky, a prompt came from the system. Detected, powerful thunder attribute being scripted. At the same time, People all over the city were watching from their homes. I've never seen lightning this huge in my life. Is some mighty being from a higher plane undergoing tribulation? Why do I feel like I saw a human figure in the sky? What if that lightning hits the urban area? It won't punch through my house, will it? A moment later, countless rays of light shot out from a golden sphere of energy. Successfully obtained. Divine thunder hundredfold tempering. Drawing heavenly thunder to temper the flesh, forging the body into divinity. Obtained 50 evil-repelling constitution points. Feeling the changes in his body, Fong, he was overwhelmed with shock. This thunder attribute, a high-grade attribute focused on offense, was vastly different from the goat attribute. Thunder could temper the body itself, turning the body into a weapon, whether in attack or defense. It was an overwhelmingly domineering top-tier power. Legend says that ancient cultivators lived in an era rich in spiritual energy, with a great path reached the heavens. Some drew thunder into their bodies and bore it over long periods of time, until their bodies became like mountains, undying and indestructible. Thunder is my baptism, my stabilization. I can feel that the power of thunder is not simply destruction and annihilation, but also purification and rebirth. I can feel it tempering and strengthening my bones, tendons, and meridians, yet the refinement carries not the slightest pain. Then the system prompted. This is pure thunder, the power of judgment, punishing all evil. It can grant 300 critical damage against evil entities. Consume evil-repelling constitution points to strengthen it. Fong Yi hesitated over whether to implant it into the Tang saber as well. Although implanting the thunder attribute would make it tougher, it would also destroy the purity of the goat attribute. What's more, if too many attributes were infused, the Tang saber might not be able to withstand it. But then Fong Yi suddenly pressed his right hand. That's right, I can implant it into my right hand. The system then asked whether he wished to implant the thunder attribute. After he confirmed, several bolts of lightning entered Fong Yi's right arm. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and Yuhuang Peak was sealed off. Su Qingying stood on the mountain and said, Major Han, unlike the pollution zone at Moonstorm Peak, the domain that suddenly appeared on Yuhuang Peak dropped from severe contamination to light pollution within 3 hours. But the air still contains a large amount of residual electricity. At that moment, Army Major Han Li pressed a hand to the ground. Someone has been here. A pioneer. Su Qingying was startled. Another pioneer? Then is that person still alive? The major kept sensing the lingering aura on the ground. I can't detect his exact attribute or the time he left. It may be because too much time has passed and the heavy rain last night washed things away. However, Hanley told her it should have been around 8 o'clock last night, and the person left safely. The reason is that the anomaly began around 6. We sealed off the foot of the mountain at 7. He must have gone up before that, otherwise we couldn't have failed to notice him. The thunderstorm on Yuhuang Peak was strongest at 7. Didn't you also use the association's tools to predict that the contamination level at the summit would not reach S rank before dawn? But after 8 o'clock, the concentration of the spiritual riot weakened instead. I can also sense that this person may possess a thunder-type ability as well. That's why he could endure this lightning field. To him, this anomaly was actually a great opportunity. So my guess is that not only is he still alive, but this anomaly may even have weakened because of him. Hanley thought to himself, was this person simply lucky enough to encounter a chance? Or did he deliberately make contact with the changes of heaven and earth? He moved even faster than we did. Then Hanley told Su Qingying, people like this are the most dangerous. We don't know which side he stands on. If he poses a threat to society, the disaster he could cause will be no less than a calamity. We must find him as quickly as possible. As they were speaking, Fong, he was at home sneezing. Then Hanley told the others, from here on out, no matter the cost, we must identify this person as soon as possible. Operation codename Tyrant. It's here. The city was once again facing a crisis involving mutated monsters. This time, headquarters had actually dispatched 2 squads for the cleanup mission. It turned out that just a moment ago, Hanley had said, I also hope the association can recruit Tyrant as soon as possible. We'll seal off the news on our side and begin screening immediately. The association representative hurriedly replied, of course. However, we also have a high-level pioneer on our side whom we're trying to contact. Xiao Su, report it to Major Han. The sudden request caught Su Qingying off guard. She then forced herself to stay calm and said, it's like this. Earlier, in a first-level polluted zone, there was an anomalous pioneer near the north gate of Qingqing University. At that moment, she thought, I'm done for, I'm done for, I'm done for. I absolutely can't let anything slip. After steadying herself, she continued, I've been trying to make contact with him today, but unfortunately this person's movements are very elusive. I once discovered the corpse of a mutated rabbit beast he killed. If I'm not mistaken, he possesses the goat attribute. I'll do my best to get close to him and determine how he evolved the northern section of Qingqing University. After finishing, Su Qingying sighed inwardly. Ancestors above, I've really done all I can. News that is half true and half false is what people believe most. Saying nothing at all would only make it worse. After hearing Su Qingying's report, Major Han thought for a moment and said, Goat attribute? I understand. Xiao Su, you've worked hard. We need young people like you, the new waves pushing on the old. Seeing that she had passed the test, Su Qingying hurriedly replied, You flatter me, Major Han. This is my duty. I'll continue to work hard. Afterward, Han Li said to the association personnel, We'll also release some misinformation about natural disasters. And I'm not particularly in favor of you posting information related to spiritual energy online. It could easily be exploited by people with ulterior motives. The scene shifted. Fong Yi had already returned home. At that moment, he used Fine Yang breathing on his coat. In the next second, the clothes were dried by his body heat. After putting them on, Fong Yi thought, ever since the thunder attribute was infused, I can clearly feel the change. My right hand seems to have been enhanced by the thunder attribute's bodily transformation, becoming the strongest part of my entire body. Right now, I even feel like I'm at the critical point of another breakthrough. But what surprises me most is that such an overbearing thunder attribute actually became as docile as a kitten after implantation. I can circulate and control it freely, just like the goat attribute. When I first used the golden goat breathing technique, the pain was almost unbearable. It doesn't seem to have weakened after being absorbed by me either. The system also says this type of attribute deals 300 critical damage to evil anomalies. I can't wait to try it out. But just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Fong Yi frowned, wondering what had happened now. The reason he thought that was because after the last incident, he had set news and foreign notifications to special priority. This was a time of drastic change across the world. In order to protect ordinary people as much as possible, the Xia Nation's central authorities would issue danger warnings at the earliest opportunity. But the opportunities hidden inside those warnings were enormous temptations for pioneers like me. Even if there was a chance of death, I still had to go. The moment he opened the alert, Fong Yi's gaze sharpened. An explosion occurred at a chemical plant. At present, there are no casualties. The explosion caused urban pollution, and the cause is under investigation. Since this explosion happened during lockdown hours with no casualties, citizens are asked not to panic and to take care of their personal safety. Seeing the words explosion and pollution, and on such a large scale, it was hard not to suspect there was something abnormal behind it. At that moment, the comments were already flooding the screen. My home is nearby. The feeling there's really strange. I don't know how to describe it. Do you mean a cold, sinister aura? Reply to the person above. Yes, exactly that cold, sinister feeling. That's such an accurate description. Seeing the words cold and sinister, Fong Yi frowned. Why does that feel familiar? Then he remembered, in his previous life, that evil and terrifying thing. Back then, Fong Yi had hidden in a corner, not daring to move at all. Could this incident really be them? Those things loved appearing in gloomy darkness the most. Originally, they could be any animal or plant, but after mutating, they gained a substantial, frenzy-inducing power. Their perception, hunting ability, and killing ability would all become bizarrely enhanced. They were far more dangerous than the mutated rabbit beast from before. I have to head out tonight and stop them from continuing to evolve. It's time to test the practical combat power of my 300 critical damage. The scene changed. Heavy rain was falling over the city. As soon as the light turned green, several figures shot forward with a whoosh. Then the squad leader reporting to headquarters. The destroyer squad is tracking anomaly file number 7. The bamboo leaf has temporarily slipped out of sight. Its currently known ability is blending into the night and hiding its form. When it gets close, It makes a faint sizzling sound. It likes to eat people. Please help us complete the file as soon as possible. In this weather, it's definitely going to start feeding. We cannot allow that to happen. Headquarters quickly replied, received. Supplementary data for file number 7 has been submitted. The encirclement and elimination action has been submitted to the highest priority queue. It is expected to be resolved within 12 hours. Destroyer Squad, please continue the tracking operation. Life safety must take absolute priority. Hearing the order, the Destroyer Squad replied, understood. They knew that 12 hours was not fast, but it was already the greatest support headquarters could provide. The country was vast, and spiritual anomalies were erupting everywhere. Headquarters simply couldn't handle it all. But just then, headquarters suddenly called them back. Wait, the district you're approaching is currently within the sensing range of Su Qingying, captain of the Association Shadow Squad. She is carrying out pioneer observation. We can send her a message and have her assist you temporarily. Hearing this, the Destroyer Squad leader said, all right, thanks. Please have her come over as quickly as possible. I've heard of what she can do. The very next second, a voice suddenly rang out. Since when did I become that famous? Is this the part where you people call me in to work overtime? Seeing Su Qingying, the Destroyer Squad leader said, the bamboo leaf we're handling this time is the kind that eats people. This isn't some overtime joke. Without another word, Su Qingying turned as if to leave. And that's how you ask people for help. It seems the Destroyer Squad is so strong that you don't need anyone sent in to work overtime and assist you. Then the Shadow Squad won't be accompanying you. One of the subordinates who came with her joked, Boss, that's ruthless. What they get eaten? Another subordinate said, that would be their problem. It's not like our own mission isn't dangerous too. As Su Qingying really seemed ready to leave, the leader hurriedly softened his tone. I was too hasty just now. I hope you'll help us search this afternoon. You know how dangerous the bamboo leaf is. Without your search and locating abilities, forget us. Even the people in the city would all be doomed. Su Qingying turned back and said, all right, enough joking. I never meant not to help. Creatures like this are naturally cunning. They only like moving around in the dark of night, concealing their presence. That's why they're hard to catch. But once they eat a human, things will spiral completely out of control. They're absolutely disgusting. We'll do our best to help you capture the bamboo leaf. Meanwhile, Fong, he stood in the rain and sniffed the scent in the air. Then he looked into the distance and said, I found the scent. It's much heavier than usual. This thing has already grown this strong. Here it comes. Here it comes. The squad pursuing the anomaly was ambushed because what they didn't know was that there were actually 2 mutated creatures. It turned out that just now, the Shadow Squad and the Destroyer Squad had already reached the vicinity of the target. Then Su Qingying raised her hand, and a blue beam of light pointed forward. Seeing that, she said, found it. It's this way. As soon as she finished speaking, both squads dashed in the direction of the beam. A moment later, they found the target. Headquarters also sent over more information. File number 7, bamboo leaf, prefers dark, damp environments and feeds on humans. After hearing that, the captain replied, understood. Then he gave the order, Destroyer Squad, operation begins now. At the same time, the bamboo leaf noticed them and tried to flee. The captain shouted, target confirmed. Destroyer Squad, activate the formation. In the next instant, someone blocked the bamboo leaf's path. Eastern position secured. Then came the reports. Northern position secured. Western position secured. Southern position secured. The target is fully surrounded, awaiting captain's orders. Then, from the sky, a figure dived straight toward the bamboo leaf. In the next second, a chop hand strike landed across its waist. But the blow did not deal a fatal wound. After taking a step back, 2 spikes suddenly sprouted from its body. Then, in a burst of fury, a pair of wings burst directly out of its body. Seeing that, Su Qingying immediately shouted, watch out for the sound wave attack. Dodge! The moment she finished speaking, several team members were blasted away. Even the Destroyer Squad captain was injured and forced onto a rooftop. At that moment, he thought to himself, this bamboo leaf really is powerful. If we hadn't retreated in time, just now, our bones would probably already be shattered. With destructive power like this, plus its terrifying dark phase abilities, if we let it stay in the city any longer, it will definitely cause a disaster. But before he could think further, the bamboo leaf's mouth suddenly bulged. In the next second, it spewed a cloud of black mist at the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground had been corroded into a huge hole. Alarmed, Su Qingying shouted, "It's trying to burrow underground and escape." She started to rush forward to stop it, but a team member stopped her. "Captain Su, that's dark erosion mist. The moment it touches an object, it can break down its structure without a supreme, high-grade attribute to counter it. Even if we could destroy the ground, it still wouldn't stop it from instantly melting out an escape tunnel. Better not disrupt the Destroyer Squad's formation. Our main role is still to gather information in real time and direct adjustments to the fighters." On the other side, one of the Destroyer Squad members, seeing the monster about to flee, became anxious. At that very moment, a pair of red eyes suddenly flashed. In an instant, something lunged forward and collided directly with that team member's direction. The others immediately shouted, "Don't let it get away! Everyone after it!" Then several members of the Destroyer Squad chased in the direction the bamboo leaf had fled. At that moment, Su Qingying, standing above, suddenly said, "Wait." The spiritual power concentration here just suddenly rose. "You stay outside, I'll follow them in." Before long, they tracked it all the way into an abandoned factory. After entering, Su Qingying said, "Let me first test the spiritual energy here." Seeing the device in her hand, the Destroyer Squad leader was somewhat surprised. "Is that the new support equipment developed by the association?" Su Qingying told him, "That's right. According to the meter, the anomaly spiritual concentration threshold a normal squad can handle is 50. The bamboo leaf's anomaly level just now was 48. But in the next second, she suddenly cried out, "Wait, the threshold just broke through 80. It's still rising like crazy. There's probably more than one anomaly here." As she spoke, a pair of eyes was already staring at them from behind. Before they could think more about it, one of the team members behind them vanished from where he stood. Su Qingying immediately shouted, "This is bad. There really is another anomaly. The bamboo leaf lured us in on purpose. Retreat. We can't stay here long. Head for the entrance. If it wants to stop us, it won't be able to stay hidden. With the few of us working together, we can force the main gate open again." But just then, Su Qingying suddenly froze in place. She couldn't move. Then she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Realizing something was wrong, Su Qingying found that her eyes seemed unable to see. But in the next moment, she understood. "It's not just my vision. My senses and body have all been invaded by poisonous gas." With that thought, she shouted, "Are you all right?" But no one responded. When no answer came, Su Qingying felt as though she were the only person left in this abandoned factory. But they should still be nearby. I just can't sense them. At the same time, they were also unable to respond. Thinking back, the bamboo leaf had lured us into the factory, but this place is actually its home ground. No, it should be the territory of the other anomaly. Just now I could vaguely sense something. That creature is very likely a giant python. Unlike the bamboo leaf's dark attribute, the black mist here has been poisoning us ever since the moment we entered. It can numb our senses and accelerate the depletion of our spiritual energy. If we use spiritual attacks, we'll only make ourselves decline faster. In the end, our spiritual power will be exhausted. Without spiritual energy protecting my body, I'll soon become a corpse. What does this even mean? It not only knows how to fight intelligently, it also has such heaven-defying abilities. It's toying with us completely. Is my life really going to end here? Just as Su Qingying fell into despair, a slit was suddenly torn open in the roof. In the next second, a figure broke through from above and descended from the sky. Su Qingying slowly closed her eyes. The scene shifted. The person descending from the sky was none other than our Fong Yi. After landing, he looked around. So it's a dark attributed anomaly. Then the giant python behind him lunged at Fong Yi and tried to bite him. He dodged in a flash. Immediately afterward, the bamboo leaf pounced at Fong Yi as well. Seeing that, Fong Yi remarked, "So that's how it is. There are two anomalies here. One is responsible for luring prey in, and the other is responsible for harvesting them. Pretty clever. No wonder the spiritual energy here felt so unusual." Looking at the bamboo leaf biting on his arm, Fong Yi chuckled. "You like biting people that much? Then have a good taste of lightning." With that, he directly unleashed an electric shock and instantly killed the bamboo leaf. Then a golden flaming slash rose and swept toward the giant python. At that moment, Fong Yi held the blazing battle blade like a war god. He then said calmly, "Now it's your turn. Are you afraid?" In this world, possessing even one high-grade attribute already made someone a genius among geniuses. Yet this mysterious man possessed both the goat attribute and thunder. Just moments ago, the dark giant python had attacked again. Fong Yi leaped aside first to evade the strike. Then he gripped the battle blade and roared, "You beast!" The next second, a flaming blade, wrapped in lightning, came crashing down. In an instant, the dark giant python was split in two. But after landing, Fong Yi suddenly froze. Because in that state, the python was actually still able to heal. Wielding his sword, Fong Yi thought, so it really does have another trick up its sleeve. At that thought, crackling arcs of electricity suddenly flashed across the python's wound. In the next second, current surged straight through its entire body, forcing it to let out shrill hisses. Seeing the result, Fong Yi smiled faintly. Good thing I sensed it in advance. The dark aura on this giant snake was even denser than the bamboo leaves. Just now, while using the Tang blade, at the instant he activated the power of inner flame, he controlled the force, withdrew the inner flame back into himself, and used the blade as a medium to compress and gather the lightning power in his hand before channeling it into the blade itself. It would be especially effective against anomalies with dark power. Although bamboo leaf was eerie and treacherous, its power was relatively limited. Though bloodthirsty, it could probably only harm 1 or 2 humans. It was nowhere near as dangerous as this snake. But at that moment, Fong Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. When he looked over, he discovered that a patch of snake scales had bitten into him. Fong Yi immediately burned it away with his yang attribute. As expected of a cunning mutated species, even its intelligence had grown. This thing's venom carried a paralysis effect. It could kill without a sound. The reason I could feel the sting should be because the pure yang breathing method inside my body had reversed my breathing and reacted to it. The yang attribute could dissolve toxins. With the healing protection of the pure yang breathing method and the enhancement of lightning power, both would produce obvious pain as feedback when poison invaded the body, serving as a warning against attacks from the enemy. But for any other poor bastard, even if they had some ability, they'd probably be beyond saving. Thinking about it, for this snake to silently grow this huge, it must at least possess Ghost Axe 3-star strength, and it certainly had something to do with this kind of ambush-style hunting. Add bamboo leaf working together with it, and it was practically the perfect trap for elite pioneers. It had probably eaten quite a lot of people, most likely many pioneers who never managed to regroup with the authorities. But no matter how sinister and vicious it was, unwilling or not, all it could do now was turn to ashes. This inner flame power was very pure, but the triple critical lightning power was even more outstanding. It seems my real combat strength is already quite good among the pioneers. But at this moment, Fong Yi suddenly looked ahead thoughtfully, then slowly walked into the flames. And when he reached out to touch the fire, he suddenly discovered that there was still someone inside. Su Qingying was slumped against the wall. After walking closer, Fong Yi recognized that she was not that Su from the association. He then spoke directly. "No need to keep pretending. Your act is pretty bad." Hearing that, Su Qingying hurriedly covered her flushed face and said, "I woke up because the smell choked me. I wasn't pretending." At that moment, she was already screaming in her heart, "My God, what rotten luck." So it really was him just now. Fong Yi said, "Your strength isn't enough. Your companions already ran out of spiritual energy and lost consciousness, but you still managed to preserve a sliver of awareness. If you hadn't retained any willpower, you wouldn't have been able to smell the blood or the burnt odor." Hearing Fong Yi's words, Su Qingying thought, I really did keep a tiny bit of spiritual energy. But he even noticed that. But I have no idea how he defeated Bamboo Leaf and that giant snake. Seeing her remain silent, Fong Yi told her, "You don't need to keep covering your eyes. As long as you promise to keep your word and not reveal my identity, that's enough. It's getting late. Since you and your colleagues aren't in life-threatening danger, I'll be leaving first." But just as Su Qingying wanted to thank him, Fong Yi had already turned to leave. "No need. Too many mouths here. I'll leave the cleanup to you." As he left, Fong Yi was still glad that Su Qingying hadn't seen him just now trying to touch and collect the dark attribute. This sort of cold, sinister sensation really was disgusting. Maybe it was because the dark attribute spiritual power had already been dispersed by me, plus my body instinctively rejected it, so I failed. The system didn't react either. Forget it. I'll review it again when I get home. Meanwhile, Su Qingying looked in the direction Fong he had left and let out a sigh. What a pity I didn't even get a clear look at his face. It seems he still hasn't let down his guard against the association. After that, she walked over to the captain of the destroyer squad and patted him. Wake up. When he opened his eyes, Su Qingying told him we were ambushed. But when they saw the monster corpses, every one of them froze in shock. What happened here? Where did this extreme yang aura come from? Su Qingying simply said, just as you can see, a pioneer came and helped us. He should be the one I was assigned to monitor. My original task was to observe a pioneer with an extremely high-grade attribute, and that yang attribute belongs to him. I still haven't succeeded. His identity is still a mystery. In fact, he already noticed I was monitoring him. He knew what I was doing. But this time, he ended up protecting me instead. Hearing Su Qingying's words, every member of the squad was utterly stunned. A being this strong actually existed. Someone who could solo kill Bamboo Leaf and the giant snake in one battle. We should deal with the scene first. Submit these residual materials to the association. But just as the captain stepped on a chunk of flesh, a crackling current suddenly buzzed out. The captain cried out at once. What a violent aura. Wait, you just said he had a yang attribute? But the residual electrical charge here is way too strong, isn't it? After walking over, Su Qingying recognized it as part of Bamboo Leaf's remaining corpse. The purity of the lightning attribute on it really was astonishing, and it was also a high-grade attribute. Looking at the crackling current on the ground, even the destroyer squad captain was bewildered. Could it be that two high-level pioneers appeared here one after another? One killed the black snake, and the other killed Bamboo Leaf, then they left together? However, Su Qingying was firmly convinced that wasn't the case. She thought to herself, how am I supposed to explain this? Only one person really appeared here. No one would believe it if I said it out loud. One person actually carrying two extreme high-grade attributes at the same time. Even having one such attribute makes someone an absolute genius. A dual high-grade attribute pioneer. This is practically unheard of. He was both a yang practitioner and a lightning tyrant. Just what kind of monster is this guy? And yet, no one could have guessed that Fong Yi's cousin was about to come stay at his house. As it turned out, just a moment ago, Su Qingying had sighed in relief. Fortunately, I left team members waiting outside the factory. If I stayed inside too long, they would contact the association. The association would then dispatch emergency personnel based on the signal and rush to the scene, or at least collect our bodies. At this moment, two of her team members were hugging her and crying their eyes out. Boss, you're not dead. I thought we were done for. But Su Qingying said, the main objective now is to scan the residual spiritual energy, analyze the traces, and reconstruct the battle scene, and report the outcome of the incident to the association. A moment later, an association investigator said, Captains, according to comparative analysis of the residual traces of the scene, whether it's attack habits or methods of killing, all indications show there's a 99% probability that the same person killed both anomalies. At those words, the destroyer squad captain was so shocked he could barely think. So it really was a dual high-grade attribute pioneer. I thought we had made a mistake. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Either one of those anomalies alone could have buried all of us here. One of the nearby team members also said in astonishment, that big shot wiped them out in a single move. We're all in the Ghost Axe realm, but the difference is just too huge. Then Su Qingying said, there's been an update to the data on the person I'm monitoring. I need to report it to higher-ups. A moment later, she relayed the entire sequence of events. That's the monitoring result. The tyrant at Qingcheng University's North Gate is the target I've been observing. Headquarters replied, understood. Xiao Su, suspend your mission for now. He saved all of you and eliminated the anomalies, protecting that district. That means he doesn't dislike the association, and he isn't our enemy. In any case, my view differs from old Han's. For your safety, and also to leave a good impression of the association in that tyrant's mind, you're not to contact him for the time being. Hearing the order, Su Qingying replied, understood. But then she added, I still have a guess. It concerns something that happened before the tyrant advanced in the back mountain. I once sensed an extremely powerful aura in the area where he was active. I previously suspected he had spirit ice, but I felt it was unlikely. But now that it's been confirmed that he is a pioneer with dual high-grade attributes, the probability has become very high. The moment Spirit Ice was mentioned, the leader at headquarters' eyes sharpened. That's unlikely. No matter how gifted he is, he shouldn't be able to possess Spirit Ice without any external force or resources. Besides, the investigators at the scene found no traces of a third type of attribute belonging to Spirit Ice. But Su Qingying said, when I came into contact with it, the Spirit Ice aura I sensed was laced with Yang attribute. Hearing this, the headquarters leader sighed. So that's it. If the ice attribute originated from his own Yang attribute, then if he is a venerable of spirit creation, in theory, he could indeed achieve it through his own power alone. The moment she heard the words spirit creation realm, Su Qingying was completely stunned. After all, across the entire world, the number of experts who had reached the spirit creation realm was vanishingly small, not even more than could be counted on 2 fingers. Then the voice on the other end continued. If this person truly possesses spiritual power of a third attribute, it will change the current landscape and shake the entire pioneer circle. According to research, spiritual powers of different attributes repel each other inside the human body and are extremely difficult to coexist. In this world, there has never been a confirmed pioneer who genuinely possesses 3 attribute spiritual powers. If he really does have Spirit Ice, then it may not be a bad thing that we haven't discovered the third attribute yet. Let's hope a pioneer with such great power never becomes an enemy of humanity. Meanwhile, Fong, he was walking out of the night. At this moment, he was calculating in his heart. There was still less than a year before the true resurgence of spiritual energy. Yet the world was already in turmoil, and anomalies in various places had begun moving violently. Many pioneers, like me, had already spontaneously embarked on the path of cultivation. Once they opened the interface between their bodies and the world of spiritual energy, they could sense changes in heaven and earth far more keenly than ordinary people. Just like the people at the underground river before, under self-cultivation, those pioneers who were not under state command had generally begun reaching the level of entering Ghost Act's 1 star. Right now, the government's goodwill and gestures toward wild pioneers like me show that both the official side and the unaffiliated pioneers are still in a relatively stable stage of mutual exploration. The anomalies are still barely within the authorities' control, and there have not yet been massive casualties among pioneers. Yet although the government has clearly established the Spiritual Cultivation Association, it still has no intention of doing this openly. Nowadays, people can be heard everywhere frequently discussing the insecurity and uncertainty around them. It's obvious the authorities are trying to find a way to protect humanity while also warning of the coming crisis. But the problem lies exactly there. I can tell the authorities lack confidence. If they fully open the era of cultivation, with such a huge population, once the information is made public, the first consequence will be the collapse of order. Internal turmoil would bring widespread chaos and death. Judging from the current situation, the recognized pioneers still do not have sufficient ability to stabilize civil unrest. Internal and external troubles together would only make the present situation crumble even further. So the authorities' decision to adopt such a mild approach isn't really a problem. After all, the human heart is more terrifying than ghosts and gods. What worries me, however, is that the growth rate of the anomalies is somewhat beyond my expectations. What I encountered today was a typical dark attribute invasion, a mutated field formed after contamination. After touching the black mist, I learned that they were actually dark envoys, a subordinate branch under the dark attribute. At the same time, they are also the natural nemesis of pioneers. These anomalies are far more intelligent than ordinary mutated beasts. They don't just enjoy feeding on humans. Pioneers' bodies are even greater nourishment to them. The two of them can even cooperate and set traps specifically to hunt pioneers. Although they are certainly nowhere near as terrifying as those dark attribute entities I once saw, ones that could destroy an entire country or even a continent by themselves. If I hadn't tracked them down today, I'm afraid that squad, and even the people who wanted to recruit me, would all have died there. If even a subordinate branch is this sinister and vicious, then the threat posed by the dark attribute is simply too great. But since it's only temporarily impossible to absorb it, does that mean that once I meet the system's conditions, I'll be able to absorb it? The dark attribute suppresses humanity so strongly. If I could use it for myself, that would be perfect. It might even become the key to turning the tide. Right now, I possess the pure yang breathing method of the yang attribute, the divine thunder sundering of the lightning attribute, and the inner flame subattribute under yang, the crimson tiger blade art. It's not just that these are high-grade attributes. More importantly, I have complete cultivation methods that fit me perfectly. Combined with my Ghost Axe 3-star strength, there should be very few pioneers who are my match. But Fong Yi knew very clearly that this was still far from enough. A moment later, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Seeing that it was his aunt, Fong Yi wondered why she was calling so suddenly. After he picked up, he heard his aunt say, "Xiao Yi, how have you been lately? Your cousin is going over to your area for some study activities. I really can't rest easy with her staying alone in a hotel. Could she stay with you for a few days?" Hearing the words, "your cousin," some vague memories suddenly surfaced in Fong Yi's mind. He only remembered that her most distinctive trait was being a top student who loved studying. He couldn't even remember what she looked like anymore. Thinking that, Fong Yi said, "Auntie, then let her come over. There's an empty room at home. When will she arrive?" Seeing that Fong Yi was willing to take her in, his aunt hurriedly said, No need to go pick her up. I'll give her your address and let her go by herself. She'll bring you some local specialties while she's at it." "Thanks, Auntie. Then I won't stand on ceremony. She'll probably arrive tomorrow afternoon." "All right then, leave it to me." "Good. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." At the same time, Fong Yi's cousin was replying to messages on her computer. At that moment, the words "spiritual energy resurgence" and "Pioneer Squad Group" were clearly displayed on the screen. Then she clicked open the messages in the group. "Internet famous town, renamed Deadly Town. 3 people already lost, and there's still a dare challenge." Looking at the screen, the cousin muttered Yanghua Town. But in the next second, her mother suddenly pushed the door open and asked, "Have you packed your luggage?" In the blink of an eye, the cousin said, "I still don't want to trouble cousin. Staying in a hotel is fine." But her mother insisted, "No, I feel much more at ease with your cousin than with you outside by yourself. Once you get to his place, don't cause trouble. Help out more where you can, understand? There's really no helping it." The cousin urged her mother, "Don't worry, I know." After shutting the door, she thought, one hurdle at a time. I barely have any impression of this cousin at all. In no time, she had already followed the navigation to Fong Yi's address. Looking at the building in front of her, she thought this should be the place. On the surface, this girl looked like a well-behaved, sensible top student. But what no one could have imagined was that she was actually a Ghost Axe 2-star pioneer. Just then, after seeing Fong Yi come out from inside, the girl cautiously called out, "Cousin." Fong Yi looked blank for a moment and asked, "Lin Yi." But the cousin in front of him had become someone he almost did not recognize at all. After learning a little more, Fong Yi said, "So you're here for some summer camp activity? If you need anything, just call me. Here's the spare key. I'll head back to my room first. Yours is right across from mine." Lin Yi nodded. "All right, sorry to trouble you these next few days." Watching Fong Yi leave, she thought, looks like cousin is pretty easy to get along with. He probably won't interfere in my business. But at this moment, Fong Yi was surprised. Was my perception wrong? Or is she hiding it too well? When she sat on the sofa earlier, I clearly sensed a faint, unfamiliar trace of spiritual energy. Could it be that she has also already become a pioneer? Then what is this summer camp business about? Could there be another reason? Soon after, Lin Yi told everyone in the group, "The person's not bad. He doesn't look like he'll interfere with my activities. When do we move?" But the others in the group told her, "Don't rush. We need to keep a low profile. Things have been chaotic here lately. There are many polluted zones, but some pioneers are always competing for them. I heard about it too. Last time at the Underground River, 2 teams ran into each other, and then some insanely strong big shot showed up. They said he slashed out a sun with 1 strike. A sun with 1 strike? Seriously? That was a super yang attribute high-grade pioneer. It's true. I heard about it too. So we absolutely have to be careful this time. The true resurgence of spiritual energy hasn't begun yet, and everything is still hidden in the dark. Who knows how many monster-like pioneers the country has concealed. We can't be too high-profile. All right, then I'll wait for your message." Looking at the group messages, Lenny thought, since I've just arrived, I'd better not cultivate for now. If cousin notices, it'll be hard to explain. Time flew by, and Lin, he had already been there for 3 days. But who could have imagined that living under the same roof as his cousin would bring Fong a lot of trouble in terms of cultivation? Every time he meditated and adjusted his breathing, he might be interrupted at any moment. The operation of the pure yang breathing method might also be seen. It's so bright. Wouldn't that give me away? Why didn't I think the pure yang breathing method was this flashy before? But the most terrifying thing was this. At that moment, Lin, he was carrying dishes over and saying, "Cousin, dinner's ready. Tonight we're having tomato beef, cold cucumber salad, and corn pork rib soup. Since I'm staying here, this is the least I should do." This cousin was so excessively polite that there was nothing to criticize. Doing housework, cooking, cleaning, she was almost obsessively thorough. Or perhaps, not stopping her from doing these things would also help her truly lower her guard around me. Only that way could I figure out what she was hiding. But just then, Lin Yi's phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Fong Yi said calmly, "What is it? A friend looking for you? Then go ahead and talk. I'll go back to my room first." Only after seeing that Fong Yi had truly left did Lin Yi feel at ease enough to answer the call. "What did you say? The great change in heaven and earth will appear again tomorrow? You're sure it's at 3 in the afternoon? Don't worry, I'll definitely be there." "All right then, see you at the entrance to Yanghua Town." At this moment, Fong Yi was already outside the window, having overheard everything. Yanghua Town? Isn't that just an internet-famous town in the suburbs? It's only about an hour away by car. Sure enough, my cousin is also a pioneer awaiting the resurgence of spiritual energy. Fortunately, with her current strength, she probably can't detect me. But she's still only a middle school student, and she's already ghost act second star. There's even a faint trace of killing intent about her. Is her talent so high that it's made her personality a little strange? So this summer camp story for my cousin is fake. The real reason is the great change in heaven and earth. She must have learned about it somewhere. So she made up an excuse and ran over here. Every such great upheaval is both an opportunity and a chance to gain a cultivation method to increase my strength. I wonder what attribute will appear in Yanghua Town this time. Whatever it is, now that I've heard about it, it's mine. Meanwhile, inside her room, Lin Yi, who was practicing, also felt that something was strange. Looking out the window, she wondered, was that my imagination? It felt like someone was watching me just now. The scene shifted. Inside Yanghua Town, one of the girls asked Lin, "Haven't you been staying at your cousin's place these past few days? So how is he? Handsome or not?" Hearing that, Lin, he thought it over and said, "He's a pretty good person. As for looks, just an ordinary, unremarkable guy, I guess. Definitely not the kind of internet-famous pretty boy you like." Hearing Lin Yi's answer, the girl looked a little disappointed. Then a mature woman chuckled and said, "Don't forget, Yi once described herself as just one ordinary person among the masses." A moment later, the captain said loudly, "All right, now that everyone's here, let's get to the point." At this, Lin Yi asked, "Right, that person still didn't come this time?" But the captain told her, "This time it's still just the 6 of us coming. He's always this mysterious. We're used to it. Let's go." Meanwhile, Fong Yi was watching from the second floor. Looks like my cousin's team is indeed low-key enough. Even the weakest among them is steadily at the Ghost Act second star level. The man who spoke just now is even Ghost Act's third star. Judging by what they said, there's also a powerful member in the team who is frequently absent. And on a mountain above the internet-famous town, a vine hanging down from the sky had appeared out of nowhere, like the beanstalk from the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk. The vine appeared randomly in the areas around Yanghua Town, and its appearance time was unpredictable. This was different from all the information pioneers had encountered before. It exceeded everyone's understanding and cognition. It was clearly a great change in heaven and earth, yet had nothing to do with weather, nor was it the collapse and reconstruction of the Earth's surface. It was an alien object appearing from thin air, drifting from place to place. It caused no destruction and emitted no thunder, nor anything rare like a blazing red sun. It simply moved quietly, flickering in and out. After walking for some time, The group had already arrived near the vine. The sturdy, mature woman exclaimed, "My God, that's it? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it." But just then, one of the girls in the group suddenly told everyone, "Wait, we'd better not keep going forward." Then she raised her head toward the vine in fear. Only now that I'm actually seeing it do I realize something's wrong. My whole body is turning cold. You all saw the rumors on the internal forum, right? I actually know someone in that team. The last time the vine appeared, it tried to make contact. They were all pioneers much stronger than me at different realms. But after coming here, they all disappeared. I have a feeling I'll end up just like them, dead without even a burial place. Something was wrong, very wrong. The vine had actually launched an attack on them. And at that very moment, 001, who was in the middle of a breakthrough, was already standing at death's door. So that was what had just happened. Then the guy continued, "I originally thought I could easily accept a pioneer's gamble, either return fully loaded or leave nothing but bones behind. But the moment I saw this thing, I felt fear instinctively. My intuition tells me that what we're facing this time is something very advanced, something unknown and completely new, something powerful. And I don't want to bury everything I have here. I want out." Hearing him, Lenny nodded and said, "You're right. Actually, all of us felt it. Within this curtain of wood attribute vines, there's a desolate aura. I don't even know how to describe it. It feels like something submerged in the river of time, like all things have been drowned, their vitality extinguished and soaked away. That's why it makes us feel such intense unease. It's as if it wants to devour our life force." The next second, she suddenly grabbed the other girl's hand and said, "But this is the path of us martial pioneers." Meanwhile, Fong Yi up on the mountain also sensed an intensely oppressive, deathly aura. Of all the anomalies he'd seen so far, aside from that dark attribute one, these vines are the most uncomfortable by far. And they had actually decided to cultivate here. Their courage was admirable. They were clearly plants, things that should symbolize vigorous life, yet they gave off a sense of decay. It didn't feel alive, more like dead things disguised as plants, stripped of spiritual energy. Then Lin E directly raised her voice and said, "Everyone, we don't have time to overthink this. Since it's dangerous, let's just sense the area from here. Stay within sight of each other. Don't go too far. That way we should all be safer." After saying that, Lin E sat cross-legged on a tree branch and began cultivating. Seeing this, Fong Yi silently praised her. "Not bad. She's cautious, cultivating at just the right distance. Not too close, not too far." As expected of a top student, she had calculated the best possible position, neither reckless nor cowardly. When Fong Yi saw Lin Yi's energy shooting into the sky, he knew she was about to break through. She'd already touched the threshold of 3-star so quickly. My cousin really is gifted. At that moment, Lin Yi's teammates also saw the ghost axe above her head and cried out in surprise. "It's the ghost axe. 3-star. That's amazing. She's about to break through already." But just then, the vine branches slowly began stretching in their direction. Their squad leader noticed it too. The next second, he shouted, "Not good. The vines are coming toward us." Hearing that, one of the women said in disbelief, "What? They can detect us from that far away? How is that possible?" But before they could react, several teammates had already been wrapped up and dragged away by the vines. Seeing this, one girl screamed in terror, "Run! Hurry! If we don't escape, we'll definitely die here." Lin Yi's breakthrough. That made too much of a disturbance and attracted them. We absolutely cannot get caught by these vines. The moment we're pulled in, that desolate aura will instantly wrap around us. We'll be melted away in an instant. On Lin Yi's side, she was already surrounded by vines, and multiple cracks had appeared in her protective barrier. They were preparing to abandon everyone else and flee. One of the women grabbed another girl's hand and said, "No, we can't leave yet. Something will happen, TE." But the other girl roared back, "Then what do you want me to do? Use my spiritual energy to protect her during her breakthrough? She's the one who decided to cultivate here. She's the one irresponsibly advancing now. Is she supposed to step on my life to become stronger?" Even the team leader tried to persuade her. Life and death are decreed by fate. Wealth and honor are in heaven's hands. If we don't leave now, we'll all be buried with her. You're too young. Don't act on impulse. We barely know each other. Before he could finish, the woman slapped him across the face. Then she said coldly, "Then get lost. I'm not abandoning my companion." Fong Yi saw all of this clearly. At that moment, he thought, my cousin still has no idea what kind of danger she's in. In the end, she's still just a student. The power of these vines is terrifying. I don't even know whether my current strength is enough to save her, but there probably isn't much time left. Still, I promised Annie I'd look after her. I can't break a promise once I've made it. Meanwhile, the woman had already rushed into the vines, trying to save Lin Yi. But the vines gave her no chance at all. In the blink of an eye, they trapped her tightly as well. And Lin Yi's shield, under the assault of the vines, was already on the verge of shattering. The next second, Fong Yi gripped his long blade and leaped into the air, just as the woman anxiously shouted. A streak of golden sword light descended straight from the sky, slashing into the vines. Then they saw a figure standing atop that golden blade light, like a god of war. Several people cried out in shock when they saw that the vines were actually retreating and had even stopped attacking. Wherever the golden blade light spread, countless vines snapped apart with sharp cracks. Watching Fong Yi simply rely on his aura to shatter the surrounding vines, they could only marvel. He was a pioneer too. That dazzling radiance was so bright that none of them could keep their eyes open. This was an ultimate Yang attribute. Only such a high-grade attribute could be so overbearing, forcing back the desolate vines. At that moment, the squad leader stared at Fong Yi, his face full of unwillingness. Why? I always believed my talent was extremely high. I reached Ghost Axe 3-star in a very short time. In the whole country, there should only be a handful of pioneers with that kind of speed. Not counting that mysterious supreme prodigy, even Lin Yi's talent was only on par with mine. If there are pioneers like this too, then what are we supposed to be? Just a few dim stars meant to set off the bright moon? He completely crushed me. No, he crushed all of us pioneers. What kind of existence is he? Then the system sent a prompt. Detected ultimate with attribute. Auto-compiling in progress. Compilation successful. Endless vitality. Can instantly draw all nearby life, force, and vitality to rapidly restore one's own injuries. Hearing the prompt, Fong Yi sighed in admiration. What incredible would attribute skill. As long as there is life nearby, it's basically a perpetual engine that constantly draws on vitality. It had originally been just an ordinary little flower in the forest park, but in front of Fong Yi's spiritual energy, it was like a greedy little puppy. It turned out that just moments ago, the system had sent another notification. Extracting attribute. Attribute extracted. Desolation. The desolation attribute can instantly stir up a desolate aura and smother all life in the surrounding area. Then Fong Yi's eyes began to glow with a crystalline green light. After hearing the system's explanation, he thought, no wonder these vines can only grow in a place with such treacherous terrain. If they grew anywhere else, all life within several miles would probably be drained dry by them. To strip away life itself and do it lethally, they can even forcibly seize the vitality of others. This desolation attribute is far too domineering. While Fong Yi was thinking, a voice behind him suddenly said, "Thank you for saving our lives, little brother. Thank you. If not for you just now, we'd all be dead. How can we repay you?" But Fong Yi simply waved his hand. No need. Let's leave it at that. We probably won't meet again. Because he knew he'd basically benefited from the information they had provided. That was how he'd gotten here and obtained endless vitality and the desolation attribute. If anything, I was the one who profited. As for the conflict among those people just now, it wasn't his place to interfere. Better to keep a closer eye on his cousin in the future. People's true nature was easiest to expose in times of danger. A team that fell apart so easily was not safe at all when disaster struck. Watching Fong Yi leave, one of the girls said helplessly, "He left so fast. What do we do now?" Hearing that, the long-haired man asked, "What? Regretting that you didn't save her just now?" Now that the threat was gone and Lin, he had already advanced to the third realm. The best choice for us now is to stay with this team as much as possible. A moment later, Lin Yi slowly opened her eyes. The woman hurried forward and said, "Yi, are you all right?" But the long-haired man knew that now it depended on her. If she had enough reason, she wouldn't bring up what had happened and tear everyone apart. Because instead of focusing on that, it was better to think about that mysterious person. At that moment, Lin Yi looked at the shocked faces in front of her and asked, "What happened? And what's going on with them?" After seeing the lingering firelight on the tree beside them, she sighed. What a powerful residual yang aura. Even from this distance, I can still feel how scorching and overbearing it is. Then the long-haired man stepped forward first and said, let me tell you what happened. So he recounted the whole incident to Lin Yi, though he left some parts out. On the way back, Lin Yi was still deeply shaken. Could there really be someone that powerful? And what the long-haired man had told her earlier, it was simply monstrous. The vines that none of us could cut no matter how hard we tried were forced back by a single slash from him. Look at those vines now. They've retreated far away, hanging high in the sky, and they don't even dare come close to you. That was the authority of that man. Even though he had already left, the vines remained meek as chickens, showing none of the violent, raging behavior from before. Thinking of this, Lin Yi opened the door and walked inside. As soon as she entered, she heard Fang Yi ask, "You're back? You don't look so good." Lin Yi replied acardly, studying, was a little tiring, but Fang Yi didn't say much. He only praised her lightly, "You're working pretty hard," and told her to go get some rest. After entering her room, Lin Yi felt like her whole body was about to collapse. Breaking through really is mentally exhausting. Every time I drive my spiritual power to push the ghost axe forward, I have to focus completely. It's more exhausting than pulling an all-nighter for a whole month. Fortunately, I'm not an ordinary person anymore. Staying up for a few days won't kill me. But this kind of cultivation is the fate of pioneers. The world is already beginning to change drastically. A normal life like Cousins, that's probably impossible for me now. But at that moment, Lin Yi suddenly widened her eyes at her phone, because the legendary Killen had spoken. "If anyone finds traces of that expert, please notify me." Seeing that, Lin Yi thought to herself, this is the first time Killen has ever spoken in this group. Then she replied, "Okay, Chilon. Also, I have a question. Do you think the person who saved us could be the same expert who became famous in the Dark River lava cave before? If it really was that senior, why would he save me?" At the same time, the entire internet exploded. Extra. A top-tier Yang attribute expert has appeared again. That slash shone like a rainbow piercing the sun, and the overwhelming white light swallowed everything. I saw it in the polluted zone, the Dark River lava cave. It was that same white light with blazing flames exploding out. We were forced out of the cave because of it. I dare say that among pioneers of the same level in Xia country, no one can match him. Now he's appeared in the desolate land too. Everyone, be careful. If you know what's good for you, stay away. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Fang Yi was riding his bicycle, thinking good. Lin Yi should lower her guard around me even more now. If I go out, she won't suspect that I'm secretly keeping tabs on her. Now I can look for a way to carry the desolation attribute. After a day of thought, Fang Yi came to a conclusion. The desolation attribute was closer to plant-type things. But since it was an evil attribute by nature, essentially corrosive, keeping it in his own body might have bad side effects. And it might also conflict with the lightning attribute in his hand. So the best method would be to have something like an inner core or another special vessel. The reason the vines had hung down from the sky was because they sensed the rich spiritual energy brought by the revival and chose to evolve on their own. That was what gave rise to the attribute power of desolation. After searching for a while, Fang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. "I know where to go." Then he walked toward the entrance of the forest park ahead. In no time, Fang Yi had arrived at the city's forest park. As he walked, he thought, I need to choose a plant that can resonate most strongly with my spiritual energy, one that can express a sense of closeness, and use it as the carrier. Then Fang Yi closed his eyes and released the spiritual energy within his body, covering everything around him. Feeling the golden specks of light around him and hearing the rustling sounds, Fang Yi knew this was the plant's response to him. The spiritual energy is turbulent, but it's still not enough. I need something stronger. But just then, a certain plant suddenly caught his attention. It was a small flower swaying gently at Fang Yi. After Fang Yi slowly reached a finger toward it, the flower actually wrapped around it and began sucking hard. Then it swayed happily like it had eaten its fill. Seeing that, Fang Yi sighed, it really is spiritual. This wildflower is obviously a plant, but when it comes across spiritual energy, it's like a greedy little puppy. After absorbing the spiritual energy, it even came over and rubbed against my finger. In this whole forest, your reaction to my spiritual energy is the strongest. You're perfect as a plant vessel. The desolation attribute, it'll be yours. Are you ready? As the system asked whether to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into the plant, Fang Yi directly held up the little flower and said, here we go. Fong Yi successfully bestowed the desolation attribute on the little flower. But he himself became a target of suspicion for both the military and the association. It turned out that just moments ago, a powerful desolate aura had burst violently out of Fong Yi's body. A moment later, Fong Yi stared at the little flower in shock. At that moment, the little flower had gained many more petals and leaves. There were even patterns on the petals filled with desolate power. But then, the flower's roots began constantly absorbing the life force in the surroundings. Watching this, Fong Yi exclaimed, "What terrifying desolation power. It's like the hand of a demon." In just 3 seconds, it nearly drained the entire surrounding section of the city forest. This is way too overbearing. It's still spreading like crazy. Seeing this, Fong Yi hurriedly told the little flower to stop. Better forget it. If this keeps going, it'll bring the spiritual energy association here. After all, this place is in the center of the city. The association definitely keeps a close watch on this area. Because of the spiritual revival, these plants were all dangerous. After entering the park, he had indeed noticed a lot more surveillance cameras, and the surroundings had become extremely deserted with no visitors. After picking it up, Fong Yi realized it still seemed to be absorbing. Could it continue even without its roots connected to the soil? But compared to the reckless draining just now, the current absorption had become much gentler. How strange. Even after being pulled from the soil, its spirituality hadn't dissipated. And before I chose it, it was just an ordinary wildflower. Could it be that after being given an attribute, the plant started evolving too, as if some evolutionary lock had been opened? But just then, the camera behind him suddenly glowed red and issued a warning. Abnormal value exceeding limit. Warning. Exceeding limit warning. Damn, did I trigger the surveillance after all? Fong Yi quickly took the little flower and prepared to slip away. Meanwhile, in the Spiritual Revival Plant Research Department, alarms were blaring nonstop. Abnormal value exceeding limit. Warning. Warning. The abnormal reading is skyrocketing. What's going on? Everyone, put on your wristbands and immediately enter the park quarantine zone. No unauthorized personnel are allowed into the park. At that moment, the reading on their detection watches showed a shocking 30. That number was terrifying. The north gate of Qingqing University had previously fluctuated only between 8 and 10. Even the Dark River Lava Cave had only reached 25. That's right. Once the abnormal spiritual concentration exceeds 10, the military takes over the park. This place had never gone above 10 before. Strange. Look at the air humidity, surface moisture, temperature. Everything is normal. Even solar radiation is fine. But the plants here, it's as if they were collectively drained of life within just a few seconds. What kind of spiritual attribute could have caused this? I think we need to move farther in. That's where the center should be. But just then, one person suddenly shouted, "Don't get any closer. Don't you touch it. This is the desolation attribute." Hearing that, the others looked confused. Then the man explained, "Do you know the vine hanging down from the sky? That ghost-like vine has already been classified as a first-tier threat. It's precisely because it's so extremely dangerous that it was put in that category. The reason it is so vicious, leaving many pioneers without even bones behind, is because of the desolation attribute it possesses, the ability to draw the vitality from nearby living beings and seize everything around it for itself. It's an incredibly powerful attribute." Hearing his words, several people became so nervous their hearts nearly leapt into their throats. One of them trembled and said, "Professor, if you hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I have died the moment I stepped in?" The professor nodded. A plant awakened with the desolation attribute turns the area around it into a dead zone. Anything that steps inside will have its life force devoured. I've seen records of another desolation attribute plant in Xia country. It's the ancient tree forbidden zone in Song City. That decayed ancient tree polluted an entire forest into a forbidden zone. Any life form approaching it would be pierced through and drained. With the great changes in heaven and earth, plant mutations cannot be underestimated. As far as we currently know, the desolation attribute is the strongest attribute a plant can awaken. And now, besides the ancient tree and the vine, a new desolation plant has appeared. Just then, someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "I've already heard about the situation." Turning around, he discovered that the newcomer was Major Hanley. Then they heard Major Han Li say loudly, "All research personnel on site, change into protective suits and follow us into the polluted zone." Even though they were afraid, they had no choice but to obey and put on their gear. On the way, they inspected the area while reporting their findings. No source of the desolation has been detected yet. The desolate aura is decreasing. We've only been in the forest for 5 minutes, and the concentration has already dropped to 25. A moment later, Hanli turned to look at Su Qingying. "Let's investigate." Then the two of them pressed their palms to the ground and activated their abilities. In an instant, two streams of energy spread out and roamed through the surrounding area before converging inside a black pit. Seeing this, both of them widened their eyes at the same time and said in unison, the source was dug out by someone. If someone could really dig something out from a desolation forbidden zone, then that person's identity was worth serious scrutiny. At that moment, Su Qingying said from the side, "Major Han Li, I know what you're thinking, but there is no spiritual residue from that expert at the scene." But Han Li looked at the tablet and said, "Based on big data screening and analysis, we found this person's information. His movements match the locations of two anomalies." After taking it, Su Qingying saw the name written on it. It was Fong Yi. "I'll send you all of his information. This person is very likely the pioneer you previously came into contact with. As for what to do next, I'll leave that to your association." Hearing this, Su Qingying was silent for a moment and only said understood. Time flew by. 2 hours later, Fong Yi had already placed the little flower into a flower pot. It's my first time raising a flower. How can I not even get you a pot? You picked your own new home, so stop wrapping yourself around my hand already. Now that you've got the desolation attribute, you'll keep evolving. You can count as a capable assistant I've raised." Looking at it, Fong Yi thought that the desolation attribute was special and could help a lot in battle. It might even produce many unexpected effects. And its ordinary, inconspicuous appearance was perfect. If Lenny happened to see it, it probably wouldn't arouse too much suspicion. In battle, an ordinary exterior was the best disguise. In actual combat, strength only accounted for part of the equation. More important was whose hidden cards were greater. But just as Fong Yi was tending to the flower, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was surprisingly old Wang, whom he hadn't spoken to in a very long time. "Isn't this my childhood friend who went off to the army? The one I haven't seen in 3 years?" Old Wang's full name was Wang Liang. He was my neighbor, and from elementary school through middle school he was my desk mate. We could have stayed desk mates in high school too, but then the brat patted his backside and said he was going to join the army. After answering, Fong Yi said happily, "You brat, you're back?" "Yeah, Fong Yi. Come out for a drink. Let's brothers meet up." Fong Yi found it strange. So sudden? But Wang Liang said, "I've got a huge secret to tell you. When you hear it later, don't faint from shock." Then he hung up and reported, "Sir, I've done as you instructed, but I request that if he isn't the person we're looking for, you guarantee his safety." The officer across from him tapped the table and said, "Carry out your mission. Don't ask unnecessary questions. If he isn't that person, then treat it as giving your friend a warning. Here they come." A shocking anomaly has been discovered inside the military as well. When everyone fails to hold it back, will Fong Yi make a move? Just then, Fong Yi and Wang Liang were happily clinking glasses. "Cheers." At that moment, Fong Yi thought to himself, looking at him now, life in the army must have been pretty hard. Wang Liang, that joker, has matured a lot. After finishing a glass, Wang Liang said, "These 3 years in the army. Man, it's been a lot. We're brothers. How about you? How have you been?" Fong Yi smiled and said, "Not bad. I got into a vocational college." "That's fine too." Looking at Wang Liang, he thought, in my previous life, I never got the chance to see him again. In chaotic times, news was even more impossible to come by. As a soldier, he likely died at some unknown moment or in some nameless battle. This time, can I change my old friend's future? Then Wang Liang looked at Fong Yi with a grave expression. "What I want to ask is, have you run into anything strange lately? Like those monster incidents from movies?" Fong Yi was briefly stunned, thinking this guy really was something. But in the military, it wasn't surprising to know about the spiritual energy resurgence. Still, was he trying to sound me out with that question? Thinking of that, Fong Yi asked directly, "What exactly are you trying to say?" That made Wang Liang, who had never been good with words, let out a sigh. He then told Fong, "Actually, I came today to tell you something. I'm not here to comfort you. I'm here to warn you. In the near future, maybe a few months from now, maybe a year, the education and wealth we value today will all become worthless scraps of paper. Everything will be reshuffled from the ground up. That warning completely threw Fong Yi off. He thought that ordinary soldiers would definitely be under strict orders, bound by confidentiality agreements, forbidden from leaking even the slightest bit about the spiritual energy resurgence. So, had I already been listed as a military suspect, and they had found traces of something? Because Wang Liang and I were childhood friends, had he been sent here to test me? Seeing Fong Yi stay silent, Wang Liang reassured him, "Don't worry. As long as you don't reveal a single word of what I told you today, you'll be fine." Hearing that, Fong Yi felt a little complicated inside. He had been pretending to play dumb this whole time. Yet Wang Liang still risked possibly breaking military discipline just to kindly warn him and tell him to be careful. But right then, Wang Liang's phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered, a stern voice came through. "Wang Liang, return to your unit within 10 minutes. Report to the target location immediately." After hanging up, Wang Liang hurriedly got to his feet. "Sorry, brother. The mission's urgent. I have to go. You should head back first. I can't see you off." But at that moment, Fong Yi stood up and asked, "Is this related to the spiritual energy resurgence? Take me with you." Fong Yi's sudden request clearly caught Wang Liang off guard. Fong Yi decided to lay his cards on the table. "Take me with you. When you came to see me this time, was it also on orders from your higher-ups? Don't worry. I'm not sure what exactly your superiors are relying on, but I know you won't harm me." And more than that, Fong Yi wanted to know what the military was handling. It had to be related to anomalies between heaven and earth. But since there was already a spiritual energy association dealing with such matters, what exactly was the military responsible for now? It was the perfect chance to feel things out. The scene shifted, and Wang Liang brought Fong Yi to the military's spiritual energy restricted zone number 19. The moment he arrived at the entrance, Fong Yi sensed an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy. This level of spiritual energy density already exceeded that of a pollution zone. At the gate, Wang Liang directly showed his credentials. After confirming his identity, the guards opened the gates and let the two inside. But just as they stepped into the base, they heard an explosion. When the smoke cleared, they saw many soldiers releasing spiritual energy to restrain a vicious beast, and that thing was still struggling and attacking nonstop. Seeing this, Fong Yi murmured, "Could this be a fused attribute?" At that moment, the female officer beside him, Ji Lan, said, "That's right, an abnormal fusion of two attributes, darkness and flame. It's made this dog especially ferocious and brutal. Several soldiers have already been seriously injured." Then she turned to Wang Liang and reprimanded him. "You brought an unrelated person into the restricted zone without permission. Forget it. This is urgent, and we're short one man. Get over here and take formation immediately." Then Jilan glanced at Fong Yi and thought, "So he's Fong Yi? But I can't see anything particularly special about him. Even the spiritual energy around him is only slightly active. Could it be that he's not the one?" But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She then said, "Since you're Wang Liang's friend, I won't say much. This is a restricted zone. Once you enter, your life is your own responsibility. Whatever you see here must remain confidential." Fong Yi replied, "Understood." As soon as he said that, someone shouted, "Zhang Mi, Liu, move in." The moment the order fell, the two leaped forward. The next second, Jilan drew her weapon and opened fire. The intense attack made the mutated beast let out a miserable howl. But not only was it not knocked down, it kept roaring in fury over and over. Seeing that, Jilan shouted anxiously, "Its mutation is worsening again. Liu, be careful." Just as the claws were about to hit Liu, a bullet struck in time and knocked the attack aside. "Don't be careless. Keep your distance from it before it completely finishes mutating." Watching the scene unfold, Fong Yi sighed inwardly. What a well-trained team. Teammates who trusted each other. Superb discipline and coordination. Every single person was indispensable. Together, they could unleash power far beyond their individual strength. But in the very next second, his eyes suddenly widened. Then he shouted, "Run? You're not its match." The moment the words left his mouth, a surge of purple energy suddenly erupted from the mutated beast's body. Seeing that, Jilon immediately ordered everyone to heighten their alert. Raise the mutation level of the restricted zone. No one is allowed to retreat. Attention! The hound has fully fused with the darkness attribute. Its mutation is complete. Meanwhile, the mutated hound fixed its gaze on Wang Liang. Seeing the situation, both Jilon and Fang Yi knew things had gone bad. Before either of them could act, Wang Liang was sent flying in a single blow. Jilon immediately changed the deployment. Restricted Zone 019, Class C mutated hound has fully evolved. Threat level upgraded to Class B. Battle plan updated. As for Wang Liang, after being struck back by the hound, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fang Yi quickly caught him and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" At that moment, several cracks had appeared on Wang Liang's arm, and it was trembling uncontrollably. But he still forced himself to say, "I'm fine. I just used my spiritual energy to strengthen the collar restraining it and took the backlash. Don't worry too much. The officers and soldiers of Restricted Zone 19 are here." Looking at Wang Liang like that, Fang Yi felt awful. At the same time, Jilon was loudly declaring, "All personnel, no matter what tactics or methods we use, even if we have to pay with our lives, we absolutely cannot let this mutated beast leave the restricted zone." But in the next second, she suddenly saw a figure rush past her. It was Fang Yi, his palm crackling with fierce lightning as he charged forward. Seeing this, Jilon cried out in alarm. "Fang Yi, what are you trying to do?" Here it came. Fang Yi was finally going all out in front of the military. Because of this incident, he even touched the threshold of the next major realm. Just then, as Fang Yi charged at the mutated beast, he said, "You're pretty arrogant, huh? In that case, let this divine lightning test you." As he spoke, Fang Yi dodged the beast's horned attack in an instant and flew above its head. The next second, he slammed the lightning in his hand straight into its skull. The blow smashed the mutated hound brutally into the ground. The massive impact forced the surrounding soldiers to stagger backward. Every one of them stared wide-eyed. Am I seeing this right? This is a Class B mutation even Commander Jilon couldn't handle alone. Even Wang Liang looked stunned. "Commander, could my brother really be that person? Zilan not dead? We didn't see wrong. He really is the tyrant." Meanwhile, Fang Yi coldly stared at the mutated beast. "Still not dead? Then I'll have to do this. Commander, old Wang, all of you back up." Hearing Fang Yi's words, Jilon did not hesitate at all and immediately ordered the whole force to fall back. The shock in her heart at this moment was beyond words. She thought, a Class B mutated beast that requires our personnel to form ranks, cooperate, and be ready to die at any moment. Yet he can push it this far all by himself. What kind of power is this? I have to admit, this is the ultimate lightning attribute. Even in Xia, it would be considered top tier. And when spiritual energy fully resurges, how far will he evolve by then? At this moment, she saw Fang Yi raise one hand and point at the sky. In an instant, a vortex appeared overhead, accompanied by streaks of lightning. Then Fang Yi simply turned around. As his arm lowered, that lightning completely annihilated the mutated beast. Staring at Fang Yi, Jilon sighed. He truly deserves the title tyrant. The others all echoed in amazement. My neck's gone cold just watching that. My head is still buzzing. Why does it feel like the lightning attribute is 10,000 times more terrifying than darkness? Being glared at, I can take. Getting struck by lightning? No way I'm surviving that. Then Fang Yi walked over to Wang Liang. "Old Wang, it's done." At that, Wang Liang hurried over and shouted, "You brat, you scare me to death. I never imagined my brother would be this fierce. I actually knew you might be a pioneer. Military orders are absolute, so I dragged you into this." But Fang Yi didn't blame him. He just patted him and said, "What are you talking about? We haven't seen each other in 3 years, and you're acting all distant? Do you think I don't know you?" As the two were talking, Jilon had already walked up behind Fang Yi. Then she extended her hand and said seriously, "Fang Yi, thank you for your help." Seeing such a lofty military officer act like this, Fang Yi smiled faintly. "No need to be so polite. Just think of it as me saving my friend. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jilon. I'm responsible for Restricted Zone 019. You saved Restricted Zone 019 today. I hope you can leave your contact information. I need to report this truthfully." Fang Yi replied that it was no problem. At the side, seeing his superior salute his childhood friend, Wang Liang felt a surge of emotion as well. "Fang Yi, your strength is greater than many of the special pioneers invited by the military. So I truly want to invite you to join the military forces of Xia. But with just an invitation from a restricted zone officer like me, I'm afraid it isn't enough. Even as she spoke, Ji-lan was still inwardly marveling. Even more shocking was that his realm should only be around 3-star pioneer, yet he had already far surpassed the level of others in the same stage. Hearing Ji-lan's words, Fong Yi asked with a smile, "Commander Ji, are you saying you don't think you're qualified to recruit me?" Ji-lan nodded. "Yes. I don't think there's anything to deny or be ashamed of in that. This time, we were also acting under orders from above. We wanted to learn more about you. We weren't trying to drag you into handling this incident. I think they'll come personally to invite you." Seeing how polite she was, Fong Yi laughed. No, it's not that serious. Actually, I respect all of you a lot. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. I'd never personally seen soldiers fighting before. What you all did just now, well, it moved me a little. So if there's trouble in the future, you can call me to help. Just like in the old peaceful days when you protected ordinary people like us. Of course, there's one condition. You can't interfere with my personal cultivation, and you can't restrict me. Clearly, Ji-lan hadn't expected Fong Yi to say something like that. After that, Fong Yi said, "It's about time. I should get going too." As he left, he was still thinking that he now understood the military's role. The military was stationed in dangerous areas rich in spiritual energy. On one hand, that allowed soldiers to cultivate in places dense with spiritual energy, ensuring the military's priority combat strength. On the other hand, they were drawing a line of isolation and warning between ordinary people and the anomalies. Watching Fong Yi's departing figure, Ji-lan said to Wang Liang, "Your friend can no longer be described as merely extraordinary. What he showed today was only the tip of the iceberg, and yet even that is already far beyond our reach. For a pioneer to reach this level so quickly means he possesses unprecedented insight, luck, talent, ability. He cannot be lacking in any of them." Seeing how highly Ji-lan regarded Fong, Wang Liang immediately said, "Commander, if that's the case, can't we improve the treatment a little more? If you think you're not suitable to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, do it. That brat's already gone, and he's still so smug." Ji-lan didn't indulge him at all. "Enough, brat. Come with me and help clean up the scene." After returning home, Fong Yi began cultivating. Although this trip had exposed his identity, he hadn't displayed anything other than his lightning attribute. And judging from their attitude, this might not be a bad thing after all. At the very least, he now knew that the lightning attribute was extremely rare, perhaps even unique, and that it strongly countered the darkness attribute. The military wanted him very badly. In order to win him over, not only would they refrain from threatening or suppressing him, they would also give him more bargaining power, faster avenues to grow stronger, and access to the most advanced information. Besides that, he had also figured out the division of duties between the military and the Spiritual Energy Association. The military was the blade hidden in the shadows, the state's shield and fleet. The Spiritual Energy Association, on the other hand, was responsible for filling in the gaps, cleaning up the anomalies that slipped through within the cities, and doing its best to preserve the residents' current stable lives. On one side, the authorities used restricted zones to protect ordinary people. On the other, they gradually released signals that spiritual energy was about to resurge. A two-pronged approach, buying ordinary people as much time as possible, so that when the anomalies came, they wouldn't immediately be destroyed, lose their homes, and be left displaced. As expected of a restricted zone rich in spiritual energy, even absorbing the desolation force hadn't yet given me the feeling of breaking through. But after staying in that restricted zone for only a short while, I could already feel the spiritual energy inside me surging, a sign of imminent breakthrough. At the same time, Lynn had just finished buying groceries and was on her way home. She was thinking, "I wonder if Cousin's back yet. If he is, I can let him try my cooking." But right then, she suddenly saw a bright pillar of light shoot straight into the sky in the distance. Lenny froze on the spot. What is that? Could it be the fluctuation of someone advancing to the next stage? But soon after, she rejected that idea. because she had never seen such a terrifying aura before. Could it be that a pioneer was about to break through? At that moment, the former school belle of Qingqing University, the very ex-girlfriend who had dumped Fong Yi and had mocked him for being a toad lusting after swan meat when he came to campus. Just then, Lin Yi sensed that the massive disturbance had shifted, but now she was certain this wasn't an ordinary stage advancement. Could this terrifying power really belong to some major spiritual realm? A pioneer this powerful is actually right here around me. At the same time, the giant screen at the official base was flashing nonstop. Warning, warning. Field value has reached 9.9 billion. Field value has reached 9.9 billion. A spiritual fluctuation magnetic field has appeared 5 kilometers southeast of the city. The robust Major Hanley urgently asked, "What's going on?" All units, proceed immediately to the target urban district. Even Su Qingying exclaimed, "How could such a powerful anomaly have gone undiscovered this whole time? This level is enough to destroy an entire city. Could it be that a new high-level pioneer has appeared? Or is the city about to face a massive disaster? Or perhaps both?" Meanwhile, Hanley was holding his radio and shouting, "Hanley to headquarters, lock down the area immediately. Send support and dispatch every advanced piece of equipment and resource available, except for large-scale destructive weapons." Just then, a subordinate suddenly ran in and said, "Major Han, the alarm has been lifted. The anomaly has been ruled out." It was a pioneer advancing. At the same time, Fong Yi let out a breath. I actually broke through just like that. Other than his body becoming much lighter, there didn't seem to be too much of a difference. Then suddenly, he received a message from Wang Liang on his phone. "Brother, hurry and look. This is internal information. It's been confirmed that an anomaly has appeared in the pollution zone, and this is already the second time. Apparently before this, a pioneer had already evolved the pollution zone at Qingqing University. But for some reason, the anomaly appeared again. You absolutely can't say I was the one who told you this. Speaking of which, brother, I have to remind you, you're too strong. Even my commander said she can't keep you in hand. I can't cover for you anymore. You need to be careful when you're out there." Reading the message, Fong Yi thought Wang Liang was right. That was also why he had always been cautious of both the military and the Spiritual Energy Association. Being too high profile didn't necessarily bring benefits. That was why he had concealed his yang attribute and his greater strength. Then he replied to Wang Liang, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." A moment later, the sound of the door opening rang out. Lin Yi said, "I'm back. Cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought you something." Fong Yi simply answered, "Okay, put it over there." Seeing Fong Yi sitting there looking lazy and relaxed, Lin Yi felt a bit conflicted inside. Her cousin was upright in character and had no bad habits at all. His only problem was that he loved lazing around at home. He didn't even bother going to his junior college, just held his phone all day. Though whether one went to junior college or not no longer mattered much now. Pioneers like them were running around every day, searching everywhere for opportunities between heaven and earth, and even had to put on an act to hide themselves in front of ordinary people. Yet her cousin's life was so carefree and leisurely. And in this very same area, an earth-shaking high-level spiritual powerhouse had just appeared. The pioneers who noticed that disturbance would surely spread the news very soon. Forget it. I'll protect cousin when the time comes as repayment for taking me in. What she didn't know was that Fong Yi, holding his phone right now, was actually investigating the situation. Looking at the screen, he thought, last time it was high temperature. This time it's a fire. Again with the yang attribute. Judging by the footage, the fire started fast and the flames were violent. The trees and flower beds around the field were completely burned down and turned to ash. The area has now been sealed off as well. By now, the video's comment feed was already exploding. Holy crap, that fire is huge. Did someone cook hot pot in the dorm and burn out the wiring? Am I seeing this right? Even special forces are there. But is this really something special forces handle? As expected of a top university, even a random fire gets special forces sent in to save it. After watching it, Fong Yi found that the video was too short and ended abruptly. It looked far more serious than what had happened in Beiluan before. He didn't know what was unusual about this yang attribute incident yet. If he wanted to personally go take a look, he would have to contact Commander Jilon. Time passed in a flash. At the entrance of Qingqing University, many reporters had already gathered. I heard there was a major fire inside the university. Is that true? Were there any casualties? Why hasn't such a big incident been reported in the news? What about student safety and the issue of flammable materials on campus? But right then, two people were walking toward the entrance. As soon as they arrived, the guards respectfully opened the gate for them. Seeing this, the reporters all began grumbling. Who are those two? We're all being kept outside, but they get to go in the moment they show up. After entering, Fong Yi saw the site that had already been cordoned off. Then Jilon told him, the authorities have named this fire Heavenly Blaze. It ignites suddenly without any warning and cannot be extinguished. The only thing you can do is wait for it to devour everything it wants. Then she said to Fong Yi, I'm going to the principal's office for a moment. Wait here for me. Or do you want to come along? Fong Yi said, you go ahead. I'll stay here. Fine, be careful. I'll be back in a bit. After Jilon left, Fong Yi walked toward the center of the restricted area. After feeling around a bit, he thought, the scorched soil is already cold. Could it be there's no lingering spiritual power from the heavenly blaze? Then naturally, there'd be nothing to collect. Looks like I was thinking too simply. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him. Fong Yi. When he turned around, he discovered that the one calling him was Chu Qingli. Then he heard her say, what a surprise. Why are you here too? Hearing the name Fong Yi, the best friend beside her suddenly thought of something. Could he be that ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The one who only got into a junior college. Then she smiled and said, listen, I know you came here because you still can't let Qingli go, but the gap between you is right there in front of your face. Give up. Hearing the words, can't let her go, Fong Yi was instantly speechless. At the same time, the surrounding students started whispering, isn't that Chu Qingli? Who's that guy beside her? No idea. Probably another pitiful suitor chasing the school belle. I've never seen him before. He's not from our school, is he? What are the security guards doing? Didn't they say campus control was being tightened? How did they let some outsider in again? So annoying. Then a pockmarked face guy even walked right up to Fong Yi and pointed at him. Brother, Qingli is the campus belle of our university now. I advise you to think carefully. Do you know how many guys far more outstanding than you are pursuing her? You don't even rank among them. Go back. This isn't a place for someone like you. And another thing, our school is under restrictions right now. How did you get in? If you don't explain it clearly, I'm reporting you to campus security. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli's face was slightly red. She thought, didn't he say when we broke up that he wouldn't regret it? Then what is he doing here now? What a hypocrite. Just as they were mocking Fong Yi nonstop, Jilon came back after finishing her business. She asked Fong Yi, is this your girlfriend? But Fong Yi only said calmly, a high school classmate, not really a friend. Hearing that answer, Jilon clearly understood Fong Yi's attitude. Oh, so we're just a classmate. But the moment Jilon looked at them, the two of them felt a chill run down their spines. What a powerful presence. Who was this woman? Why did she know Fong Yi? But Jilon had no time to bother with him at all. She said to Fong Yi, I just spoke with the principal. The heavenly blaze is even more serious than we thought. It'll be hard to explain the situation clearly in a short time. The principal is coming to take us to the original ignition point. Given your current identity on my side, you're a military special consultant, so you need to come too. As soon as she finished speaking, someone shouted, everyone move aside. During the field lockdown, no one is allowed near the track. Seeing the old man with a cane, the students all cried out in surprise. It's the principal. The principal is always incredibly busy and never seen in person. They say even vice principals find it hard to meet him. Some even say no one in the whole school has ever seen him smile. Did he come here for that woman and Fong Yi? But that pockmarked guy still loudly declared. The principal actually showed up. He must be here to have those two intruders arrested. Yet to everyone's complete surprise, the next second the principal smiled and said, you must be Consultant Fong, the one Commander G introduced. Lately I've been overwhelmed by all the strange incidents at the school. I'm terrified the students will be hurt by the fires. It's wonderful that you've come to solve this. I'll leave the matter of the sports field to you. That scene left Chu Qingli completely stunned. The other students also cried out in shock. Am I seeing things? The principal is so old, and he's actually bowing to that young man? He must have some special identity. No wonder he could get into our school. Just look at this kind of treatment. Who was it that said he was Chu Qingli's admirer? Or her ex-boyfriend? How is that possible? Even if she chased after him, she might not be able to catch up. Didn't you notice? He didn't pay any attention to the campus bell the entire time. This time, Fong Yi had unexpectedly obtained a legendary technique, the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. Just moments earlier, the principal had already brought them to the scene. On the way, the principal said that after the golden glow at the academy's north gate disappeared, I thought the situation was basically over. But then a few nights ago, the first sports field suddenly caught fire. Even if fire trucks couldn't put it out. Fortunately, there were no students there at night, and we sealed off the area in time. But then the second field and the third field started having incidents one after another. At first, I could still explain it away, but when so many strange things kept happening in succession, it was beyond anything I could understand. I saw flames falling from the sky with my own eyes, and test equipment floating in midair for no reason. Luckily, the fires on the later fields were all extinguished. Only this place remained. Fonny looked up and immediately smelled an intense scorched stench. Then he asked the principal, was this basketball hoop the point where the fire first started? That's right. Only the fire here has never been put out. At that moment, Ji-Lon suddenly took out an instrument. Fong, he didn't recognize it. So Ji-Lon told him, this is a basic abnormal spiritual energy detector. Once the reading exceeds the threshold, we have to seal the area off from ordinary people. Ordinary humans are very fragile. For them, abnormalities above a certain level are basically unavoidable natural disasters. The moment she finished speaking, the reading on the device had already risen to 60. Ji-Lan's expression changed at once. This is bad. The value is too high. If we let this continue, it won't just affect Xincheng University. Even the whole city could be caught up in it. We need to immediately dispatch 3 3-star pioneers and 7 2-star pioneers to form an emergency suppression team. And we need people with the purest spiritual power and the most solid cultivation. But while she was still talking, Fong, he had already leaped straight into the sea of fire. The next second, a wave of red flames launched directly at him. That caused the reading on Ji-Lan's instrument to surge to 110. Looking at the number, Ji-Lan was horrified. This can already be classified as an S-rank abnormality. How could he dare charge in there alone? Even the strongest current battle king in the restricted zones might not dare do that. At that moment, Fong, he was slowly walking forward through the flames. Looking around, he thought, last time the Yang attribute blocked the lightning for me. Then this heavenly fire should also be withstandable. But if my body protecting power keeps me from touching the source flame, then I won't be able to activate the compilation technique. So first, I need to get as close to the source flame as possible. By the time that thought finished, Fong, he had already reached the basketball hoop. The next second, a fire dragon lunged toward Fong Yi. But facing that fiery dragon, Fong Yi only slowly raised his right hand. Then he said, Golden Yang protection, release. As the fire dragon got closer and closer to him, the system interface lit up with a notification. Detected intense heavenly fire attribute fluctuations. Fong Yi checked it. As expected of heavenly martial fire, it's even more wild and powerful than the power of desolation that brought death. But I am definitely going to absorb you. Initiating ultimate computing power. Compiling. Compilation successful. You have obtained a heavenly fire attribute cultivation method. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire suppresses evil and seals all threats. The cultivation method you compiled requires no study. It has already been unlocked. Extracting attribute. Heavenly Fire acquired. Attribute acquired. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. As the system notification ended, vertical chains suddenly appeared behind Fong Yi. In the next second, every single fire dragon was tightly bound by the chains. Watching what was happening inside, Ji-Lan sighed. That's the aura of sealing. I've seen a high-ranking military pioneer use sealing techniques on dangerous anomalies before. What that person did was different from Fong Yi's. But the sealing aura is extremely similar. A moment later, Fong Yi shouted, condense. Then the flames rapidly gathered toward the center. In the end, they formed into a sphere wrapped in chains. At last, Fong Yi completed the seal. After lightly lifting the sealed sphere and setting it onto the basketball hoop, Fong Yi told the principal, I've temporarily sealed the heavenly fire here. Do not unseal it for now. Don't renovate this field, and don't let anyone get close. This way, at least the heavenly fire won't keep spreading. Hearing that, the principal hurriedly replied, don't worry, we absolutely won't unseal this field. The school has more than just this one sports field anyway. Hearing that, Fong Yi praised, Xincheng University really is loaded. You've got 7 or 8 fields. But just then, Ji-Lan beside them suddenly interrupted. Principal, I still have a few things to discuss with consultant Fong. The principal immediately said, no problem, no problem. After leading the principal away, Ji-Lan spoke directly. Fong Yi, you've been hiding yourself pretty well. Fong Yi answered casually, nothing special. This heavenly fire was pretty fierce. It wasn't easy to deal with. But Ji-Lan said, don't play dumb. You know, I'm talking about how you've been hiding your talent in your realm. Forget it. It's normal for a pioneer to have secrets, especially someone as strong as you. Fong Yi, I don't have the qualifications to demand anything from you, but I hope you'll listen to what I'm about to say. At this critical moment of great upheaval in heaven and earth, the nation desperately needs top-tier talents like you. To put it plainly, when spiritual energy fully revives, your value then will be equivalent to what he weighs she is now. So whether it's the various military restricted zones or the Spiritual Energy Association, they'll all fight to recruit you. It's even possible that high-level forces from other countries will come invite you and offer very generous conditions. Of course, I won't deny that I have my own considerations too. If you join the military, it would also mean one more friend and one more layer of support for our restricted zones. So my suggestion is that you start thinking about it now, so you won't be undecided when the time comes. After hearing all that, Fong Yi instead said, there's something I'm curious about. Why is it that neither you nor Wang Liang really wants to pull me into your own restricted zone? You even seem to think your zone isn't worthy of me. Ji-Lan said, that's because of that legendary military district. The people there are so strong, it's almost abnormal. So I think you'd be more interested in them. Though I haven't seen much of them myself. I heard they've been very busy lately. Forget it. No more about that. Let's go. The principal said he'd treat us to a meal in Qingqing University's cafeteria. After hearing Ji-Lan's words, Fong Yi thought to himself that the strongest military force in Xia was so busy that even the other military districts had heard about it. It seemed they were facing no small trouble either. That meant some extremely terrifying abnormalities had already appeared, and their abilities far exceeded the strength of the current pioneers. From Ji-Lan's tone, those pioneers must also have cultivation paths like mine, or perhaps even stronger ones. The day of spiritual energy revival was really getting closer and closer. I still don't feel fully prepared. How should I maximize the heavenly fire attribute I collected on the sports field just now? Heavenly fire burns wildly and without pattern, leaving nothing standing wherever it passes, like endless wildfire. It's perfect for dealing with wide-area abnormalities of the endlessly reproducing type. With this, doesn't it fit my Scarlet Fire Saber art perfectly? A bonus on top of my strength like this is definitely something the more I have, the better. Here it comes. Here it comes. Footage of Fong Yi killing abnormalities was actually live-streamed, and because of that, it shot onto the trending list. The entire spiritual energy community of Xia was paying attention to him. It turned out that just now, Fong Yi had once again come to the back mountain, preparing to test his new technique. But the moment he reached the entrance, he froze, because there was now a sign standing there that read, Dangerous Mountain, no entry. Seeing it, Fong Yi thought, there haven't been any abnormalities on the back mountain, but it's been blocked off. The military shouldn't have known that quickly that I'd come here to cultivate and test things. The only ones who would know my habits are probably the Spiritual Energy Association. Could it be that they gave me this whole area to experiment in? If that's the case, then I won't decline such kindness. But right then, Fong Yi suddenly sensed a trace of something strange. Wait, there's actually another piece of trash that slipped into the back mountain. This aura, it's exactly the same as the one I encountered at the factory before, just not quite as strong. At that moment, a mutated monkey was staring at Fong Yi, as if thinking about something. Seeing that, Fong Yi sighed, so you've developed awareness already. You're weighing the enemy's strength and deciding whether or not to attack. Then watch carefully. With that thought, Fong Yi placed his hand on his Tang saber. At the same time, the system sent a prompt. Heavenly fire is brilliant. Its radiant attribute strong and pure, capable of destroying evil. Do you wish to implant the heavenly fire attribute into the Tang saber? As Fong Yi chose yes, heavenly fire instantly spread across the blade. Heavenly fire burns eternally, never extinguished. This endless heavenly fire paired with my scarlet fire saber art. What kind of effect will that produce? Today, I'll use you to test the blade. As he spoke, Fong Yi turned to look at the mutated monkey, then slashed once in its direction. Two giant dragons roared as they shot toward the monkey. The monkey was utterly dumbfounded. The next second, it hurriedly turned around and fled. Even if it couldn't speak human words, it still couldn't help wanting to scream, "What the hell?" Looking at the power of that slash, Fong Yi sighed in satisfaction. Very good. The energy of this fire is 1, maybe even 2, times stronger than my original Scarlet Fire high-speed slash. And this energy doesn't affect me at all, because when Fong Yi pressed a finger against the blade, he discovered it was actually cool to the touch. In that case, let's chase after it and see where that thing runs. At the same time, a man was holding his phone and live streaming. Guys, I'm really not a scammer. Ever since I was little, I've been the super lucky type, you know? Even though this is my first day streaming, the material just comes to me on its own. At that moment, the people in the live stream were mocking him. Where's the content? Stop yapping. If you've got the guts, go film the high-temperature area near the north gate of Ching University, and I'll send a rocket. That's not even the hot topic. The hottest thing right now is Ching University sports field. The Heavenly Fire videos all got taken down. Totally impossible to fake. Scary as hell. If the streamer can film Heavenly Fire, I'll stand on my head. But not long after he started streaming, he suddenly froze as he stared ahead. The next second, the mutated monkey pounced and knocked him to the ground. His phone flew off to the side. Coincidentally, the camera ended up aimed perfectly in their direction. Looking at the mutated monkey on screen, the viewers instantly began commenting in panic. What happened to the streamer? Even if this is acting, it started way too suddenly. The effects look pretty good, but the streamer himself was already being strangled tightly by the monkey and was barely hanging on. However, just as the mutated monkey was about to finish off the human, Fong Yi's 2 fire dragons reappeared with a roar that instantly blew up the live stream. Holy crap, what are those fire dragons? 666, top-tier special effects. And unsurprisingly, the viewer count began skyrocketing. But just as the streamer struggled to his feet and wanted to ask who had saved him, a huge wall of fire suddenly ignited right in front of him. He hurriedly grabbed the camera and started filming. I got it. Someone's standing in the fire. It has to be an immortal. An immortal saved me. Not long afterward, that photo spread wildly across the internet. Blade light like flowing flame. A single strike of sparks splitting the heavens. An immortal descending to the mortal world. Heavenly fire is nothing before him. The mysterious man whose 1 slash wielded heavenly fire. The king who commands flames. The master of a journey of fire. 13 million views. Number 1 on the trending chart. On campus at that moment, the pockmarked guy was staring at the trending topic and shouting, "Qingli, come look. A celestial descended to save someone. Powerful cultivators really do exist. The heavenly fire is real too." But Chu Qingli absent-mindedly replied, "Don't believe that stuff. Things online are all acting and special effects." But when she turned around and casually glanced at the photo on the screen, she suddenly said in disbelief this. Seeing her shocked expression, the pockmarked guy smugly said, "I told you it was real. He's so handsome. Qingli, why aren't you saying anything?" At that moment, Chu Qingli kept muttering, "This video must be fake. Those are all effects. Impossible. There's no way that could be him. The silhouette just looks a little similar, that's all. If it were real, he would have been burned to ashes long ago. And if it really were him, he would have taken the chance to get back at me. Damn it, I absolutely won't lower my head." The scene shifted. The young woman was holding her phone and saying, doesn't this person look a little familiar? He looks a lot like the pioneer who rescued us from those vines before." Looking at the image, Lenny said, "I think so too. And I only recently found out that a major expert who broke through to the spirit-building realm lives near my house. Could these two actually be the same person?" Even the people who had teamed up with Fong Yi before saw the article. "Old Lin, do you think that could be Fong? Feels like he's gotten a lot stronger again. Damn, that saber-swinging posture is exactly the same. We really did cling to a huge thigh before." Meanwhile, inside a certain building, someone was saying, "The city's crisis is gradually drawing closer, and our pioneers are already in short supply." It said that the military has already had in-depth talks with Fong Yi. Xiao Su. Hearing that, Su Qingying stood up and said firmly, "I believe he'll help us." Even the military had convened a meeting because of Fong Yi to reach this spirit-building realm in such a short time. What kind of monster is that? Even abnormalities would shiver when they see him. And just how many high-level attributes does he actually have? Hearing that, Zhong Xiao replied, 3, or perhaps more than 3. With potential this powerful, any intimidation from our side would be nothing but ridiculous. Right now, winning him over is the only way. The higher-ups have already decided to go personally. However, it seems the senior leadership still hasn't quite prepared themselves to lower their status and make direct contact with Fong Yi. After all, the previous top-tier pioneers all emerged from inside the military. Go check what Fong Yi still needs. New weapons, equipment under development, a place to cultivate. All of that can be given to him. Also, deal with this live stream and the video that's been spread around. Fong Yi had no idea that by now, the entire spiritual energy circle of Xia was already focused on him. This kid really makes people look forward to what he'll do next. The scene shifted again. In a hospital, someone in uniform looked at the person on the bed and said, honestly, Xia may have a new hope. With someone that strong appearing, the chance of Ning Xing waking up has gone up a little more. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At Fong Yi's home, while eating, Fong Yi thought, yesterday the whole thing blew up everywhere. Who would have thought a streamer would sneak into the back mountain to broadcast live? For attention, that guy really had guts. Still, that video is nowhere to be found on the internet now, and the live stream room has already been shut down. It was probably handled by the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. But then he suddenly realized that Lin Yi hadn't come back all night, and she hadn't replied to his messages either. What's going on? Even if she's out on a mission, it shouldn't be like this. Why do I have such a bad feeling? That girl shouldn't be this unreliable, right? But when he picked up the phone and called, all he heard was a clear automated message. The subscriber you dialed is currently out of the service area. All these abnormalities made Fong Yi feel that something was wrong. I have to go find her. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the young woman were trapped inside a forest. How long have we been stuck here? Can you estimate it? Hearing that, the young woman said about 10 hours, maybe. I can't tell exactly. I'm sorry. I dragged you into this. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary eerie incident. Even as she spoke, blood was still flowing from the wounds on her body. But Lin Yi told her enough. Stop apologizing. In the end, it's because I'm still not strong enough. Stay alert and conserve your strength. If only I could be like that great expert. But just as the two of them were lost in despair, a black shadow had already appeared behind them. Exposed. Fong Yi's hidden identity was about to be completely exposed in front of his cousin. And to protect her, Fong Yi was even preparing to join forces with them as a pioneer. It turned out that just moments earlier, Lin Yi had suddenly shouted a warning. Then she launched her ability at the monster. In the next second, the creature's head was blasted apart by Lin Yi's attack. After seeing what it looked like, the two of them sighed. These are people who got trapped here and died. Now, they become walking corpses of that abnormality. It's toying with us. It wants to assimilate us too. Not only are our attacks completely ineffective against this black fog, our spiritual power is also being rapidly drained, and we have no idea where the abnormality's true body is. It's just waiting for us to run out of spiritual power, then it will slowly reproduce. It's really treating us like mice in a trap, and here, it seems to be invincible. Just then, a single red eye suddenly appeared before them. In the next second, that eyeball began to split. In the blink of an eye, it had split into more than a dozen, nearly 20. Seeing that, the young woman slashed directly and shouted, "Die, you damned thing." But Lin Yi told her, that thing is starting to lose patience. Don't panic. Yet the moment her words fell, Lin Yi froze in place. At that moment, behind her, a gigantic I was staring fixedly at her. Feeling the change in the surroundings, Lin Yi thought bitterly, am I going to die? I can't hear her voice anymore. That's right. We've both been swallowed by the darkness. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own judgment and been overconfident, thinking that just the two of us could complete this mission. The path of cultivation was always full of danger. I had thought about it before, that one day I might disappear in some nameless corner. But what would the world look like then? And what role would the pioneers hidden across the land play? After spiritual energy revives, such a magnificent era awaits. But I may never get to see it. Thinking that, Lin Yi closed her eyes with unwilling tears. But just as she was sinking into the abyss, a bolt of blue lightning suddenly became a beam of light piercing through the darkness. The next second, Fong Yi descended from the sky. The moment he saw that Lin Yi was unharmed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. I almost didn't make it, but this also meant that his secret was now completely exposed in front of his cousin. When Lin Yi saw him, she immediately cried out in shock, "Cousin!" Then, as a thread of lightning tore through the darkness, Lin Yi finally confirmed it completely. It really was her cousin. He had saved her. He wasn't an ordinary person at all. Just as that thought crossed her mind, the abnormality suddenly appeared behind Fong Yi, trying to launch a sneak attack. Seeing that, Lin Yi hurriedly shouted, "Careful! The abnormality's true body is to your rear right." But even as she spoke, Fong Yi had already drawn his Tang saber. He thought to himself, "Perfect. Let me test how this heavenly fire works against darkness." The saber technique transformed into a giant fire dragon that swept across in a single strike, instantly killing that abnormality on the spot. At the same time, the young woman opened her eyes and said, "Are we already dead? Holy crap, what is this? A sea of fire? Did we go to hell together with the abnormality?" Seeing how frightened she was, Lin Yi said, "Calm down. Look carefully. We're still alive." After taking a closer look, the young woman realized she truly was still alive. But when she saw Fong Yi, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, sir." In the next second, her eyes went wide with disbelief. "You're the one who saved me back then, outside Yanghua Town." Seeing that, Fong Yi said awkwardly, "You recognized me that easily?" Hearing the young woman's words, Lin Yi quickly said, "Wait, you mean the great fire attribute expert who saved us before was my cousin?" Seeing her pretend not to know, the young woman cried out, "My God, a super big shot is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was totally ordinary? This is the life-saving benefactor who cut through desolation with one slash." Amazed, that 3-star pioneer uncle, and even caught Sister Qianlon's attention. As she listened to each sentence, Lin Yi was shaken to the core. "So, cousin is that high-level fire attribute expert? But just now, cousin clearly also used an extremely pure lightning attribute to wipe out the black fog. That aura of lightning and fire was far beyond my abilities. A super genius with 2 high-level attributes. Could the expert who broke through to the spirit-building realm in our neighborhood really be cousin?" Since the matter could no longer be hidden, Fong Yi simply said, all right, it's me. But I have something I want to ask you. You both know that darkness attribute abnormalities can't be treated like ordinary ones. So why did only the 2 of you come? What about your teammates?" Hearing that, the young woman told Fong, "Wu Mao seems to have fallen seriously ill. He used to hide his missions from his family, and now he's being kept at home, so of course he can't come. As for Uncle, he seems to have another, even more difficult mission. The others, we aren't together every single time." Lin Yi also said guiltily, "This time, I underestimated the enemy. I thought that after breaking through to 3-star pioneer, there definitely wouldn't be." Fong Yi was troubled. The moment he recalled how Lin Yi had been trapped before, he realized that every member of this team had their own agenda. It looked like this squad wouldn't last long. Back then, even 81 had been dissatisfied with his teammates. Yet now, in front of outsiders, he was protecting their dignity. The Taoist valued loyalty, and cousin had always been smart and cautious. Thinking of this, Fong Yi slowly said, "Cousin, actually, since both you and your friend already know my identity, I trust the 2 of you too. How about we form a team? But you can't tell anyone else about this." Hearing the proposal, 81 lit up with joy. "Really? Is that okay, boss?" Great. My mouth is sealed tight. I'm really benefiting from Lin Yi's good fortune here." Seeing how serious Fong Yi looked, Lin Yi thought to herself, "A powerful pioneer like cousin must have discovered long ago that I was a pioneer too, and he'd been quietly protecting me all this time. So on this lonely road of cultivation, having a reliable relative who helps and accompanies you without asking for anything in return is such a happy thing." Then Lin Yi smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, cousin. I'll fry you 2 extra eggs for dinner." But right then, Lin Yi's phone suddenly rang. Jilan had posted a new mission, the Jian Zone. Mission release notice. Proceed to the Jian Zone to collect mission items related to the dark attribute. Think carefully before signing up. Looking at the message, Fong Yi sighed. Dark attribute, huh? Do you know this extreme dark zone? Lin Yi nodded. I know a little. The extreme dark zone is located in the dark attribute border region, strictly forbidden by Xia country. The dark attribute inside is extremely powerful, so pioneers usually avoid this place when doing missions. And most of the abnormalities appearing in our city, right now, are leaking out from there. Even the authorities have never managed to fully explore this forbidden area. They say something very serious happened inside. After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Fang Yi said, "If that's the case, we should give it a try. Ask about the specifics of the mission." But 81 told him he couldn't. Sister Jilan is very mysterious. She never says more than a few words. By this point, Fang Yi already had some guesses. Since the Jian Zone was a restricted area under strict state guard and consumed enormous manpower for Jilan to assign missions related to it to pioneers, then either she was a brazen mixed blood daring to oppose the authorities, or her identity was extraordinary, or perhaps she was originally high-ranking military or association personnel. Fang Yi leaned more toward the latter. Then Lin Yi tried asking, "Sister Jilan, I want to sign up. What exactly are we supposed to do?" This time, Jilan gave a very detailed explanation. The content of this mission is to gather corpse emerald flowers. A reminder, the reward this time is far more generous than usual, but the danger in the extreme dark zone is extreme. The area is filled with dark crystals, and the danger level there is much higher than what you've encountered before. Therefore, everyone should form teams before signing up. Both of them cried out in surprise. "What the hell? What's going on with Jilan?" She actually replied in such detail. This mission may involve S-rank abnormalities. The death rate is very high. Please think carefully before acting. If you have a strong and reliable pioneer to team up with, then sign up. At the same time, someone was holding a phone and saying, "That should do it. Now we'll see whether that person is willing to come." When she said a strong and reliable pioneer, Fang Yi thought, that's way too direct. She might as well have said, "I know a pioneer like you would be interested. Do you dare come?" Then Fang Yi told Lin Yi, "Cousin, looks like she's calling me out." Interesting. I really do want to make a trip to this extreme dark zone. This man was the only pioneer in Xia country to reach the Vajra realm. Yet now he lay in a hospital bed, waiting for the corpse emerald flower to awaken him. Just now, Linny had replied, "Sister Jilan, our team has 3 people on Jilan's side." One of her subordinates hesitantly asked, "Lanjia, did they take the bait too obviously?" Jilan said it didn't matter, if he is a pioneer worthy of Xia country's trust. But what if he doesn't come? The subordinate asked, "Wouldn't that mean this batch of pioneers is finished?" Jilan thought otherwise. If he doesn't come, then it only means the timing isn't right. Do you two really think this corpse emerald flower gathering mission is meant to send strong pioneers into danger to die? A near-death mission like gathering corpse emerald flowers has a purpose completely opposite to its surface appearance. This is the necessary road to preserving Xia country's strength. Only by obtaining corpse emerald flowers can we save more and more pioneers. Whether they're the backbone of Xia country's future or the top core strategists who have already gone forward one after another and whose fates are unknown. No matter what, we must pick more corpse emerald flowers. Teacher, as Xia country's only pioneer to reach the Vajra realm, must be healed and awakened with the corpse emerald flower. The value of a Vajra realm powerhouse after the spiritual energy revival is no less than that of nuclear weapons today. He is our greatest leverage in negotiations with other countries before and after the spiritual energy revival. So even if it means sacrificing a few outposts, a few military units, or even more pioneers, it will still be worth it. Hearing Jilan's words, the subordinate worriedly said, "The mission is important, but your body is important too." The moment they mentioned her health, Jilan's expression changed. The next second, she roared, "Of course it's important, because my life was brought back by my teammates." But after saying it, she regretted it a little. "Sorry, I shouldn't have taken it out on you." Her subordinate knew it wasn't her fault and hurriedly said, "Lanjia, it's my fault. Your headaches are acting up again. It's fine. It's not time for medicine yet. I just remembered some things. Forget it. It's all in the past now." At that moment, Jilan recalled that voice from years ago. "Team, retreat immediately and completely." And the words her teammates said before dying. The Jian Zone really is an incredible place. Shaolin, the corpse emerald flower mission can only be left to you. For teacher, for Xia country, for everyone. Seeing this, Jilan had cried out, "No, don't go, Captain." But then the captain simply reached out his hand and said, "We hope our attributes can still be of use. You have to make it back alive." The scene returned to the present. Jilan looked at her hand, grief-stricken. They gave me their spiritual power, but they didn't know. If it's contaminated by blood, or if the corpse emerald flower isn't picked intact, then it's useless. Time flew by. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, 81 was complaining. We still have several more kilometers to walk. Come on, boss, Linny, you're both so strong. Can't you just fly for a while? Linny told him, spiritual energy hasn't become abundant enough for the human body to fly freely yet. Even pioneers can't do that. But just then, he suddenly looked ahead, his gaze sharpening. The extreme dark zone is right up ahead. Shrouded in dark energy, even with layer upon layer of checkpoints, they could still feel that sickening aura. 81 felt it too. What a disgusting presence. It's hundreds, even thousands, of times scarier than the abnormality we ran into last night. When they got closer, they found that quite a few pioneers had already arrived. Lenny said, I think they aren't just here for the rich reward. Just like what 81 and I encountered, dark attribute abnormalities are difficult, bloodthirsty, and full of hostility toward humans. But now, there have already been more than one dark attribute abnormal riot in the city. Fang Yi nodded. That's right, I've faced dark attribute abnormalities head-on twice before. One was a mutated rabbit beast. Rather than a wild rabbit, it was more like some kind of giant carnivore. The other was Bamboo Leaf and that grayscale giant snake in the factory. Their intelligence had grown higher than that of the newly mutated rabbit beast. They were able to cooperate and set deadly traps. A whole group of us nearly got wiped out. Most importantly, just as Lenny said, these abnormalities are extremely cunning. They seem to be deliberately avoiding the military defenses along the city's borders. Though we don't know exactly what method they're using, abnormalities are appearing more and more frequently inside the city. It's already becoming impossible to contain, so we have to make this trip. At the same time, Su Qingying was also waiting in front of the main gate for something. Suddenly, a figure caught her attention. Holy crap, he's here too, and he even brought 2 girls with him. Seeing how flustered she was, one of her subordinates asked, Boss, what do we do? The next second, Su Qingying hurriedly turned around and prayed, Amit Ba, Great Buddha, please don't let him notice me. Don't let him notice. But before she could finish, He spoke from behind her. Hey, isn't that Captain Su? Now that she'd been discovered, Su Qingying awkwardly turned back. It's you. You actually came to the Jian Zone too. That's great news. In truth, she had long since received the military's synchronized file on Fang Yi. Seeing how nervous Su Qingying looked, 81 even asked, Sis, could this girl be Lin Yi's future sister-in-law? At that, Su Qingying blushed furiously and waved her hands. And no, a huge misunderstanding. Fang Yi also explained, of course not. This is Captain Su, the one running errands for me from Lin Hai. But somehow, that only sounded harsher to Su Qingying. While they were talking, a voice suddenly interrupted them. A bunch of little brats, and you're all talk. Pioneers today are younger than ever, with no manners at all. You don't even greet your elders, and you're still fooling around without looking at where you are. Old Fang here only hopes that once you're inside the Jian Zone, you'll still be able to rely on each other. 81 immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge over. I've got quite the temper, old man. Do you even know who these people are? But he shook his head, signaling him not to make a scene. So 81 just walked over and said, Old man, worry about yourself. No telling he'll be scared to death later. Just then, the sound of a car horn came from afar. The old man said, The car's here, so let's see. Once the armored vehicle stopped, the door slowly opened. Looking at that figure, everyone recognized her. It was Jilan. It's really her. Seeing the powerful aura she gave off, 81 wondered what her identity really was to warrant such a grand entrance. But Fang Yi said she should be here to open the gate for us. Hearing that, Jilan turned and glanced at him. Then she walked straight toward the gate. At that moment, she opened her palm, and a pillar-shaped stone floated above her hand. The next second, the energy gate slid open with a flash. As a wave of dark aura surged out, Jilan shouted, Everyone's here. Open the gate. They were in. Fang Yi entered the dark zone with 5 girls, but he never would have imagined that they would run into the legendary dark tide. Just then, Jilan turned and told everyone they could go in. One special reminder, the corpse emerald flowers you collect must be complete and uncontaminated by human blood. If they don't meet the requirements, you won't receive the reward. If there are no questions, you may begin. As they entered, the man in red was still grumbling. She won't go herself and sends us in to die. Not even any compensation if we die. What kind of attitude is that? One of his teammates advised him, Old Deng, say less. If we die, at most it'll be reported as missing. If the authorities suddenly gave your family a huge sum of money, wouldn't that be as good as admitting they got you killed? Watching them enter, Su Qingying told Fang, That middle-aged man is probably like you, a first-star spirit-forging rel pioneer. Besides him, there seem to be several strong people among the ones who haven't spoken. Their spiritual power is concealed well, but judging by the others, they're all pioneers around second star and third star Ghost Axe realm with solid foundations. The strength of each team is about the same. Fang Yi nodded. Looks like this mission is truly difficult. They actually gathered this many elite pioneer teams. But inwardly he muttered, that guy just now is spirit forging too? Why does his spiritual power not seem that strong to me? On G-Land's side, a subordinate was reporting, Commander, the participant count has been completed. For this extreme Dark Zone mission, 37 second star Ghost Axe Realm, 12 third star Ghost Axe Realm, and 3 first star Spirit Forging Realm. The abnormalities involve range and danger level from B rank to S rank. Hearing the numbers, G-Lan nodded. Go to the monitors. I've already made all the preparations. Don't worry. Moments later, everyone slowly vanished into the Dark Zone. Along the way, Lin, E, and 81 kept whispering, looking a little jealous. Fang Yi reminded everyone to stay close. The dark attribute here interferes with vision. If we don't stay close together, we'll get separated very quickly and lose our sense of direction. But as soon as he said that, 81 dropped to his knees and started vomiting. Sorry, I really can't hold it in. Su Qingying walked over to comfort him. It's fine. This is the smell of rotting flesh mixed with brains and body fluids. You're not the only one who wants to throw up. It's normal. Look, the people ahead whose realms are similar to yours are vomiting too. The dark attribute naturally suppresses pioneers. You can think of it as a form of contamination. And the abnormalities in the extreme dark zone are especially active. Based on known classifications, an ordinary abnormality is equivalent to a Ghost Axe Realm pioneer, and the damage it can cause has its limits. Then there are abnormalities equivalent to the Spirit Forging Realm, usually found in places where spiritual energy runs wild or gathers, like the extreme dark zone. As for S-rank abnormalities here, they're comparable to the Vajra realm or even higher, and all of them are large-scale disaster class. But one thing must be stressed. Dark attribute abnormalities inside the extreme dark zone receive additional amplification. An abnormality originally judged as B rank will be raised by at least one level here. After hearing Su Qingying's explanation, Lin E sighed. So that's how it works. This is my first time learning this. I understand now. But Captain Su, are you all okay? Suing Yin laughed. You're overthinking it. My teammates and I just handle similar abnormalities often. That's all. Not that I'm not embarrassed. Also, recently I've really pushed myself to improve. I even mutated from water attribute into an ice variant. However, Linny asked, since we're around the same level, Captain Su, do you feel it too? The moment I entered this black fog, my spiritual power dropped drastically. It's even worse than during the last mission. Su Qingying felt the same. A lot of experts have fallen here before, including military elites above first star spirit forging realm. So we have to be even more careful. We can't even see the people ahead anymore. Let's move closer together. From here on, I'll speak less to conserve my strength. Everyone should also focus your spiritual power. Don't let the black fog drain you dry. Hearing this, Fang Yi thought to himself, after coming in, my body doesn't seem to be affected that badly. Looks like my enhanced Yang attribute and Thunder attribute both have a dispelling effect on dark energy, or maybe after reaching spirit forging, the effect of my spiritual power has become even stronger. Meanwhile, on another side, that old dang was laughing loudly. The abnormalities in the Jian zone are nothing special. Brothers, we must be the ones to pick the corpse emerald flower. Let's show these young pups what real strength looks like. Back on Fang Yi's side, Lin, he couldn't help glancing back and sighing. He's still just a child after all. Then Fang Yi patted her on the back. Instantly, a golden energy wrapped around Lin Yi's body. She exclaimed this feeling. The nausea all over my body and that shadow of erosion are gone. It's like basking in the winter sun, so warm. As expected of spirit forging power, a fire attribute really is so warm and worthy of being a rare high-grade attribute. Ever since I reached 3rd star Ghost Axe, I've understood attributes more deeply. My plant attribute is good at absorbing due from plants in the world around me. She then mentioned Su Qingying's mutated water-to-ice attribute, saying ice was rare too. But Fang Yi corrected her. This isn't a fire attribute. It's a yang attribute. My fault. I didn't explain it clearly before. The fire that extinguished at Qingcheng University's North Gate and sports field belonged to two different abnormalities. But those two abnormalities weren't the same. Yang attribute and heavenly fire attribute have some small differences. Hearing that, Su Qingying was stunned. You admitted it just like that? So you currently have 3 rare high-grade attributes? But Fang Yi knew very well that he actually had a wasteland attribute too. Still, the tallest tree catches the strongest wind. Keeping one trump card in reserve was never a bad idea. So he simply replied, more or less. Feeling so comfortable, 81 hurried over to, Boss, I still haven't broken through to 3rd star ghost axe, so my leg attribute, or whatever I've got, isn't all that obvious yet. But I'm roughly following the metal path. Great God, cousin's cousin, I swear once we get out of here I'll never slack off again. Could your yang attribute warm me up too? Fang, he slapped a hand onto him. Fine, I'll warm you up a bit. Seeing them patting each other all over, even Su Qingying's subordinates couldn't tell what was going on. But Fang Yi looked at Su Qingying and asked, Captain Su, do you want your team to get some too? Seeing how good Lin, Yi, and 81 looked, everyone immediately said, then what are we waiting for? Great God, please. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them cried out in unison, wow, that feels amazing. But right then, a rustling series of footsteps came from the distance. Fang Yi warned everyone, careful, an abnormality is coming. Hearing that, Su Qingying instantly fired off an energy blast. The next second, the abnormality appeared right in front of 81. After seeing its true form, Su Qingying shouted, careful, level 10, abnormality. Then energy gathered in her hand and formed several ice spikes, which shot straight at the abnormality. But after taking the hit, the abnormality simply disappeared. Even Su Qingying was puzzled. Why is this thing so troublesome? It actually vanished. At that moment, Fang Yi noticed countless pairs of red eyes emerging all around them. The dark energy on their bodies was continuously converging toward the group. Seeing this, Fang Yi first warned everyone to watch their footing, then directly drew his Tang saber. All of you get back. The next second, his eyes gleamed with divine light. With a swing of his hand, 2 giant flame dragons rushed out. With just one strike, those abnormalities were instantly annihilated. In the haze, they could even hear the abnormalities shrieking, too hot, stop burning. Once it was over, Fang Yi turned back and said, temporarily safe. This batch of abnormalities has already dispersed. Don't be fooled by all those eyes. There were really only 2 of them. I just didn't expect that the abnormalities here had already evolved to the point of imitating humans. Su Qingying felt that maybe it was because they had devoured so many people that they'd learned. This group of abnormalities, even the weakest among them, has already been nurtured by the extreme dark zone into monsters. Unless you're in spirit forging, you simply can't fight them head on. At the same time, Jilan saw everything through surveillance. She sighed inwardly. One strike, and he destroyed 2 of them. Even I would need at least several exchanges to deal with them. Meanwhile, Linny said, if it's really like Captain Su said, then we need to stick together even more. Otherwise, I think it's highly likely that abnormalities could disguise themselves and mix into the crowd, then attack us when we relax. 81, get up already. But 81 was still shaken by Fang Yi's earlier display. Such terrifying suppressive pressure. Even scarier than the cat demon and the zombie. Just touching would burn you to death. Is this what realm suppression feels like? I can barely breathe. Just then, Fang Yi suddenly heard movement ahead. Lin Yi also asked, do you hear that? Is that the sound of waves up ahead? The moment she said it, they felt the ground start trembling violently. At the same time, several people came running for their lives. Seeing one of them turn back and fire while shouting, run, stop fighting. This thing is freakishly evil. Fang Yi and the others looked over, their expressions turning grim. Because this was the Dark Tide, the one that had caused even that legendary military unit catastrophic losses. A Dark Tide capable of swallowing everything. But today, this man intended to destroy it. Just moments ago, facing the Dark Tide, everyone had been running frantically, screaming for help. But old Deng had suddenly stopped in his tracks and cursed, what bullshit Dark Tide. Just because those regular troops couldn't beat, it doesn't mean I can't. Everything here is mine for the taking. With that, he released a spiritual shield and charged straight into the Dark Tide. But moments later, his whole body was swept away in the tide. He kept shouting, "This isn't right. There are more than 20 abnormalities inside. You absolutely can't let it catch you. Absolutely can't." Then he vanished into the tide, and countless others screaming were swallowed up by it as well. Watching this scene, Fong Yi and the others could only marvel at the overwhelming dark aura. Are they all beyond saving? Can we still run? Then Fong Yi asked Su Qingying what the dark tide was. She explained, the dark tide is the ultimate state of dark attribute, a corruption that can devour everything. Even the abnormalities inside it are the same. But this time, the plan clearly avoided the day the tide was expected. Oh no, did everyone in front really just die? Lin Yi said with a shocked expression, "So this is the dark tide? I've only heard about it on the forums. They say it's a force capable of destroying an entire city. Cousin, if we avoid this place now, can we still make it in time?" But right then, Fong Yi directly released a spiritual barrier and told everyone, don't panic. This spiritual barrier has a suppressing effect on dark attribute. If necessary, you can combine your strength to maintain it. This barrier will definitely protect you as you push through the tide's impact. Su Qingying cried out, "What are you trying to do? The dark tide is dark attribute in a condensed state. There's no way our strength can block it." Even that spirit-forging old man was swallowed instantly. But at that moment, Fong Yi had already unleashed the dual attributes of lightning and yang. So what if it's condensed? I'll go destroy it. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and flew straight toward the tide. Su Qingying was still shouting in shock. Did I hear that right? What is he going to do? Is he really planning to destroy the dark tide? Meanwhile, Fong Yi had already plunged into the tide itself. As he went deeper and deeper, everything around him had already gone pitch black. Looking around, Fong Yi chuckled. Just as I thought. These abnormalities, rather than being low-tier ones manipulated and purified by the dark attribute, it would be more accurate to call them gentler, upgraded fused forms. From B rank to A rank, from A rank to S rank. And as for the overall level of this entire dark tide anomaly, calling it beyond S rank would not be an exaggeration. No wonder it could casually devour even spirit-forging pioneers, the finest of humanity. With that thought, lightning gathered slowly in Fong Yi's hand, and then he began charging through the dark tide without pause. Faced with powerful abnormalities, he directly unleashed a single slash infused with yang attribute. At that moment, Fong Yi thought to himself that with the power of the spirit-forging realm combined with his enhanced weapon, enemies that had once forced him into a bitter struggle could now be killed in an instant. Even the clustered entities inside the dark tide were no exception. And after Fong Yi pushed even deeper, he suddenly spotted someone. That person looks kind of familiar. Is this the guy from before? Fong Yi stepped forward and asked, "Old Deng, are you still alive?" Hearing a response from his mouth, Fong Yi realized the man was still reacting. It was clear that this person's spiritual power had not yet been completely eaten away by the dark attribute. Even if his spirit-forging foundation wasn't as solid as mine, he is still truly in the spirit-forging realm. There's still a sliver of hope. Then Fong Yi raised his hand and shouted, "Divine thunder." In the next second, a massive bolt of lightning blasted onto the anomaly. That strike also freed Old Deng, who had been trapped inside. Fong Yi looked at him and sighed. He can still be saved, but it's not looking good. But at that moment, the anomaly that Fong Yi had shattered reappeared in a flash. Looking at it, Fong Yi muttered, "So it can regenerate endlessly? Is this the special trait of anomalies above S rank? In that case, let's see if it can be extracted." Then Fong Yi directly stretched out his hand and removed the spiritual protection around it, detecting an extremely strong dark attribute. This attribute's power is special. Extraction is temporarily unavailable. Hearing the system prompt, Fong Yi felt a trace of unwillingness. Even after reaching spirit forging, he still couldn't extract the dark attribute. Sure enough, the dark attribute was more special than the others. Since I can't completely destroy it, and I can't directly absorb it either, then I can only use another method. Too bad I didn't bring my little white flower. Otherwise, I could have used the power of desolation to compete with this dark attribute. But what else could work? In the next second, Fong Yi suddenly thought of something. Isn't there a ready-made option right here? Meanwhile, over on Su Qingying's side, Lin Yi was asking, "Captain Su, have you ever seen anything like this?" Su Qingying replied, "My experience is limited. I've never seen a dark tide actually stop." But at that moment, Lin Yi suddenly started trembling all over. What's going on with the barrier? This is too strange. Even when I faced the ghost child before, I was never this uneasy. But in this bizarre environment, I feel like this. Cousin's been in there for so long. What if something happened to him? Seeing that, Su Qingying patted her hand. His spiritual barrier is still there. It only flickered just now. We can reinforce it together with our spiritual power. Besides, if someone with his strength really gets into trouble, then all we can do is die along with him. A spirit-forging cultivator who holds several absurdly overpowered attributes. I even suspect his real strength has already reached spirit-forging 3-star. It's not the place of small fry like us ghost acts 3 stars to teach him anything. Hearing Su Qingying's words, Lin Yi immediately relaxed a lot and laughed. "Captain Su, you've got such a great sense of humor." But while they were talking, a pillar of light suddenly shot up from the dark tide into the sky. This was Feng Yi's newly comprehended skill, the 9-dragon heavenly fire sealing art. At that moment, Feng Yi's entire body was wrapped in lightning. After seeing it, 81 shouted excitedly, "Lin Yi, that's your cousin, but that move is way too cool." Seeing this scene, Jilon also sighed in amazement. Is this a seal created from heavenly fire attribute? This guy, he actually sealed the dark tide. As Feng Yi poured the lightning attribute into the seal, he shouted, "By the decree of the 9 dragons, seal!" The enormous fire mass crashed to the ground with a boom, then visibly shrank before their eyes. In the end, it turned into a tiny fireball. At last, Feng Yi had finally completed the dark attribute compilation. He then walked into the deepest part of the dark zone and found the corpse emerald flower. It turned out that just moments ago, while looking at old Deng on the ground, Feng Yi had said he's safe for now. What am I supposed to do with this unexpected bonus of picking up a person? At the same time, Lin Yi came over happily and said, "Cousin, it's great that you're okay." Su Qingying, meanwhile, told Feng, "Leave that man to my people." After sealing a high-level dark attribute, why don't you seem happy at all? Seeing Feng Yi remain silent, Su Qingying thought to herself. He said he was going to wipe out the dark tide, and he actually did it. This man is unbelievably strong. After thinking for a moment, Feng Yi told them, "Because this is only a temporary seal. The dark attribute inside is far too abundant. We need to leave quickly. While the seal is still active, hurry and get the corpse emerald flower." Hearing that, Su Qingying nodded. "Understood. We'll take this man back to Lingxie for treatment and recovery." By the way, none of the others ahead managed to come out. Looking at her, Feng Yi said, "I didn't even see a scrap of clothing or a single bone. Other than this man, they were probably all swallowed by the dark attribute, no matter what realm they were in." Hearing that, 81 sighed. They were all still living people just a moment ago. And now they're just gone. Maybe I'm cold-blooded, but my first thought right now is, luckily, I didn't have to watch them die with my own eyes. After that, Feng Yi told them, 81, then Captain Su, you go in front. The most dangerous thing right now is actually this black pool. It's better if I stay at the rear. But just as Feng Yi walked toward the black pool, the system suddenly sent a prompt. A strong dark attribute fluctuation has been detected again. As he reached out his hand, the system informed Feng Yi, detection successful, initiating ultimate computational compilation. In the next second, the energy inside the black pool began to pour out, and then all of it drilled into Feng Yi's body. After all the energy had been absorbed by Feng Yi, the system prompted, "Compilation successful. You have obtained the dark attribute technique, infinite dark realm." The dark realm condenses a sealed black mist space. Within this space, spiritual energy will be eroded by the dark attribute, and existing spiritual power will be greatly reduced. Looking at the panel, Feng Yi murmured, "A special domain." In other words, as long as I use infinite dark realm on an enemy, the dark attribute corrosion effect layered inside can wear down the opponent's spiritual power, and even their spiritual attacks will gradually weaken. If I combine it with my other attribute techniques, wouldn't that stack into an even stronger weakening effect? In that case, even if I encounter abnormalities with attributes stranger than the dark tide, I'd still be able to cross realms and destroy them. After sensing the change in the surroundings, Su Qingying turned back and asked, "Do you feel like the black mist is rising again?" But when she saw Feng Yi, her eyes widened in shock. This spiritual fluctuation, why is he advancing again? There wasn't any great change in heaven and earth just now. Could it be that he absorbed the power of the dark tide, the official S-rank, no upper limit anomaly? But that was simply too absurd. In the early signs of spiritual revival, all pioneers knew that the dark attribute was the most troublesome of all. It was a force formed from the deepest negative emotions and hidden malice within all living beings. That was why absorbing the dark attribute had been strictly forbidden by the authorities. The authorities had once tried to study it, hoping to purify and refine the dark attribute, but they paid a terrible price. Because of that, dark attribute anomalies were classified separately, although their levels were also divided from D rank to S rank. Even a D rank 1 could make a pioneer newly entering the Ghost Axe realm lose themselves. Not to mention the Dark Tide, which definitely contained S rank anomalies, let alone one spirit forging cultivator. Even 10 could be devoured at will. Back when dark attribute absorption hadn't yet been strictly banned, there had once been a pioneer who tried to absorb dark attribute power. But that Ghost Axe 3-star pioneer only absorbed a wisp of dark attribute left behind by a C-rank dark anomaly, and was violently backlashed. His skin rotted, his mind went mad, and to this day he is still in a psychiatric hospital. A moment later, Fong Yi put away the dark energy and returned to the ground. Then he looked into the distance and said, "Come out. You've been watching us for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, Jilan appeared. "If I'm not mistaken, Fong Yi, you were the one who sealed the dark tide. And what were you doing just now? Absorbing the dark attribute." Hearing that, Fong Yi showed no intention of avoiding the question. "That's right." But in the next second, Jilan's hand suddenly reached into her clothes and pulled out a weapon, aiming it directly at Fong Yi. 81 and the others were instantly shocked. They immediately moved to stop her. "What are you doing?" Su Qingying also hurriedly stepped in front of Fong Yi. "If I remember correctly, Fong Yi is your military's top recruitment target. Earlier, when our Lingxia wanted him, your side intercepted first. So what exactly is this supposed to mean?" Fong Yi, however, moved her aside and said, "Strange. Wasn't our mission to find the corpse emerald flower? Miss, you were clearly in a hurry to complete the mission, but now it seems like you're unhappy that we didn't die here." Seeing that she still kept the gun trained on him, 81 raised his voice. "Jilan, we've always trusted you. But since you were here, why didn't you help just now? If not for Boss Fong Yi, we'd all have been wiped out. Forget me, Lin Yi is still just a kid. But all you did was stand by and watch. And now you want to make trouble for Boss." Yet at that moment, Jilan put away her weapon and smiled faintly. "Just a joke. Looks like your teammates all like you very much. Congratulations, you passed the test." When she said that Fong Yi was liked, 81 and Su Qingying both looked a little embarrassed for a moment. Then Fong Yi looked at Jilan and said, "So your purpose in coming here was to test me?" "More or less. Because with your talent and strength, I didn't want to just look at cold data. I wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of person you really are. And as for your earlier question, why I didn't make a move? Because pioneers can only follow the rules of pioneers in this world of spiritual revival. We're all the same. That is the fate of a pioneer. Life, death, fortune, and disaster can change in an instant. But you were very lucky. You have someone worth entrusting your lives to. Someone reliable and strong enough. Haven't you noticed? Up until now, no anomaly has attacked you. That's because they really were suppressed by Fong Yi's seal. The force of the Dark Tide has been sealed. The Dark Tide is like reality itself, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I'll take you to find the corpse emerald flower. I know this place better than you do." As they followed her, Fong Yi thought to himself, "Why do I feel like this person has some mental issues?" At that moment, Su Qingying walked over and quietly told him, Jilan's team also encountered the Dark Tide before, but in the end, she was the only one who came out alive. Hearing Su Qingying's words, Fong Yi finally understood. Because of her identity, she had become absolutely obedient and cold toward missions and rules. Because of her teammates' sacrifice, she had developed a self-destructive tendency similar to post-battle trauma. At the same time, there was also some belief supporting her and keeping her going. But after seeing me seal the Dark Tide, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Thinking that, Fong Yi said, "Forget it. 81, little Sue, let's cut this wounded patient some slack. The damage to her spiritual barrier is severe. She's at least Spirit Forging 2-star, but her spiritual barrier has practically dropped by 2 whole tiers. In other words, she's suffered pretty serious internal injuries." Fong Yi's words were also heard by Jilan. She then stopped walking, looked at Fong Yi, and said, "Thanks, but my injuries aren't the issue." In no time, the group had arrived at the extreme dark zone. Along the road through the mass grave, Fong, he suddenly noticed that one of the skeletons looked a little off. But at that moment, Jilon looked ahead and said, "We're here. This is the burial ground. Look, that's the corpse emerald flower." Yet as soon as Jilon finished speaking, she walked straight toward it, paying no attention at all to the anomaly around them. She kept muttering, finally, I've seen it again." Seeing that, Fong knew at once that something was wrong with her behavior. Then energy instantly gathered in his hand. With a loud shout of "Wake up!" he hurled it toward Jilon. Legend has it that Xia possesses a Star God war zone with absolute combat power. Anyone who wishes to enter it needs approval from the top leadership of Xia. And today, Jilon handed the core command token of that war zone to Fong Yi. It turned out that just now, Jilon had been jolted awake by the fireball coming from behind. At that moment, she sensed an overwhelmingly powerful energy. This was an extremely rare Young Attributa. In the next second, she spun around and waved her hand, blocking the fireball. Upon seeing Fong Yi, she realized that she had just been controlled. So my preparations still weren't thorough enough after all. Just then, Lenny hurried over and asked, "Jilon, are you alright?" Su Qingying also told her the dark attribute's influence on you just now was really serious. Why don't we all stay here together? Then she looked at Fong Yi and said, "He alone is enough to get the corpse emerald flower." As soon as she said that, Fong Yi was already walking slowly toward the corpse emerald flower. Wherever he passed, the dark aura also dispersed. But at that moment, the ground beneath Fong Yi suddenly cracked with a snap. In the next second, an S-rank anomaly burst out from below and lunged at Fong Yi. Countless vengeful souls screamed from its mouth. At that moment, Fong Yi said only one phrase, "Divine Thunder," and a thunder sphere wrapped around his hand. Then he threw it at the S-rank anomaly. It transformed into a lightning cage and bounded in place. Looking at the anomaly howling under the electric shock, Fong Yi clicked his tongue. How many anomalies had this fox demon devoured to mutate into an S-rank? I need to finish this quickly. He still had to get the corpse emerald flower and leave. There wasn't much time left on the Dark Tide seal. Then today, I'll use you to test it out. As he spoke, a purple sphere of energy rose in Fong Yi's hand, and he shouted, "Infinite Dark Realm, descend." Instantly, that purple aura completely enveloped the S-rank fox demon. Countless resentful spirits flew out from the energy and wrapped around its body. Just as it kept weakening and shrinking, the system sent a prompt. Affected by the special dark attribute within Infinite Dark Realm, S-rank Anomaly Fox Demon has been reduced to B rank. Seeing that, Fong Yi exclaimed, "It dropped 2 full grades in one go. Looks like even the S-rank anomalies in this extreme dark zone have a pretty solid cultivation foundation." Then he directly drew his Tang saber and finished it with a single slash. Meanwhile, Su Qingying stared at that purple energy and cried out, "What is that this time?" But Jilon behind them told the two of them, because this is Fong Yi's own understanding. He mastered the dark attribute and, moreover, ignored its backlash to create a domain of his own from it. Yet Jilon knew very well that using spiritual power to create a domain was an extremely difficult thing. Before him, there had been only one known person able to create a personal domain space from a spiritual attribute. Other than him, there were at most 3 people in the world with such an ability. The identities of the other 2 were unknown, but it was known that, back then, when it was predicted that the capital was about to face an apocalyptic catastrophe, that person had unfolded his domain in an attempt to suppress it. But just as Jilon was thinking that, they suddenly shouted, "It moved! It moved!" At that moment, Fong Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, there probably won't be any more trouble in this burial ground behind us." After saying that, he turned and once again walked toward the corpse emerald flower. Then he carefully stretched out both hands and gently picked the flower up. Looking at the corpse emerald flower in his hands, he thought, this should do it. At that moment, Jilan's heart was tense to the extreme, because the long-cherished wish she had held for so many years was truly about to be fulfilled. After handing it to Jilan, Fong Yi said, "Mission complete. We need to withdraw immediately. The Dark Tide is not like ordinary dark attribute anomalies. It could cause a catastrophe at any moment. Besides, we're carrying a burden with us." At that moment, Jilan didn't know what to say. Looking at Fong Yi, she solemnly said, "Thank you. Without your turning the tide, this mission would never have succeeded. And I also have to thank all of you for your help. Then let's head out." As they were leaving, Jilan was still saying, Fong Yi is truly sentimental. Xia's only Vajra realm venerable, Old Wu, is now in critical condition. The corpse emerald flower is his only hope of survival. You saved his life. However, upon hearing the words Vajra realm, Fong Yi was actually a little shocked inside, though he said nothing. After walking for a while, they faintly saw the exit. Seeing that, both 81 and Lin Yi exclaimed in excitement, Finally! We finally see the light. We made it out alive. Yeah, finally seeing daylight again. At the entrance, the people there were all utterly stunned when they saw the corpse emerald flower and shouted one after another, They really got the corpse emerald flower. Sister Lan said they got it, but we still hardly dared believe it. Yeah, who exactly was the person that picked the corpse emerald flower? After coming out, 81 also sighed, I can't believe this many people were waiting. But in the next second, the group froze as they looked ahead. Could that be a vehicle from the Star God War Zone? That absolutely dominant Star God War Zone of Xia, famous across the nation, known by everyone. Only then did 81 realize. So Sister Jilan is actually one of the upper ranks of the Star God War Zone? My God, and I actually talked back to her just now. The reason they were so shocked was because the Star God War Zone was the #1 among Xia's 10 great war zones. Even in the era of peaceful development, it had already been renowned nationwide as the strongest elite force, gathering the top physical and intellectual talents. After the spiritual revival, they still possessed uniquely blessed advantages. Not only were their resources abundant, but the forbidden zones under their watch were also priceless places for cultivation. After that, Fong Yi formally handed the corpse emerald flower over to the military. At that moment, the major looked at Fong Yi at a loss for words. In the next second, all the soldiers shouted in unison and saluted, showing their respect to Fong Yi. As they were leaving, the major told Jilan, I'll send the corpse emerald flower to the hospital immediately. Don't worry. All right, go ahead first. I'll come over later. After they left, Fong Yi asked Jilan, You're from the Star God War Zone? Hearing that, Jilan nodded. Then she told Fong Yi, Your strength and performance have probably already spread throughout our war zone. It won't be long before you become famous. But I do have to admit, your strength alone is enough to crush even the strongest squad in our war zone. Besides that, your potential is enormous. I still can't see where your limit is. If you're interested, would you like to join? You could get the very best cultivation resources. Oh, right. This mission's bounty reward for you, your team, and Lingxia's squad will all be doubled. Hearing that, Fong Yi said, I'll gladly accept the reward. But even though I now know you're Xia's #1 force, I have my own cultivation methods and pace. So I'll pass on joining. Seeing Fong Yi refuse, Jilan continued, Fong Yi, ever since the great upheaval of heaven and earth, what the nation values most, or fears most, is dark attribute anomalies. Their numbers are rapidly growing and multiplying. In the future, the situation will only become more severe. The range of their influence will also continue to expand, like malignant tumors, capable of causing catastrophic consequences at any time. That's why we have no choice but to pour all our efforts into establishing restricted zones to block them. Lingxi is also standing guard everywhere. I'm telling you all this not to restrain you or morally pressure you. I just think that an outstanding pioneer like you now has the right to know these things. After hearing her out, Fong Yi simply smiled. Understood. If I run into something like this again in the future, even if they're strangers, I won't stand by and do nothing. You can rest assured about that. Seeing that he had already made up his mind, Jilan smiled and said, I'm very glad to have met you, Fong. Please take this token for now. With it, you'll be able to enter and leave any restricted zone freely for cultivation. And the gates of the Star God War Zone will always be open to you. One more thing. Would you like to go see Old Wu? Here it comes. Fong Yi had not only resolved Jilan's wish of many years, he was even planning to help Old Wu, Xia's #1 figure, recover from his injuries. It turned out that just now, after hearing Jilan's proposal, Fong Yi asked, You mean that Vajra realm venerable? Hearing that, Jilan nodded. Yes, he is my benefactor and teacher. I think the two of you should meet. I wonder if you'd be willing. This is just my personal thought. I want to make you my friend. But at that moment, Fong Yi put away his phone. He raised his hand and released spiritual energy. The more friends, the more paths. I'll make this trip with you. Consider this a gift between friends. I think I should be able to clear the blockage in your body that was contaminated by the dark attribute. Feeling Feng Yi's spiritual energy, Ji Lan sighed in amazement. So the lightning attribute can even heal? Right now, all I feel is numbness and tingling throughout my body. The areas that were originally cold and aching are now warm. And the pain is disappearing too. The wounds eroded by the black mist are healing. My damaged internal organs seem to be recovering to their former health. The meridians and blood vessels in my body are being combed through and cleansed. All the toxins in my body, they were completely wiped out by this rare lightning attribute. It's unbelievable. It feels like I've been reborn. A moment later, Feng Yi asked how she felt now. Sensing the changes in her body, Jilan said happily, "Very good. All the remaining dark attribute inside me has been removed." No, rather than removed, it feels more like it was shattered. At the same time, over by the ambulance, they were staring at old Deng in shock. Even someone at the first level of spirit forging had been injured this badly, and yet he could still be saved? Then Su Qingying turned around and noticed the change in Jilan. She immediately walked over and asked, "Sister Jilan, why does it feel like your injuries are healed?" Yes, that rare, pure lightning attribute cleared away all the dark attribute left in my body. Hearing that it was true, Su Qingying pointed at Feng Yi and exclaimed, "So this is the tyrant's lightning attribute. It can destroy enemies above and save people below." Seeing her staring at him with ill intent, Feng Yi asked, "What are you looking at?" But in the next second, Su Qingying called over the medical staff. "Quick, over here." Then she looked at Feng Yi expectantly and asked, "Can we cooperate with you? If we combine your spiritual power with medical equipment, we should be able to save more people suffering from dark attribute contamination. Please, Forerunner, show one more time." That left even Feng Yi speechless, so he could only release his spiritual energy again and say, like this. The moment they saw the spiritual energy in Feng Yi's hand, the medical staff widened their eyes. It really might work. Such pure, high-level lightning attribute energy really can crush dark attribute power. Jilan also stepped forward and told them, "Just now, Feng Yi directly channeled it into me, and the dark attribute on my body was shattered. So as long as Feng Yi makes contact with the injured forerunners, it should work." I remember one of the unconscious patients is also in the spirit forging realm. But Su Qingying shook her head. "No, not every spirit forging cultivator can withstand that kind of spiritual power." The medical staff added from the side, "According to Commander Jilan's diagnosis, although your injuries were severe, by our standards they were still considered minor injuries. As for that injured person just now, the amount of lightning spiritual power needed to heal him would probably be 10 times yours. If he can keep his life and wake up, that would already be very good. A full recovery is impossible." Hearing their explanation, Feng Yi said, "But isn't this basically like a blood transfusion? Then how do I give you the spiritual power so you can store it and use it?" They then told Feng Yi, "Please come this way. Just put your hand in here and release your spiritual power." Watching this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She hadn't expected Sister Jilan to actually be one of the higher-ups of the Star God War Zone, and her cousin had made the mighty Star God War Zone extend an olive branch to him. They treated the usually cold and aloof Jilan with exceptional courtesy, and even took the initiative to befriend her cousin. She had even seen Jilan give her token to Feng Yi just now. At that moment, Feng Yi also noticed his cousin's gaze. He then looked at the two of them and asked, "Yi, how are you two?" Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly. "Cousin, we've already adjusted ourselves. Next, 81, and I want to go train some more and take on some missions. We can't keep relying on you all the time, cousin. Otherwise, we won't make any progress at all. I can't keep dragging you down. I have to catch up to you as soon as possible." Hearing their plan, Feng Yi nodded. "All right, stay safe." But inwardly, he felt very gratified. The kids really had grown. After everything was settled, Su Qingying waved goodbye. "Then we'll take our leave first. If fate allows, we'll meet again on another mission." Jilan then told Feng, "Let's go. We're going to visit Old Wu." On the way back, someone in a nearby vehicle was shouting angrily, "I told you to keep acting cold and aloof, told you to come to the scene late. Now look what happened. He got poached by the Star God War Zone. All our efforts these past days were wasted. The reason Su Qingying was so angry was because she knew very well that Lingxia structure was still far too chaotic. Between the headquarters and the local Lingxia branches, many of the people in charge put on even more airs than the military brass. The top elite squads were as fragmented as loose sand. Forget whether they were willing to build a good relationship with a returning sovereign general like Fong. Some troublemakers, not coming to provoke him, would already be considered fortunate. The scene shifted. In the highest ward of the Star God War Zone medical base, Fong Yi looked at the old man lying on the bed and asked, "Is this Old Wu?" Jilon nodded and said, "It's strange. An absolute powerhouse of the Vajra realm is actually such a thin, withered old man. He looked even worse before. He was basically a corpse. We've even used the corpse emerald flower, and he still hasn't woken up." When the dark attribute natural disaster descended on the capital, even the sky itself was torn open by darkness. To prevent that dark attribute anomaly from affecting the capital, Teacher tried to seal the rift with his own body. All of us had already used special methods to transfer our spiritual power to him. We judged that this natural disaster anomaly exceeded S rank. Although the dark tide we encountered was already an S rank disaster, the destructive power of this natural disaster was several times greater. Once it descended, it could destroy the entire capital, and even the surrounding cities would be affected. The destruction of the capital would have a completely different meaning. If it fell, the whole nation would plunge into chaos. Teacher used his own domain to forcibly seal that S rank anomaly. But unexpectedly, even with all of our combined strength resisting it, that catastrophe was far more terrifying than we had judged. Teacher was ravaged by the dark attribute. If he weren't a Vajra realm sovereign, he would have already been obliterated in that instant, or even become a puppet of the dark attribute anomaly. After hearing Jilan's words, Fong Yi muttered, he stopped the city from being destroyed. He really is an incredible forerunner, because he remembered that in the past, so many forerunners had also stood in front of him. That was why he had become one of the few humans who survived to the end. Maybe in his previous life, Old Wood already died at this point. Then Fong Yi directly raised his palm. Jilan immediately cried out in alarm. "What are you going to do to Teacher?" But Fong Yi told her, "Don't be nervous. Even though the corpse emerald flower has already taken effect, I still want to try and see if I can eliminate some of the deeply rooted dark attribute inside him. That way he can wake up faster." But Jilan said, "This is dark attribute residue from an S-rank natural disaster." Before she finished speaking, she changed her mind. "Forget it. You're Fong Yi. Maybe you really are a miracle. But be careful. This dark attribute is far more terrifying than the one in the dark tide. Otherwise, even after using the corpse emerald flower, Teacher's recovery wouldn't still be so slow." Hearing that, Fong Yi looked at Old Wu and said, "I know. I can feel it. I can feel just how powerful the darkness inside is. Even though the corpse emerald flower's purifying power has restrained it, it still gives off tremendous pressure." However, as Fong Yi began treatment, a mass of dark aura suddenly gathered. Seeing that, Jilan hurriedly warned Fong Yi, "Be careful. Focus your mind. It's starting to affect you." At the same time, Fong Yi also activated his spiritual power solidification. But when he slowly opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene before him. Looking at the enormous eye in the sky, Fong Yi exclaimed, "Did it drag my consciousness in the past?" The legendary monster from the back mountain came to the back mountain again, but today's purpose was to level up Little Flower. It turned out that just then, the giant eye in the sky looked at Fong Yi and asked, "Who are you?" Fong Yi thought to himself, "I only touched the dark attribute lingering in Old Wu's body, and it already contaminated my mind and created an illusion." Thinking of this, lightning flashed in his hand. "No matter what, I'm only here to get rid of the filth." In his eyes, this thing was not so powerful as to be invincible. But the moment he finished speaking, a black bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. Seeing that, Fong Yi cried out, "What the hell is that?" In the next second, he activated the Jingyang breathing technique and sprinted out of the attack range. Looking at that bizarre lightning, Fong Yi was startled. This was no weaker than the divine thunder dew he had absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak before. And there were also so many insect-shaped anomalies filled with dark attribute power. Although this was only an illusion, every single one of them was as ferocious as the anomalies in the dark tide. And there were thousands upon thousands of them. While he was still thinking, The countless insects were already buzzing toward him. As for Fong Yi, flames had already gathered in his hand. Looking at the scene in the sky, he said, "Then the only option is to burn through this sea of bugs." With a loud shout of rise, he leaped into the air. The dark attribute monster let out a strange cry. But even after Fong Yi shattered it, it gathered together again. Fong Yi thought, this thing is an S-rank anomaly aggregate. But maybe because this is an illusion, or because of the corpse emerald flower, it has been greatly weakened. Its strength is roughly on par with mine right now. So this is what Old Wu faced, the anomalous disaster that could destroy an entire city. No, probably even more than that. Thinking this, Fong Yi directly used the latest technique he had learned, the infinite dark realm. In the next second, a huge black hole formed in his hand. Seeing this, the giant I cried out in alarm, "You're not human." Then, accompanied by Fong Yi's loud shout of open, the black hole began sucking in everything around it, growing larger and larger. Before the giant eye vanished, it told Fong Yi, "We will return very soon." After it ended, Fong Yi thought this should be the consciousness left behind by the power of that dark attribute anomaly. It said we could have accomplices? Will other natural disasters descend again? Forget it. I'd better get out first. At the same time, in reality, Fong Yi suddenly widened his eyes. As he raised his arm, a black mass was drawn out from Old Wu's body. Looking at the purple-black thing wrapped in crackling lightning, Fong Yi directly used the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Fire sealing art, preparing to seal it. Looking at the orb in his hand, he told Jilan, "This is the dark attribute left behind inside Old Wu. The dark attribute in Senior Old Wu's body should be residue from the natural disaster anomaly. Although it still contains powerful dark force. After being worn down by the corpse emerald flower and Old Wu's own seal, its influence is no longer that great. Old Wu truly deserves to be called Xia's #1 forerunner." He kept using his own body as the price to suppress the power of the dark attribute. Anyone else would have died countless times over. Seeing the cracks on Old Wu's body visibly fade away, Jilan was so excited she nearly shouted, "Fong Yi, you really saved his life." Fong Yi replied, "Not entirely because of me. If the corpse emerald flower hadn't been used first, I wouldn't have been able to remove the stubborn dark attribute in his body." But Jilan knew well that while the corpse emerald flower had preserved his life, Fong Yi's power had also given him hope of fully recovering. At that moment, Fong Yi clenched his palm tightly, and that mass of dark energy was crushed into powder. Then he looked at Jilan and smiled. "All right, now it should be completely gone. But there is one more thing I need to tell you. In that mental illusion just now, the residual dark attribute from the natural disaster seemed to be foreshadowing that it would come again. We need to stay prepared at all times. When that time comes, we can't have an old man who's just recovered from a serious illness charging at the front again." What Fong Yi didn't expect was that Ji Lan actually nodded and said, "I know. I've heard that rumor before." The monitoring departments of the military and Lingxia regularly compile the anomalous spiritual energy fluctuations collected by both sides. Those data are recorded and strictly controlled to prevent outside leaks. According to their projections, with Xia's current reserves of strength, I'm afraid we won't survive even the first year of the spiritual resurgence. Of course, none of us believed it. Hearing about the monitoring data of anomalous spiritual fluctuations, Fong Yi felt it sounded very authoritative. But at this moment he thought, could the future have changed because of my rebirth? I remember I should have survived until the 3rd year after the spiritual resurgence, though by then all of Lanxin had been almost completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Fong Yi patted Ji Lan on the shoulder and comforted her. "Don't think too much. Old Wu should wake up soon. Don't worry. If the natural disaster descends again, I will definitely fight alongside you." He knew very clearly in his heart that the battle against the natural disaster would come sooner or later. And he also made a firm resolution inwardly. "This time, I will definitely change everything." The scene shifted, and Fong Yi had already returned home. After clashing twice with S-rank anomalies, I feel like I'm about to break through to Spirit Forging 2nd Star. The spiritual resurgence is getting closer and closer. Although I already possess the power of the dark attribute, it is still far from enough. The anomaly in that illusion, even after being weakened countless times, still could not conceal its true might. But just as he was thinking, he suddenly noticed the little flower on the windowsill. "Not bringing you along before was my loss. It's all because I didn't keep you with me. I just regret not having the chance to let you play a role and level up. How about I take you out for a stroll? In the blink of an eye, Fong, he had already brought Little Flower to the back mountain. Looking at the lively scene there, Fong, he couldn't help sighing. That Plant Research Institute really does have some skill. Although nature's self-repairability became stronger in the early stages of the spiritual resurgence, in such a short time, quite a few of the trees that had originally been burned down had already recovered. There was even a batch of new seedlings. I'll have to thank Little Sue and the others another day. He then took out Little Flower and instructed it, only absorb a little at a time. Don't get too wild. With your appetite, even the entire forest of Lanshin wouldn't be enough for you to eat. Seeing it nod frantically, Fong directly placed it on the grass. In the next second, the surrounding trees began to wither, and endless vitality poured into Little Flower's body. A moment later, Fong looked around and thought, that's about enough. Come on, let's change places and keep absorbing. Among plant type, or rather wood type, purified life forms, I wonder where you'd rank. At the very least, your desolation attribute could be considered a true anomaly. As they walked, Fong also found it strange. There were originally quite a few animals in these mountains, but today he hadn't seen any at all. Was it because they feared the desolation power on Little Flower's body? But just then, he suddenly heard a howl. Fong immediately recognized the sound. It was a wolf. Could the wolf pack be evolving? This guy was a dual attribute mutated wolf king, a once-in-a-century rarity. But today, it had the bad luck of running into Little Flower, the king of desolation. Just then, Fong looked at the giant wolf before him and said, "So this is the Wolf King? Looks like its evolution is almost complete." And with a single howl from the Wolf King, it truly completed its advancement. Seeing this, Fong sighed, this spiritual aura is pretty strong. Could this thing become an extremely dangerous anomaly? At the same time, the wolf pack was slowly surrounding Fong Yi. Fong Yi and the Wolf King stared into each other's eyes. Looking at it, Fong Yi thought, after advancing, this Wolf King evolved from a forest beast with wood attribute into one with a highly corrosive poison attribute. That poison attribute should have come from absorbing dark attribute power during its advancement. Looks like dark attribute activity is becoming more and more frequent. It actually let the Wolf King gain a second attribute in one leap. But even so, it's only at the strength of a Thunder Tier anomaly. He then took out Little Flower. Let's get rid of them now. Although they were only Thunder Tier anomalies, the troublesome part was the sheer size of the wolf pack. What's more, the city was right below the mountain. If they entered the urban area, the disaster they'd cause would be unimaginable. The moment Fong set Little Flower down and said, "Then let's begin," the Wolf King also roared and pounced. The reason Fong didn't make a move himself was because he wanted to test just how destructive Little Flower's desolation power could be on its own. At the same time, the destroyer squad had already reached the foot of the mountain. One of them was saying, the Wolf King evolved successfully. It's so strong. I wonder how high its contamination level is now. But at that moment, the captain suddenly said 90, and it's still rising. With its wood attribute, the Wolf King's strength is at least Ghost Axe 3-star, maybe even Spirit Forging 1-star. The rest of the wolves range from Ghost Axe 2-star to 3-star. Hearing that, the team members hurriedly said, in that case, we don't have enough manpower at all. We can't beat them. Even you just broke through to Ghost Axe 3-star yourself, Captain. Looking up the mountain, the captain nodded. That's right. And now dark attribute power has appeared too? How could this happen? No wonder the contamination level is so high. I understand now. The contamination level is so high because the Wolf King evolved a second attribute. That's extremely rare among anomalies. But even if we can't beat it, we still have to stop it. If this pack of vicious beasts completes its evolution, the district below the mountain will fall. Fierce beasts are violent by nature. Now that they have gained evolved spiritual power, they'll only become even more terrifying. Hurry and notify Lingxia for support. But just then, the ground suddenly trembled. The captain cried out, wait, do you feel the hillside shaking? Don't tell me the wolves evolving caused an earthquake. No, that can't be right. There must be another anomaly. In the next second, as the number on the instrument shot up to 1,000, a massive surge of energy erupted from the mountain. Everyone shouted in shock, my God, it's desolation power. Why is there desolation power here? After hesitating for only a second, the captain gave the order, run. No matter what, retreat to a safe area. and have all nearby residents evacuate too. But then a team member suddenly shouted, "Wait, Captain, the desolation power didn't spread out this way." But then, what is this? Turning back, the captain discovered that the desolation power had sunk deep into the mountain itself. How strange. It feels like the danger has disappeared. As thick vines continue to grow, countless flowers suddenly bloomed on them. Looking at the flower petals filling the sky, the captain cried out, "Could it be a flower?" Meanwhile, on Feng Yi's side, the Wolf King had already fallen into that sea of flowers. And no matter how fiercely it slashed with its claws, those flowers could not be completely destroyed. At that moment, Feng Yi slowly said, "These flowers will keep regenerating and multiplying until they drain you dry. You still have spiritual power protecting your body, so you can struggle for a while." But then, as the camera pulled back, it could be seen that the entire wolf pack had been tightly captured by Little Flower. And through the branches, it was continuously absorbing the blood and vitality from their bodies. It would not let go until every last trace had been drained from them, and they had become nothing but bones. As Little Flower absorbed more and more blood vitality, it itself continued to evolve. Faced with this situation, the Wolf King used all its strength in an attempt to kill Feng Yi. Yet although its spiritual attacks were fierce, under Little Flower's protection, it could not harm Feng Yi in the slightest. At that moment, Feng Yi said coldly, "Useless. Haven't you realized? Little Flower's desolation attribute has already rooted itself deep into the land beneath this mountain forest. This endless sea of flowers takes from the mountain and returns to the mountain. Although you've advanced and opened some intelligence, I suppose you still don't know the saying, a wildfire cannot burn it all away. When the spring breeze blows, it lives again." But at that moment, the Wolf King suddenly turned with fury toward Little Flower's true position. In the next second, it roared and lunged at Little Flower. Seeing this, Feng Yi praised it. "Not bad. You even figured out where the true spirit flower is. Little Flower found you. What are you going to do now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Little Flower did not retreat, but instead moved forward. Then its entire body kept growing bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, Wolf and Flower crashed into each other. Little Flower kept strangling the Wolf King, while the Wolf King frantically bit back. For a while, it was hard to tell which of them would win that life and death clash. Seeing the Wolf King seemingly gain the upper hand, Feng Yi grew a little worried. Little Flower had actually allowed the dark attribute to corrode it. But then Little Flower's petals began linking together again. Slowly, the Wolf King's body was wrapped up bit by bit. In only a short while, its entire body was completely devoured by Little Flower. Feng Yi exclaimed, "What an overbearing desolation power. What kind of ability is this? I didn't expect that after implanting the desolation attribute into this flower, it would develop its own technique without even needing my further modification. Once trapped in this endless sea of flowers, no anomaly can escape. Even if the flowers are destroyed again and again, they can regenerate endlessly, using inexhaustible desolation power to reduce the enemy to bones." Thinking of this, Feng Yi stroked Little Flower and said, "Your technique shall be called Endless Bloom." As soon as he finished speaking, the system sent a notification. The flower has successfully developed a desolation attribute technique, Endless Spirit Bloom. But at that moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst from Little Flower's core. In the next second, as it fully bloomed, countless petals scattered outward. Seeing this, Feng Yi cried out, "Little Flower, are you evolving too?" This man had awakened an extremely rare fire attribute during the spiritual resurgence. And today, he intended to teach Feng Yi a lesson and prove that he was the true number one among fire attribute users. It turned out that just then, over at the Spiritual Energy Association, a large screen suddenly displayed detection of an extremely unstable contamination scene. Look, two completely different forces have appeared in the contaminated area. The Wolf King's advancement produced a dark attribute, but another desolation attribute has also surfaced without any warning. But just as their superior asked for the exact location, a staff member pointed at the screen and said, It's this wooded, low mountain area. This is the place Captain Su was previously responsible for. President Wenyin asked, didn't the destroyer squad go there to stop the wolf pack? Just then, the captain's voice came through. This is the destroyer squad. At the location of the wolf pack mutation, a powerful force of desolation suddenly erupted. The detected concentration has exceeded the limit. That force of desolation has already wiped out both the mutated source and the abnormal wolf pack. But the force of desolation didn't come at us. Instead, it burrowed into the mountain itself. A large number of mountain flowers are now blooming all across the hillside. Because of this abnormal phenomenon, we can't go any deeper. We have no idea whether this force of desolation will affect the surrounding area afterward. If the anomaly at that location erupts, its impact will far exceed the aerial scorching incident from before. Shouldn't you send reinforcements? If something goes wrong, all the pioneers on site combined may not be able to handle it. Hearing their report, the president nodded. In that case, we'll dispatch 2 elite squads. But at that moment, Su Qingying thought of someone. She silently thought, that's right, Fang Yi. I have a feeling this was him again. At that thought, she immediately said, wait, I think the one who released that force of desolation this time should be Fang Yi. His home is in that area. He would definitely protect everyone there. The scene shifted. Countless red petals were drifting down the back mountain. Fang Yi looked at Little Flower and said, just as I thought, you finished eating. This Wolf King was the same too, about to evolve a second attribute. Looking at Little Flower's blazing flower core, Fang Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be a life attribute. It can evolve just by devouring. This method of cultivation and advancement is practically cheating. As he spoke, Fang Yi took Little Flower into his hand. Then the system notification sounded. Pear Blossom Devour completed. Evolution finished through devouring the Wolf King and the Wolf Pack Spirit Flowers. Obtained, Desolate Fire Spirit Flower, Abnormal Desolation Attribute, Life Attribute. The purified Desolate Fire Spirit Flower has a strong craving for spirit energy. It may be placed in the Boundless Dark Realm for nourishment. When Fang Yi heard the words Boundless Dark Realm, his thoughts stirred. How'd I not think of that? I can put the spirit flower into the Boundless Dark Realm. There's a huge amount of dark attribute anomalies and soil in there. Once the spirit flower acclimates, it might even purify dark attribute energy. Just after Fang Yi settled Little Flower away, a mass of golden energy suddenly began gathering in the sky. Seeing this, Fang Yi knew he was about to break through, approaching Spirit Forging second stage. Then 2 golden arms stretched out from the dark clouds, pointing at Fang Yi. As a stream of spiritual energy entered his body, Fang Yi felt it becoming much easier to activate his power. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth fused naturally with his flesh, as if he had been born with a special constitution. But while Fang Yi was breaking through, someone in the distance said, "Found you. So this is where you are." The legendary Heavenly Fireblade, on the verge of 2-star spirit forging? Now that's exciting. He had seen news about Fang Yi on television before. Back then, he had thought, so he's a fire tribute pioneer? Then I'll have to crush his arrogance properly. I'll make everyone know that I'm the #1 fire tribute pioneer. Just then, Fang Yi sensed killing intent. The next second, he saw a burst of flame shooting toward him. With a flip of his palm, a boundless dark arrow gathered in his hand. He thrust it toward the oncoming fire and easily devoured all. Fang Yi thought to himself, so the fire tribute pioneers have finally shown up. He was hiding there earlier, not even bothering to conceal his spiritual energy. A wild pioneer, unaffiliated, unorganized, the type who only loves picking fights and challenging people. Then Jiang Lu walked out and said with a smile, "You're interesting. I can feel a powerful spiritual pressure coming from you. How did you avoid my flowing fire swallow just now?" "All right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Lu. You're about to remember that name." As he spoke, he charged straight at Fang Yi. Faced with Jiang Lu's fierce assault, Fang Yi merely slowly raised an arm and said one word. In an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. The next second, under Jiang Lu's utterly dumbfounded expression, it slammed into him. As the current spread through his entire body, Jiang Lu cried out inwardly, "What is this?" In the blink of an eye, Fang Yi's electricity had numbed him completely. He dropped to his knees, staring at Fang Yi in disbelief, repeatedly asking himself, what just happened? Wasn't this guy supposed to be a fire tribute pioneer too? and by then, he had no strength left at all. His whole body was trembling. Just then, Fong Yi had already walked up to him. He gently placed a hand on Jiang Lu's head. The next second, lightning flashed from his palm and slammed him straight into the ground. Then Fong Yi said coldly, "I didn't hear you clearly just now. What was your name again?" As for Jiang Lu, he had already completely lost the ability to resist. He simply could not accept the outcome. How is this possible? How could this happen? I'm a dignified spirit forging realm genius. I've always been one of the fastest cultivators among pioneers. Not to mention my trump card. That's one of the rarest high-level attributes, the fire attribute. With my powerful strength and spirit forging realm cultivation, I'm obviously a powerhouse among powerhouses. Everyone should be submitting to me and currying favor with me. That's the only way they'll earn the strength I grant them in this era of spiritual recovery. Seeing that he wouldn't speak, Fong Yi curled his lips into a faint smile. The next second, a powerful current shot directly into Jiang Lu's body, making him scream in agony. Jiang Lu still couldn't understand it. Wasn't he a fire attribute user? Then why did he also have lightning? He even extinguished my flames and left me unable to stand. But Fong Yi only looked at him coldly and said, "I thought you were stronger than this." Kids these days are way too confident. Hearing Fong Yi's words, Jiang Lu still felt that something was wrong. This man clearly hasn't even broken through to spirit forging second stage yet. So why does the spiritual power and pressure around him feel 2 whole realms above mine? No, it should be 3 realms. As Fong Yi's electricity intensified, Jiang Lu thought, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Jiang Lu is really going to die here today. It's here, it's here. The bad anomalies actually charged straight into Fong Yi's house. Even worse, they had appeared over the city in massive numbers. Just moments earlier, Jiang Lu had been shouting, "Don't kill me," but Fong Yi had only looked at him coldly, saying nothing. A moment later, Fong Yi released his grip and told him, "I'll only give you one piece of advice. A pioneer's abilities aren't for casually using against people. If you have time, go deal with some troublesome anomalies instead." With that, he turned and left. Watching Fong Yi's departing back, Jiang Lu thought, what does this guy even mean? How could he have such terrifying spiritual might? Is he just monstrously gifted, or am I too weak? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lu had already returned home. When he entered the house, his 2 friends looked a little surprised. One glance at his dispirited state was enough to tell he had suffered a blow. They greeted him, "You're back, brother. Nice new hairstyle." "Young Master Jiang, I've been telling you for ages that provoking people is a bad idea. Even if you lose your temper, I still have to say it again. You can't keep doing this. Spiritual recovery hasn't even officially begun yet. We're as tiny as dust, and you're already making enemies everywhere. That's way too risky. You're so battle crazy you don't care who the enemy is. That's just asking for trouble." Before the red-haired guy could finish, the black-haired man said, "Strange. You've nagged him this many times today, and he still hasn't blown up. Did something happen?" Seeing that Jiang Lu still wasn't speaking, the black-haired one walked over and asked, "What happened? Looking like this, did you get wrecked? Are you still the Jiang Lu who picks fights, starts trouble, and is ready to throw hands and open fire at any second?" The red-haired guy also asked, "Didn't you go challenge that heavenly fire blade today? What happened exactly?" Jiang Lu only said 2 words flatly, "Instantly defeated." The black-haired guy looked confused. "What do you mean, instantly defeated? Explain clearly." The next second, Jiang Lu said tearfully, "I got one shot. I should have realized something was wrong back then. If I had stopped in time, I wouldn't have suffered that kind of humiliation." The red-haired one sighed. "That heavenly fire blade is really that strong? You're a high-level fire attribute genius who broke into the spirit forging realm less than a month after awakening. Across several provinces and cities, there aren't many like you." But Jiang Lu continued, "It was only one move. In a split second, my proudest technique, flowing fire swallow, was shattered by his lightning." Hearing something so outrageous, the black-haired one asked, "Could you have challenged the wrong person? Your fire attribute is pure to a ridiculous degree. Unless it's someone from a high-level war zone, who else could actually fight you evenly? And not to mention, you've already advanced to spirit forging now." Even the red-haired one said, "When you had just awakened and were competing with us for resources, you beat 2 wild pioneers of the same attribute as you who had already reached Ghost Axe 3-star. So is it possible that the heavenly fire blade, but the one you ran into wasn't a pioneer at all? At the time, we estimated that his strength shouldn't have been above yours. But Jiang Lu shouted, "How could I have mistaken him? That place was exactly where the heavenly fireblade had appeared. It was definitely his turf. If you didn't experience it yourselves, you wouldn't understand. He's a monster. That powerful and violent lightning power. It was like all the thunder in the sky had gathered right beside my ears. My head almost got crushed on the spot. My instincts tell me it was him. He is a top-tier, dual attribute, fire and lightning spirit forging pioneer. His lightning attribute ability was actually vastly stronger than my flames. He definitely hid his true strength. Damn it, he's at least spirit forging 3-star. The red-haired man muttered. A wild pioneer at spirit forging 3-star? How is that possible? If you didn't misjudge him, then that person will become the nightmare of every heaven's favored pioneer. With attributes and talent that terrifying, no one could hope to compare. But just then, Jiang Lu suddenly said, "He crushed me with one move. Do you think I should go apologize?" At the same time, Fong, he was cultivating at home. He thought strange. I was clearly about to break through to spirit forging second stage just now. Why has that sense of opportunity disappeared now? A moment later, he realized it wasn't a problem with himself. He slowly opened his eyes. It should be an external reason. For some reason, the spiritual energy right now can't gather. It can't condense the heavenly phenomenon needed for advancement and breakthrough. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something said earlier. The monitoring department periodically compiles all the zero anomaly fluctuation phenomena collected from both sides. These data are all under strict control. Rumor has it that the derived figures show that Xia's current reserves may not even last through the first year of spiritual recovery. At that thought, Fong Yi sighed. Could something truly major be about to happen? Will spiritual recovery come early in my city? I should contact Jilan and see what the military situation is. But when he called, all he heard was, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." It's not going through. Has the military already headed to the front lines? If there's a major anomaly, the military should contact me. The worst possibility is that they've been forced out of communication. Just as Fong Yi was worrying, Su Qingying suddenly called. After he answered, he heard her voice breaking up on the other end. "Fong Yi, situation. If possible, request support." Fong Yi said, "Your signal is bad. Have a lot of anomalies appeared in the city." At that very moment, a bad anomaly was madly smashing itself against the window, while Su Qingying's voice on the phone remained choppy. "The problem is serious. I'm in the city." And just as Fong Yi turned to look at the window, that bad anomaly slammed into it with a bang and shattered it. Watching it lunge at him, Fong Yi coldly said, "You overestimate yourself." As he spoke, lightning was already flickering at his fingertips. With just a swipe of 2 fingers, he instantly killed the bat anomaly. Right after that, Lin Yi suddenly pushed open the door and shouted, "Cousin, there's a bat anomaly." Seeing the large hole in the broken window, she asked if something had happened. After Fong Yi told her what had just occurred, Linny looked out the window and said, "Anomalies usually only appear occasionally, but now they're brazenly showing up inside the house, and there's more than one." Fong Yi nodded. "If things go well, it may still be within my control. But in the worst case, a massive mutation could occur here, like the natural disasters we've seen in the news before. A Ghost Axe 2-star anomaly like this normally only hides in the dark. It wouldn't rampage through a busy city, let alone attack a pioneer's home. Next, we're going to have a hard battle. We just don't know what we're up against yet. Call every pioneer you can contact to the house. You're already close to the threshold of spirit forging, so I'll leave the safety of the house to you for now. Cover that broken window. Don't let any anomalies get in. You all can handle that, right?" Above them, the sky was already rumbling with rolling thunder. At that moment, on a rooftop, Su Qingying was saying, "Our signal has already been affected. Fong Yi can't hear our exact location. If a massive mutant disaster like that really happens, then we'll have to handle it ourselves first." A subordinate said, "Could it be that the instruments made a mistake? Captain, I really can't imagine what it means for an anomaly to be beyond all preset classification levels." Even Su Qingying hoped it was just a false alarm. "How are the patrol conditions in each group? Has the pollution concentration in every district been measured? Everyone, stay on high alert. Report the fluctuation values in your own areas." But while she was communicating with each department over the radio, a sudden rustling of wings came from above. The moment she looked up, Su Qingying shouted into the radio, "Anomaly swarm sighted. Warning, anomaly swarm sighted. This is bad. This is bad. An S-rank anomaly has already swept across the entire city." And this time, could Fong Yi still save everyone from disaster? Just a short while earlier, the news had been reporting, our city is about to face the largest storm in half a century. Multiple areas have issued red alerts. Due to the torrential rain, schools will be closed for one day. Citizens are asked to remain indoors. Please do not go out. People were grumbling too. It feels like the sky is about to change completely. It's terrifying. Could something really happen? Is it the end of the world? What's been going on lately? At the same time, 2 motorcycles were speeding through the rain. Damn, this weather really isn't right. We can't be that unlucky, can we? So are we leaving or not? Say something, Jianglu. But Jianglu still remained silent. Then suddenly, a bad anomaly charged toward them. Seeing this, a burst of fire instantly appeared in Jianglu's hand as he cursed, "You're asking to die." The next second, he flung out a fireball and instantly killed the bat. The long-haired one exclaimed, "What's with this anomaly?" Normally, with Jianglu's fire attribute around, low-level anomalies avoid us. But when he heard the bat let out a screech, he instantly cursed. "What the hell? Why didn't it burn to death?" Jiang Lu said grimly, "That's not it. It's not that it didn't burn to death. They revived. The people in this place are freakishly strong, and now even the anomalies are this ridiculous. Let's go home. We need to get home now." The scene returned to the Spiritual Energy Association Hall several hours earlier. Su Qingying said, "So we should take action immediately. Please have the highest level personnel of Lingxie establish close communication with Fong." But just then, an emergency image suddenly appeared on the screen. The person in the footage was shouting, "Special anomaly warning. A dangerous anomalous event is about to descend on the city center. Estimated within 24 hours. A large number of bad anomalies have already gathered at the target location." On hearing a rank anomaly, everyone was shocked. Su Qingying immediately said, "Dispatch a team at once." "I'm going to." But they failed to hear the man's next words. "It's S rank. The latest forecast shows the descending anomaly is S rank, and possibly even higher." The scene shifted. Inside the military district, there was no one left, because at that moment, they were all outside fighting those bad anomalies. Just then, Jilan's hand seemed to hold 2 energy whips. With a forceful swing, the energy interwove into a giant net that swept away the anomalies. Jilan's ability was Spirit Form Manifestation, also known as a high-level metal-type mutation. It could transform spiritual power into any form and strengthen it, unleashing 200 of its normal might. Looking around, Jilan thought, these dark attribute bad anomalies just keep multiplying. It's like they can't be killed off. Are they trying to stop us from doing something? While she was thinking, someone walked over and said, "Commander Jilan, it seems your injuries have really improved. Your power is even greater than before. But the situation now doesn't seem good. Only the 2 of us high-ranking officers are left guarding the entire military district. Please give your next orders." Jilan told him, "Our communications have already been disrupted by the anomalies. Even the anti-interference systems have failed. We can't contact the officers deployed outside this district, nor the other military districts. I believe the others are facing the same problem. What we need to do now is break through. Squads 1 and 2 stay behind. Don't let them invade the restricted zone. Everyone else, come with me and break through the encirclement. Link up with the breakout teams from the other military districts. Our final objective is not the restricted zone, it's the city." The scene returned to the city streets. Pedestrians were running and shouting. "It's raining. It's really pouring." Under a bus stop, a reporter looked up at the sky and complained, "Wow, this rain is insane. I even put on a raincoat just to get footage. This bizarre weather is such a hot topic. Just like last time, I suffered a whole lot before I got that viral shot." But when she looked at the man beside her, her face instantly filled with horror. A bat had already bitten into his neck and was feeding frantically. The female reporter immediately ran for her life. Behind her came endless screams from the crowd. "There are so many bats. Help! Help! The bats are biting people. They're drinking blood." But unsurprisingly, she too was pounced on by a bat. Just as it was about to suck her blood, a blue flash suddenly streaked past. Su Qingying appeared in front of her. "My teammates will escort you home." You too, get her home safely. Her subordinate said, Boss, there are more and more C-rank bad anomalies, and they seem to be evolving. Can you handle this alone? But Su Qingying said, since we know they feed on human blood and flesh, hurry and get people to a safe place. After that, regroup with me here. This area has the highest concentration of anomaly pollution. Meanwhile, Fong, he was rapidly leaping across the rooftops. Looking at the anomalies in the sky, he sighed, a whole swarm of bats, and they've all evolved to nearly Ghost Axe, 3-star strength. As he spoke, his Tang saber was already wrapped in blazing fire. The next second, he swung his arm and unleashed the heavenly fire blade. But after the strike, he saw the bats revive again, leaving him shocked. He thought, these anomalies are very different this time. The bat swarm keeps multiplying and mutating. Even after death, they don't stay dead, making them extremely hard to eradicate. And in every densely populated area of the city, there are clusters of anomalies with extremely high dark attribute concentration. It's like countless identical pollution zones have appeared at the same time, and any one of them could turn into a huge disaster. So finding where the people from Lingxia are will take a little time. In that case, I'll just deal with them one by one. Thinking this, Fong Yi directly activated the boundless dark domain. You're going to become nourishment for my spirit flower. After dealing with those, Fong Yi knew he needed to move even faster. Although he had already called basically all the pioneers he could reach from the ancestral district to his house, with his cousin's abilities plus the others defending together, self-protection shouldn't be a problem. But if this continued, that dream would really become reality, and surviving then would be extremely difficult. 10 minutes later, Su Qingying looked at the endless swarm of bats and cursed. Damn it, there's no end to them no matter how many I kill. My spiritual power recovers nowhere near fast enough. If this keeps going, I'll run dry. And who knows whether my 2 unlucky teammates have run into trouble too. Just then, cries for help suddenly came from a building above. Damn it, if these anomalies keep getting stronger, their power will soon reach the spirit forging realm. We're spread too thin rescuing people. It's already not enough. They've already started launching large-scale attacks on people inside the buildings. This is practically the same as what almost happened in the capital before. If this keeps up, an anomaly king will be born. But just as Su Qingying was about to rush down, her face suddenly filled with shock as she looked upward. A black vortex was sucking in those bad anomalies. At the moment the city stood on the verge of destruction, this man stepped forward. And before the anomaly king could be born, he intended to kill it. Because just moments earlier, the city had already been steadily falling. The anomaly level this time was no less than the natural disaster that had nearly descended upon the capital. Worst of all, it seemed that no one could stop it from happening. Even the Spiritual Energy Association and the military appeared unable to completely turn the tide. The entire city was on the brink of total destruction. At this moment, reports from every team kept coming through the captain's channel. The vanguard squads were trading their lives for lives, erupting their spiritual energy into a sea of mist to block the spread of the bats. The vanguard teams drew the anomalies in and were surrounded. They also detonated their spiritual energy mist, successfully perishing together with the bat anomalies. The latest alert has detected a dark attribute anomaly code name. Its energy has already reached the dangerous S-rank level of the Vajra realm. Its projected ability has reached the standard of an anomaly king. Our vanguards and staff have suffered devastating casualties, but the bats are too numerous, and their replenishment speed far exceeds our current defensive capacity. Emergency Plan S-rank has been activated, but the vanguards in the other regions can't make it back in time no matter how hard they rush. The city has already been surrounded by a massive black mass. Rescue from the military district and other areas can't get in at all. We've become an isolated city. President Wen Yin let out a long sigh and said, "This has already reached the moment of life and death for the city. As vanguards, I am willing, just like everyone else, to live and die with this city, to advance and retreat together. As family of this city, if a disaster wants to destroy it, it will have to step over our corpses first. Try to send a final code number to headquarters. Once the natural disaster can no longer be stopped, in order to prevent the dark attribute from continuing to spread, immediately launch annihilation strikes." At the same time, Su Qingying's body was falling. Looking at the countless anomalies before her, she knew her spiritual power was already completely insufficient. If this keeps going, I'll definitely die. Thinking that, she directly launched an attack toward the central position. But this strike was blocked by a suddenly appearing bat. Su Qingying cried out in alarm. No way. A spirit forging 3-star? She hurriedly activated a shield to resist it, but in just an instant, the energy shield shattered like paper. Seeing this, Su Qingying cursed inwardly. Damn it, my spiritual power has already been drained dry. Then the spirit forging 3-star bat swiped a claw directly onto her body. That made Su Qingying fall even faster. Looking at the monster in front of her, she sighed. Looks like this is the only way. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. With that thought, she used all her remaining energy and began gathering it before her chest. But just as Su Qingying was about to exchange her life for its life, a huge blaze burst out in front of her. Su Qingying stared in shock and said, "What is that?" But the next second, she saw that familiar figure. As for Feng Yi, one eye blazing with thunder and the other with fire, he had already entered his fully empowered state. He gripped the Thundereed Tang Dao with both hands and leaped high. He slashed toward the bat that had just burst out of the flames. With a shout of divine thunder tempering, that blade seemed to split the sky apart. Feng Yi then said to Su Qingying from behind, "Sorry, it took me a bit of trouble to find you. There were too many identical anomaly swarms on the way." But Su Qingying looked up at the sky and warned him, "Be careful, they're gathering around." Feng Yi said, "Of course I know. Don't worry, I always keep my word." With that, he directly activated the boundless dark domain in his hand. In an instant, those bad anomalies were all sucked inside. Seeing this, Su Qingying's eyes widened. She thought, how could I forget? This city still has Feng Yi, this unparalleled vanguard. After cleaning out all the bad anomalies in sight, Feng Yi controlled the boundless dark domain and slowly shrank it back into his hand. When he was done, he turned back and asked, "Su Qingying, are you okay?" Su Qingying smiled and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I still have some hemostatic medicine on me. I can recover." But when Feng Yi turned and saw the injuries on her body, he froze for a moment. Then he directly activated divine thunder and patted her on the shoulder. "I've cleaned out some of the lingering dark attribute for you. If you have time, bandage the wounds." Su Qingying felt the current flowing through her body and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a high-grade thunder attribute, the pain in my wounds is greatly reduced, and the healing speed is even better than the hemostatic medicine from the Lingzi Research Department. Meanwhile, at headquarters, they were pointing at the screen and shouting, "Hurry, look! The anomaly swarm seems to be getting smaller and smaller. Could it be that they've broken through successfully?" But the supervisor said the rescue vanguard around the city have all come under attack and lost contact. They still can't enter the city, and the number of anomalies outside the city shows no sign of decreasing. The number of vanguards inside the city is getting smaller and smaller. Not a single team has re-established contact. It's likely that the anomaly king is about to descend, and the bat swarms inside the city have decreased only because they're converging. Actually, I wanted to go home and see my parents one last time, but I probably can't make it back. All I can do now is the last thing I still can. Back on Feng Yi's side, even he had a headache looking at the endless bats in the sky. He then asked Su Qingying, "Do you have any exact information over here? What exactly is this thing?" Su Qingying told him, "This is a super S-rank anomaly using the entire city as a blood sacrifice. Its power is no weaker than the one sealed before in the Star God War Zone. Usually, it's described with just 2 words, natural disaster. This cocoon is like the omen of a natural disaster. It can only give you a warning, just like how humanity can learn that disaster is about to descend, yet cannot stop it from happening. What is being nurtured inside is an extremely terrifying life form. Once it is successfully born, the entire city will be destroyed without a doubt. However, we now have a more scientific explanation. Research has found that anomalies, even those of the same kind, will devour and attack one another. In their mutated evolutionary sequence, devouring evolution is the fastest path to advancement. But dark attribute anomalies are different. The most typical example is this bat swarm. A perfect, evolved form. In front of anomalies of the same kind, it has an effect similar to bloodline suppression. Ordinary anomalies will automatically place themselves in the role of servants. We call this kind of perfect, evolved form an anomaly king. Boss, I know you're very, very strong, far beyond what I can comprehend, but you still haven't reached the Vajra realm. What's more, even the strongest vanguard back then was bettered after sealing a natural disaster, and people had to come one after another to gather Sawa Stone. We don't want to lose another genius vanguard. If possible, you should leave as soon as possible, break through the anomaly blockade outside the city, meet up with the military district, and tell them to give up this place. Before she could finish, Fong flicked her on the forehead. After more than 20 years of study and life, did spiritual energy revival make you forget? This is my home. Even if I have to pay any price, I will never retreat. At that moment, Su Qingying looked at Fong and felt a trace of or rise in her heart. Then Fong slowly walked toward the giant cocoon surrounded by anomalies and activated his strongest possession skill, Jing Yao. Can your watch still be used at all? Let me borrow it. After getting it, Fong said, doesn't this thing have functions for detecting anomalies and linking communications? This thing wants to use the whole city as a sacrifice to celebrate the birth of a king, right? Then I'll go up there now and kill it before it's born. Fong finally charged all the way to the giant cocoon. He even summoned Little Flower from within the boundless dark domain to assist him. Just then, the command center discovered a target rapidly ascending. Captain Su's signal has restored communication. Captain Su, can you hear us? Old Wu, why is her speed so fast? And she's rushing toward the birth point with the highest pollution concentration. Hurry and call her back. Going there alone is no different from courting death. Specialist Su Qingying, please respond upon receiving this. Please stop your actions immediately to avoid meaningless casualties. Please wait for support from Ling Xie, headquarters, and the military district. There will be a way. Specialist Su Qingying, please hold your position. Meanwhile, static had already begun crackling from Fong Yi's watch. I've finally figured out how to use this thing. Then he asked into the watch, can you hear me? Hearing that voice, the command center cried out, who are you? This isn't Specialist Su Qingying, but Fong Yi told them, listen carefully. I need all of you to connect with me right now. I'm going to take down the king at the center of this disaster zone. If you don't want the city to be destroyed and reduced to a blood sacrifice, then all of your communications officers need to bring all available equipment and information to support my assault and help me locate it. Hearing Fong Yi's words, the person on the other end froze. But the next second, he shouted, good. Everyone put down what you're doing and connect to him immediately. Use the satellites and radar that haven't been destroyed yet to detect nearby anomalies. Use every bit of authority you have to provide him information. CL2, you're responsible for the primary connection. Guide him precisely. Satellite imagery shows a huge number of anomalies surrounding the giant cocoon. The closer the distance, the greater the density, spiraling around it like a typhoon. The north side has relatively fewer anomalies and can serve as a breakthrough point. The main road is densely packed with anomalies. Recommendation: break through from the side road in the southeast. And just as Fong accelerated his charge, the command center suddenly shouted, not good. 2 anomalies have been detected ahead. Estimated both are A2S rank dark attribute anomalies, close to 2-star strength. Please evade immediately. But at that moment, all they could think was, can Fong really dodge them? It's far too late to retreat now. The next second, a huge scream rang out from Fong Yi's communicator. He had already killed both bats with a single slash. At that moment, he smiled faintly and said, and then, back at the command center, they also saw the anomaly sources vanish. Their eyes all widened as they cried out, he one-shot S-rank dark attribute anomalies with a single blade? Could he be that tyrant? It must be the tyrant. Great, we're saved. That's right. True masters hide in plain sight. I never imagined there was actually such a powerful vanguard here. After dealing with the anomalies, Fong turned back and saw that they were regenerating. Seeing that, he thought, after the Tang Dao's enchantment was strengthened, Flame now also restrains dark attribute anomalies. It can greatly slow their regeneration speed. If I had advanced successfully before and increased the intensity a bit more, 1 slash should have been enough to completely suppress their regeneration. Since that's the case, I can only rely on speed and high-frequency attacks to deal with them. These things keep coming endlessly, damn annoying. Just as Fong Yi was rapidly exterminating them, the giant cocoon suddenly let out a sound. Seeing this, all the bat anomalies seemed to hear a summons. They dropped everything in front of them and rushed toward the giant cocoon like mad. Seeing that scene, all the squads still fighting were baffled. What's going on? These bats actually stopped attacking. Even the president realized something was wrong. These bat swarms suddenly stopped attacking. Then there's only one possibility. They've been recalled by the Anomaly King. Could it be that the Anomaly King is accelerating its descent? If even the bat swarms being intercepted outside the city are being recalled, then do we still have a chance? The scene shifted. Jilon stood atop an armored vehicle, continuously attacking the bat swarm. She even asked her subordinate, "How much longer before we can enter the urban district?" The staff officer pushed up his glasses. "At the fastest, another half hour." Hearing that, Jilon said, "In half an hour the Anomaly King will have finished hatching, and the city will already be destroyed. What will be the point then?" But her subordinate told her there was no way around it. The number of these bats is more than 10 times higher than we originally estimated. Even if we use large-scale destructive thermal weapons, we still won't be able to eradicate them. Even though Jilon knew all of this, she still shouted, "That's not acceptable. If this continues, the surrounding cities will sooner or later also be turned into territory of the dark attribute. Do we still not have enough manpower to break through? Not even close. Who knows how many vanguards are still watching from the sidelines, as if the fire won't spread to them." But just when they were completely at a loss, Jilon suddenly looked into the distance and froze. Then she pointed at the bat swarm that was continuously converging and exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" The bat swarms in the city were gathering toward the area where the Anomaly King was being born. At that moment, she looked to the sky. Could that bright beam of fire be him? After confirming that it was Fong Yi, Jilan's gaze gradually became firm. She then shouted, "All units, unleash your firepower. Don't worry about insufficient reserves. We must enter the city. The Star God War Zone will never abandon the protection of any city." Moments later, a giant flaming dragon surged upstream through the bat swarm. Seeing this, everyone held their breath in shock. Lin, he was also shouting excitedly, "That's Cousin's blade technique." And at that moment, countless bats rushed toward the direction of that fire dragon. Looking at them, Fong Yi sneered, "So you've all come to stop me?" Then he said, "Just what I wanted," and slashed again. Instantly, a huge explosion rang out from the sky, and as Fong Yi fought more fiercely and fiercely, the number of anomalies he killed kept increasing. His eyes had already begun to blaze with burning firelight, and then he suddenly felt it again. Even under conditions where spiritual energy is thin, I can feel that sensation again, the feeling that I'm about to break through. Thinking that, Fong Yi sped up once more and charged upward. At that moment, he held the blade in his right hand while a purple-black sphere gradually appeared in his left. The next second, boundless dark arrows seemed to shroud the entire sky. Then Fong Yi smiled faintly and said, "Little flower, come out. Drain them dry and help me break through this cocoon. It's here. It's here. The legendary Anomaly King is finally breaking out of its cocoon." And Fong Yi, carrying the hope of the entire city on his back, prepared to fight to the death. It turned out that just moments ago, Little Flower's power of desolation had fully erupted. The next second, a vine shot out from its body. In an instant, it pierced through the bodies of the bad anomalies in front of it, then began madly absorbing the energy within them. At that moment, Fong Yi was standing atop Little Flower's blossom, but he discovered that the giant cocoon in the sky was obscured by dark clouds. Fong Yi thought, "So this thing hit itself again?" Only after chasing it into midair did I realize. Although this giant cocoon is clearly visible in the sky and gives off a bizarre abnormal presence, in reality, it's like a reflection in water or flowers in a mirror. You can see it, but you can't touch it. But I can hear the beating of the king's heart. It's like the war drums on an ancient battlefield, like a god of declaration summoning battle, stirring up the darkest, most frenzied desires in the depths of the human heart. If that's the case, then why hide so timidly and not dare show yourself? It's probably because it hasn't fully hatched yet. Thinking of that, Fong Yi asked the command center for the exact location. position. Have you detected it yet? Then he heard the answer from the other side. We found the king's position. We'll sync it to your device immediately. With that, a red beam appeared on Feng Yi's communicator, like a laser pointer, directly marking a point in the sky. Looking in that direction, Feng Yi smiled slightly. There. As soon as the words fell, he shouted, Jingyong breathing technique. Open for me. In an instant, a dazzling golden light exploded from his body. All the bad anomalies around him were annihilated in that very moment. The people on the ground, seeing that sun-like radiance in the sky, were all utterly shaken. They cried out one after another, "What kind of ability is that? Is it fire attribute? No, that's impossible. How could fire attribute have such a powerful effect and even counter dark attribute? It's yang attribute and an extremely hard, extremely pure yang attribute, a high-level attribute standing opposite to darkness." At the command center, they were also shouting, "The number of anomalies is dropping sharply. The diameter of the encirclement is shrinking. The anomaly concentration has started declining. This is simply unbelievable." As for Jilan's forces, they were still advancing slowly under the obstruction of the bad anomalies. But then a subordinate suddenly reported to Jilan, "Report. All bat swarms blocking our side appear to be responding to some kind of summons. They've all begun retreating and are flying back toward the city." Looking at the sky, Jilan knew Feng Yi was about to attack the Anomaly King's cocoon. Even the adjutant looked at the golden light and sighed. So it really is that legendary tyrant. And Heaven Fireblade too. This power is the purest, most extreme yang attribute. But can he really face the Anomaly King alone? Hearing that, Jilan immediately shouted, "All troops, hear my order. Take this chance and enter the field at once." But at that moment, the adjutant suddenly yelled, "Wait, look at that thing." After following his gaze, Jilan's eyes instantly widened in horror. Could it be that the Anomaly King has begun breaking out of the cocoon ahead of time? At that moment, under Feng Yi's golden radiance, the giant cocoon was fully exposed. Seeing this, everyone cursed furiously. "It's him. It's the source of all this evil. And those beasts, they've killed our comrades. Kill them. I want to slaughter every last anomaly." On the rooftop, Lin Yi also looked at the sky, filled with rage. But she knew that blindly defending would only mean waiting for death. "We have to do something to help cousin. The birth of the creature inside this giant cocoon will cost all of us our lives, and it will turn the whole city into a bloodstone inferno. Among the anomalies blocking cousin, how many are Earth rank or even S rank? That means they've slaughtered just as many of our family and friends." But then her eyes suddenly widened. "Just now, that flower cousin brought out, I saw it absorb the abilities of many bats. Isn't that just like the desolation attribute ghost we encountered last time? So cousin also possesses the power of the desolation attribute. In that case, let's pour all of our spiritual power into that net made of plants and let it absorb our power." Seeing that, everyone began releasing their energy toward the sky. On the president's side, they also saw those energy attacks. Are the vanguards gathering spiritual power to attack the anomaly swarm? But their strength isn't enough to directly hit targets a second away in the distant sky. I understand now. They're supplying spiritual power to the plant Feng Yi summoned. Then I too must lend him a hand. With that, the president fully unleashed his spiritual power, and the people around him all shouted, "Me too, me too." At the same time, Su Qingying, who was helping the wounded, also saw this scene. She knew this was the will of all the vanguards in this city. Then Su Qingying stretched out her hand and gathered energy. "Come then, Anomaly King. This is the resistance of humanity from within this city." As Little Flower absorbed more and more energy, it fully bloomed. At that moment, the bat anomalies were still desperately trying to block Feng Yi's advance. But every bat that rushed at him was cut down one by one. A moment later, a voice suddenly came from the command post, shouting, "Be careful. All bat swarms outside the city are closing in like mad. B-rank anomalies equivalent to Ghost Axe 3-star total 200,000, A ranks close to 100,000, and there are over 10,000 S ranks as well." But Feng Yi only looked at the giant cocoon and said, "Useless. No matter how many underlings you summon, they'll all be destroyed by my forbidden technique. Anomaly King, you haven't even finished evolving, and yet you're already eager to break out. Is it because you're afraid I'll cut you down directly? But just then, a giant hand suddenly stretched out from the cocoon. Seeing this, Fong Yi tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, knowing what this thing was about to do. As two hands pulled apart the giant cocoon, the eye inside was revealed. The next second, the head of the Anomaly King burst out with a roar. Its massive energy made the entire city tremble. Seeing cracks appear across the ground, everyone cried out, "An earthquake? Damn it, that's the Anomaly King's power." Could it be that merely breaking out of its cocoon is enough for the Anomaly King to destroy us so easily? At that moment, however, everyone's eyes were fixed on Fong Yi because they had placed all of their hope in him. And in their hearts, they were all thinking the same thing. Fong Yi, you absolutely must succeed. As for Fong Yi, he was coldly staring at the Anomaly King. Then, with blazing flames burning all over his body, he slowly walked toward it. You are the king of dark anomalies, and the true culprit behind this disaster. I grew up here. I like this place very much, and I like the people living here now too. So today, please die. The next second, black and golden energies slammed into each other. This is bad, this is bad. Fong Yi was actually swallowed into the Anomaly King's body, and that intensely corrosive liquid was gradually numbing even his defenses. It turned out that just now, with a huge explosion, a boom shook heaven and earth. The Anomaly Kings I was fixed dead on Fong Yi, and then it roared. A mere spirit forging 1 star dares challenge me? As the words fell, the Anomaly King suddenly erupted with a terrifying suction force from its mouth. Seeing this, Fong Yi immediately cried out inwardly, "Not good." But the next second, he was sucked into the Anomaly King's body by that overwhelming force. As he continued sinking deeper inside, Fong Yi thought, just how is the Anomaly King different from ordinary anomalies? It took my full power strike head on, and it still wasn't cut down. Even under these conditions, being burned to death by the Yang attribute, it still managed to swallow me into its stomach. Its digestive fluid is also highly corrosive, and the concentration of dark attribute power inside it goes without saying. If it were an ordinary vanguard, they would have vanished from this world without a trace long ago. But something is strange. For an anomaly to have evolved to this extent, it should possess high-grade spirit essence. Could it be that it isn't afraid of me attacking from the inside? The inside of its body should be its weakest point. At that thought, a scorching wave of Yang attribute power flared up in Fong Yi's hand. With the intention of testing it first, he directly threw a punch at the ground beneath his feet. Once he observed the changes around him, Fong Yi understood. Although my power has been greatly weakened by it, I can still injure it. As long as it still works, everything can be solved. Then he turned his hand and summoned something out. Fong Yi recalled Little Flower. Just now, when the Anomaly King clashed head-on with me, it actually sucked in Little Flower from outside as well. Fortunately, it had already absorbed enough dark attribute power. But that wasn't all. There was also the spiritual energy the city's vanguards had sent over. Yet in the next moment, Fong Yi suddenly discovered that Little Flower looked a little wilted. Seeing that, Fong Yi asked what was wrong. You don't like its dark attribute anymore? That was something I hadn't expected. Little Flower, with its desolation attribute, actually rejected the dark attribute devoured from the Anomaly King. I was originally planning to hollow it out from the inside. Left with no choice, Fong Yi could only keep throwing punches, repeatedly bombarding the Anomaly King's body. At the same time, the Anomaly King was howling non-stop from the intense pain. Seeing this, 81 asked Lin what was going on. But in truth, Linny had no idea either, and her cousin had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the people from Lingxia in the city were still trying their best to evacuate the civilians. Everyone, withdraw in an orderly manner. Do not panic and cause a stampede. We will do our best to protect your safety. Meanwhile, Su Qingying stared at the sky in shock, because she knew that at this very moment, Fong Yi was fighting inside the Anomaly King. At this time, Jilan's troops finally entered the city as well. She then informed the whole army. Right now, the bats and the Anomaly King have no time to attack the city. We must complete the evacuation as quickly as possible and reduce any possible casualties to a minimum. Looking up at the sky, Jilan knew they had to move fast because they couldn't afford to gamble. Then the scene shifted. The Anomaly King had finally reached its limit. At this moment, it began madly sucking the bad anomalies into its mouth. and as countless bats were swallowed down, Fong Yi, trapped inside its body, suddenly sensed a trace of danger. The next second, a torrent of green mucus burst forth, washing over Fong Yi. Very quickly, the liquid submerged his entire body. Even his pure yang breathing technique was gradually being corroded and dispersed. As time passed, Fong Yi slowly closed his eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. No one knew how much time had gone by. Fong Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the ruins around him, he cried out in shock, "Where is this?" At this moment, a gigantic anomaly was staring at him from behind. In the next second, it smashed a punch straight at Fong Yi. Seeing that, Fong Yi instinctively reached out, intending to release spiritual energy. But then he suddenly realized in shock that his spiritual power was gone. And at that moment, the fist was already right in front of him. Yet Fong Yi unexpectedly dodged the strike. Fong Yi thought to himself, "My bodily functions are still in the state they were after cultivation. That means this is the anomaly king's displacement ability, trying to make me feel as if I've returned to my previous life. Trying to make me believe I still haven't awakened, that I still haven't become a vanguard. So the anomaly king isn't actually strong enough to strip away all of my power. Its strength isn't above mine." At this moment, Fong Yi slowly closed his eyes and began to sense. He knew his powers had not vanished. What he needed to figure out now was how to break through this layer of false skin. Every illusion must have a point of breakthrough, and that breakthrough is the weakness the anomaly king exposed to me. At the same time, the giant creature was grabbing Fong Yi and saying, "Foolish human, look for yourself. Once you've come here, you can never leave." Fong Yi smiled faintly and opened his eyes, because he already had the answer in his heart. Then the giant creature gradually transformed into Fong Yi's own appearance. With its mouth stretched wide, it said, "Everything is over. This is your destination. Accept your fate." So what if you gained a little power? Humans are ultimately nothing more than nourishment for higher evolution. However, Fong Yi merely listened to it quietly at first. Then the corner of his mouth curved upward as he said with a smile, "Is that so? As expected, that's all the tricks you have." As he spoke, a dazzling golden light had already begun to shine from his whole body. "Looks like you still don't know. I was reborn once in order to protect my home and the people around me." At this moment, countless figures of his companions appeared behind Fong Yi, lending him strength. In the next second, Fong Yi seemed to become like the sun itself, radiating scorching brilliance. As the light faded, Fong Yi seemed to have transformed into another form. Then he shouted, "System, get out here and do your job." As soon as he said that, the system sent a prompt. "Detected that you have met the breakthrough requirements. Breakthrough to Spirit Forging Realm, 2-star. Relying on the very last trace of his strength, this man had finally succeeded in saving the city. He had even broken through to Spirit Forging Realm, 2-star, becoming one of the top vanguards in Xia." It turned out that just moments earlier, Fong Yi had already gripped his Tang saber tightly and charged forward, shouting at the Anomaly King, "I should be thanking you. You helped me comprehend Spirit Forging Realm, 2-star. In this world that is destined to be devoured by monsters like you, I am the chosen avenger." But after he cut down the monster, the world around Fong Yi began twisting again, accompanied by the Anomaly King's booming laughter. "Ha ha, chittering little vermin, I wondered what kind of ability you had. A mere spirit forging 2-star dares challenge me." At this moment, its body had condensed once more. Looking at Fong Yi coldly, it said, "Human, you can't escape from here. Be obedient and become my nourishment." Just then, the Anomaly King's laughter abruptly stopped. Fong Yi said nothing. He only smiled faintly. At this moment, a dazzling sphere of light was gradually growing larger inside the Anomaly King's body. Startled, it hurriedly shouted, "What is that? My body, my precious body, you filthy, despicable human." Then Fong Yi raised an arm and said calmly, "Nine Dragons' heavenly fire bombardment. Destroy evil, suppress fiends, and sweep away all anomalies." In an instant, the 9 dragons' heavenly fire burst out from inside the Anomaly King and sealed it. Even at the moment of death, it roared unwillingly. This is definitely not the power of a mere spirit-forging 2-star. At the same time, in the real world, everyone saw the light in the sky. And as the Anomaly King was destroyed by Fong Yi, the entire sky gradually returned to clarity. Then a black point slowly gathered in the air. Soon after, Feng Yi stepped out from within it. Then he directly used his technique to absorb the remaining darkness. And only then did the city finally return to normal. At this moment, the soldiers who had exhausted themselves rushing to the city all raised their heads to the sky and said in disbelief, "It's finally over. It's over." In the next second, everyone reacted and shouted, "It's over. The city has been saved. We weren't wiped out. We lived to see the next day. Is it really solved? We've been saved." Jilan also looked at the sky and smiled. Dawn has come. Seeing that, the adjutant beside her asked, "Aren't you going to find him?" But Jilan said no. We still have our own things to do. For example, helping these people's lives return to normal and restoring this city to what it once was. Over at Lingxia, people were also shouting excitedly, "Great, we really did it. We played a part in stopping the king's descent. This feels like a dream. Thank goodness he appeared. He actually defeated it. If not for him, we'd have borne the blame for letting the city fall. Even if we died, it wouldn't make up for it." The scene shifted. Su Qingying was looking at the people on the stretchers and asked, "President Wenyin, they're still alive, right?" President Wenyin told her, "Don't worry. Our medical center hasn't yet been destroyed by the anomalous bat swarm." Hearing that, Su Qingying nodded. "Understand. If not for Feng Yi, they wouldn't even have had the chance to receive treatment. Sometimes I can't help but marvel. Just what kind of expert is he? Why does he possess such terrifying power? He always manages to turn the tide and accomplish what no one else could imagine." Yes, after this battle, headquarters will probably make a move. That celestial phenomenon just now proves that he has already advanced to Spirit Forging Realm 2-star. Someone may contact him before we do. When I first started monitoring him, I thought I still had a little room to compete with him. But now I've already been left far behind. And given what I know of him, with the extremity of his spiritual attributes and talent, his true strength is probably far beyond just this. Not just here, even in all of Xia, he would still be top tier. On the other hand, President Wenyin murmured, "Golden light piercing the summit of the clouds, fire dragons sealing and eradicating all anomalies." Everyone saw that scene. By now it must already be causing quite a stir. And afterward, the discussion will only grow louder and louder. Not only among vanguards, but among ordinary people as well. Looks like we'll have to start acting ahead of time. Su Qingying asked in some confusion, "President, what are you saying?" After thinking for a moment, the president said, "Entomber." That name sounds good. Meanwhile, on a rundown street, 81 was shouting, wait." Lenny looked around with an anxious face and said, "Where did he go?" Seeing her like this, 81 tried to comfort her. "Don't worry. If you ask me, we should just go home and wait." But just then, Lin Yi suddenly stared into the distance. She froze. Then, with a cry of "cousin," tears streamed down her face. At that moment, Feng Yi appeared, carrying his Tang saber and looking at them. Then he asked the two of them, "Why did you come out specially to look for me?" Seeing him, 81 hurriedly asked, "How are you now? Can your body still hold up?" When Feng Yi didn't answer, 81 shouted, "I knew it. You need me right now." Feng Yi stopped pretending and directly let him support him, afraid they would worry, while still saying, "I'm fine. You did pretty well too." At this moment, Feng Yi was inwardly sighing. As expected of the Anomaly King, it had been a long time since he had ended up in such a sorry state. But he knew very clearly that the final sealing strike had nearly used up all of his spiritual power after breaking through to Spirit Forging Realm 2-star. In the end, he had actually made these two kids worry about him instead. The moment 81 touched Feng Yi's wrist, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Wait, cousin, you broke through again? Spirit Forging Realm 2-star? This horrifying cultivation speed, just how monstrous is your talent?" 81 also cried out, "What? Boss, you broke through again?" Before long, Feng Yi's deeds spread across the internet. The man who saved the city, a super vanguard, a mysterious expert. Entomber cuts down the Anomaly King in a single strike. Who exactly is he? One man wiped out the Anomaly King all by himself. What level has he reached? He's insanely cool, okay? At the time I thought we were all done for. Even the powerhouses from Lingxia and the military district couldn't do anything. But he destroyed that calamity all alone. So who exactly is this Entomber? Without support from official resources, how could one person cultivate to this level? Is there some mysterious force behind him that we don't know about? Feels kind of like one of those hidden powers in our Xia that aren't made public. At the same time, Jiang Lu was staring at those images and exclaiming, "Holy crap, I'm not seeing this wrong. am I? It really is him. One man beat the anomaly king, a disaster-level calamity, into the dirt. Then he stood up and laughed loudly. Me, Zhang Lu, losing to an expert like that is the honor of my life. No, I'm gonna go take him as my master right now. But his teammates said, you'd better not. I think a lot of people are going to be looking for him right now. The scene shifted. In a dark meeting room in the capital of Xia, someone said, what do you all think about this matter? I was originally hoping to watch the military and Lingxia tear each other apart. What a disappointment. Should I find a good gun and use it to win him over? Hearing that, a woman holding a photograph said, that thing you call a favored son of heaven is only worth that much? How could a mere gun be worthy of entomber? No need to rush. Anyone who gets in the way of our steps, no matter what realm they're in, will be destroyed. Then a terrifying burst of laughter echoed through the room. This man had just been designated by the Aura Association as the captain representing the city. But when he went out to look at houses, someone actually tried to rob him in broad daylight. It all started just a moment ago when Fong Yi and his younger sister were at home. They heard someone knocking. Hello, may I ask if Fong Yi is here? But the moment he opened the door with a click, he found President Lin and Su Qingying standing outside holding a pile of gifts. Regarding this S-class anomaly invasion, we committed major errors in our response. Thanks to you, a disaster of catastrophic proportions was avoided. On behalf of Lingxia, we extend our sincerest gratitude to you. Seeing this, Fong Yi smiled. No need to be so polite. Please come in. After entering, Su Qingying looked around and thought, just what is the military doing? Is a great expert's home really this simple? Our Lingxia Association should apply for a better residence for him. Then the president spoke first. Actually, besides thanking you, Lingxia also has one more matter this time and would like to seek your consent. We plan to push the title entomber. At present, the situation across Xia is that every city has produced some powerful vanguards. Their reputations have spread far and wide, and they are already rather famous within vanguard circles. And this S-class anomaly was, up to now, the most terrifying anomaly calamity. We want to establish the name entomber and stabilize our city standing. It will become a key strategic symbol after the spiritual resurgence. After this S-class disaster, we have confirmed that our city needs a famous and powerful vanguard leader as a standard bearer. In the future, anomalies and invasion incidents will only become more and more frequent. We cannot fall again into a situation where the city is nearly abandoned. Hearing the words abandoned city, Fong Yi was slightly stunned. Then Su Qingying said, that's right, you heard correctly. Though in truth, it's all about the same. If not for you, everyone in the entire city would have died anyway. The only difference would have been how. Only then did Lin Yi, standing nearby, understand. It seemed her understanding of the cruel changes this world had undergone after the spiritual resurgence was still not enough. However, Fong Yi told her, there's no need for us to be that pessimistic. At this moment, he thought to himself, I've focused on cultivation so much that I've neglected the city's development structure. Before the spiritual resurgence, the city where I live, Taishu, was indeed one of Xia's key provincial capitals. But whether in strategic depth or development, it still couldn't rank among the top 3 cities. Among the 100-plus cities, the top 3 are the capital, Shunshu, Tianshu, and Sangshu. Besides those, there are also Haishu, Yuanshu, Chuanshu, and so on. So this crisis for Taishu was also a kind of opportunity. The president continued, right now, every city has begun counting and reporting the number and strength of its vanguards, developing its own local power base. The stronger a city's vanguard force, the higher its city rating and the more resources it receives. More and more unaffiliated vanguards are also becoming willing to join each city's Lingxia. All of us, whether vanguards or ordinary people, need a pillar that steadies the sea. A hope people can actually see. A bright lamp on the road through darkness. But Lingxia will keep your personal identity secret. We mainly want to emphasize mystery. Let them guess what is real and what is false. After hearing this, 81 felt they were right. Sometimes human imagination is more intimidating than reality. Fong Yi also said, a certain degree of mystery is indeed wiser than complete exposure. I have no objections. This matter is beneficial both to me and to the people around me. In that case, I hope we cooperate happily. Seeing that he had agreed so readily, the two of them were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly grabbed Fong Yi's hand and said, thank you. Fong, no, I should say, happy cooperation in tumor. After that, under the full support of Ling Xie and the military, Taisha returned to normal operation at an astonishing speed. City repairs and aid for the wounded proceeded in an orderly manner. This calamity accelerated the restoration of order in every region. The world began to move onto a proper track. The scene shifted. At the headquarters in Shanshi, people were looking at the screen and saying, "In tumor." So this is the Vanguard who resolved the S-class anomaly in Taisha. Among the latest batch of submitted Vanguard records, he stands out the most. He possesses a high-grade Yang attribute. That's the opposing attribute to darkness. He's practically a heaven-favored genius. More than that, according to the data uploaded from Taisha, he holds not just one high-grade attribute. The heavenly fire blade that went viral online before, that high-grade fire attribute, that was also him. And the so-called high-grade thunder attribute tyrant, named by the military war zone, was him too. Damn, and that's not even all. There's something even more unbelievable. But just then, someone behind them suddenly said, "You're discussing in tumor? Please show me the file." Seeing her, the two of them hurriedly stood up. "Yes, Ning Hao." Then the woman began examining in tumor's information on the screen. As she looked, she said, "More and more vanguards are beginning to reveal their brilliance. Yet for someone like this, there are still many who won't believe it without seeing his abilities with their own eyes. Even I want to witness his sharp edge in person. In tumor, perhaps we'll meet very soon." At the same time, in a library in Sangshi, Chu Qingli was looking through materials on a computer. At that moment, a boy walked over and shyly asked, "Hello, may I?" But before he could finish, Chu Qingli shut her laptop and said, "Go away. This is a library. You're already disturbing other people." After he lowered his head and walked off, Chu Qingli reopened the computer and cursed inwardly, "Boring idiot." Completely oblivious to the changes in the world. At this moment, she thought, "I've only been in Sangshi for a few days, and I never expected so much to happen." After the exam ended, I actually gained spiritual power and became a newly awakened vanguard of the Ghost Axe realm. Those who can become vanguards are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and I just happened to be one of the chosen. Perhaps that's also why I was able to avoid the disaster in Taisha. What can ordinary people possibly use to fight anomalies? Especially trash like some people. What could they even do? At that moment, Chu Qingli recalled the way Fong Yi and Jilan had looked at her back then. But with how Fong Yi used to be, he was probably already drained dry by those bats. How could I have judged so poorly, thinking that kind of genius had any resemblance at all to that useless man? This entomber is 10,000 times better than him. Only a strong and handsome vanguard like that is worthy of me. The scene shifted. Fong Yi was holding a real estate flyer and looking at it, because today the brother and sister were going to properly take some time to adjust and go house hunting. But Linny still asked a little uneasily, "Cousin, we're really not cultivating today?" Fong Yi smiled and said, "It's rare to have a day of peace. Work and rest should be balanced." Lingxia's suggestion did make sense. Besides improving our cultivation and strength, we also have to spend some time improving our living conditions. Linny also remembered what Su Qingying had said at the time. Your living conditions really do need to be improved. Let's set a time, and I'll accompany you two siblings to look at houses. But Lin, he had not expected that Captain Su would have such resources. A house this high-end? I've never even dared dream of it. Captain Su actually said she could casually gift us 2 units. Even I get to use one. Seeing how excited she was, Fong Yi said, "What's so strange about that? This is the era of spiritual resurgence now. Those people all understand the value represented by a sufficiently powerful vanguard. No house can compare to that." But Linny said, "This still has me completely dazed. I thought earning some money and cultivation resources for self-protection would already be good enough." But at that moment, a strange smell suddenly appeared around them. 81 asked in confusion, "Brother, do you smell something rotten?" Fong Yi also nodded. "It smells kind of like sewer stench." "No, that's not right. I've been in Taisha this long, and I've never smelled anything like this." Just as 81 was asking whether a sewer pipe had broken, Fong Yi suddenly turned to look behind him. "No, someone is following me." At that moment, a voice came from behind the two of them. "So you're in tumor? You already walked into my reagent range before noticing. So you really are just a piece of hype with no real strength, pretty boy. Taisha really is trash, pushing a brat like you out to be captain." Today I'm going to teach you a proper lesson. Hurry up and hand over all the benefits Taisher gave you. Show a little respect to your seniors. Seeing that, Lin Yi directly released spiritual energy to attack. But the man leaped aside and dodged, then swung his weapon down at her. Sensing the opponent's strength, Lin Yi hurriedly shouted, "Watch out, cousin! He's at spirit forging too." But the first person who charged at Fong, he had his weapon caught in Fong Yi's hand. In the next second, a trace of fear appeared on that man's face. Because at that moment, a flame was burning in Fong Yi's palm. Staring at them, he said sternly, "You worthless trash dares to rob me in broad daylight?" This tower had once been a famous shopping mall in Songshi. But now, because of the anomaly, it had become a haunted building. Just then, Fong Yi suddenly swung his fiery fist and blasted forward. The electric-type companion immediately cried out, "Impossible! That pretty boy took my universal penetrating potion infused with spiritual power, specially made to restrain people. He should have been numb and stiff all over by now." But at this moment, Fong Yi looked completely unaffected. Then the bald man who had just been knocked back stood up again and shouted, "I was careless just now. We're both in the spirit forging realm. What's there to fear from you? Kid, don't even think about running now." Fong Yi looked at him coldly. One had a mutated earth attribute, and the other had a mutated wood attribute. These bizarre, underhanded tricks really did suit this kind of crooked scum. Against ordinary people, they might really get away with it. Unfortunately, none of it worked on him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yi looked at the person charging toward her and directly leaped up and delivered a brutal kick right in his crotch. At that moment, Fong Yi sighed and said, "I don't want to make a big scene, but having my everyday life interrupted like this is really troublesome." Then flames burst from his entire body as he said, "Lin Yi, move aside." The next second, that scorching light exploded outward, accompanied by several people's agonized screams. How terrifying. What kind of flame is this? This is the entomber? It hurts so much. It hurts. Make it stop. Just then, Su Qingying arrived and shouted, "Don't kill them. If they're not dead yet, leave one alive." Seeing that they were still alive, Su Qingying let out a breath of relief and said, "Good, good. These people are key targets under surveillance by the Lingxi Association." Seeing how tense she looked, Fong Yi asked, "You want to take them back for processing?" Su Yingji nodded. "Yes. The Lingxi Association has already started registering all pioneers for management purposes, especially troublemakers like these." Hearing Su Qingying's words, Fong Yi told them, "I don't like being disturbed. If you dare come provoke me again next time, it won't end this lightly." Su Qingying also said angrily, "You three are really lucky to still be alive. If this had happened 2 days ago, the Lingxi Association wouldn't have interfered in conflicts between pioneers. Even if you were beaten to death, you deserve it. The entomber spared your lives only out of respect for the Lingxi Association. As for what punishment you'll receive after this, you already know it yourselves." Watching the ambulance, Su Qingying cursed inwardly, "A bunch of idiots. What kind of people are these? How does every other fool dare provoke the very person officially endorsed by the Lingxi Association as number one?" At this moment, Lin Yi asked Captain Su, "May I ask what kind of punishment they'll face?" Su Qingying replied, "These men already have prior records. Even if they're in the spirit forging realm, they'll still face life imprisonment. They'll never have freedom or rights again, and they'll have to spend the rest of their lives in prison, contributing whatever remaining value they have as pioneers." Hearing that, Fong Yi thought it was a good way to make full use of them. Su Qingying looked at Fong Yi and thought, "The man in front of me is Lingxia's treasure, the future of Xia. Yet even though we praise the entomber so highly, there are still so many brainless idiots rushing to provoke him. Could it be our publicity has been too low-key? No matter what, recruiting powerful pioneers like him and pouring resources into helping them grow is something the Lingxi Association absolutely must do. We can't let these fools who can't read the situation ruin the hard-earned good relationship we've built with Fong Yi." Thinking of this, she immediately laughed and said, "Let's go. I'll take you two to pick out a new villa and a new car." After arriving, Su Qingying said, "These are the 2 properties selected for you by the Lingxi Association. This one is the top-floor penthouse in the city center with the best view. It's fully equipped and, most importantly, very convenient for daily life. And this one is a 3-story villa with excellent privacy, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, perfect for resting. Both are furnished with top-tier interior design. You won't need to spend any extra money on renovation. You can move in right away. After hearing the introduction, Lin, he said a little awkwardly, both of them are really nice. The next second, Fong, he raised 2 fingers and said, then we'll take both. That shouldn't be a problem, right? I trust Captain Su's sincerity. At that, Su Qingying awkwardly replied, no problem. I'll report it to my superiors. Don't worry, both are specially approved. Next, let's go look at cars. The Lingxia Association works with the local 4S dealership. You can choose whatever car you want here. After the 2 of them walked into the dealership, they heard people whispering, look at that girl. Her skin is so fair, and she has such great poise. That guy is even more unusual. He's dressed so plainly, but his aura is unbelievable. I noticed him at a glance. I wonder which big shot son he is. Looks like he's here to buy his girlfriend a car. But at that moment, Fong Yi's ex-girlfriend's pockmarked best friend unexpectedly appeared there. Looking at Fong Yi, she thought, isn't that Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend? The one even the principal personally came out to receive? Just going out shopping, and I run into my roommate's ex-boyfriend. And he's even buying a car for another girl. In the next second, she snapped a picture and sent it to Chu Qingli. Qingli, do you know who I just saw? Your ex-boyfriend. He actually came to this high-end 4S dealership, the kind only VIPs can enter, to buy a car. The cars here all start at over $1 million, and it's for a really beautiful, elegant girl. Looking at her phone, Chu Qingli only replied with 4 words. So what? But inwardly, she was thinking, where did Fong Yi get the money to buy a car? Looks like the Taisher disaster not only failed to kill him, he even lucked out and became someone else's pretty boy. Too bad the gap between us isn't something you can bridge so easily. It was true in the past, it's true now, and it will be even more true in the future. Once I stand at the peak of the pioneer ranks, what will these worldly possessions even amount to? The scene shifted. Lin was now standing in their new villa, shouting happily, "Brother, we really have a villa now?" After entering, Fong Yi looked around and said, it's actually pretty nice. And we've still got another place in the city center. Seeing Lin so excited, Fong Yi thought to himself, the child finally looks like a child now. At last, she doesn't seem like some overly mature little adult anymore. In my previous life, I never saw her again before I was reborn. She should have become a pioneer others could rely on. But this time, I won't let this child die again while bearing all that responsibility. Just then, Jilan suddenly called. Seeing that, Fong Yi wondered, why is she looking for me? After answering, he heard Jilan say, congratulations on your promotion, Captain Fong. I heard the Lingxia Association recently gave you 2 houses. Their way of doing things is as blunt as ever. Fong Yi chuckled and said, honestly, I think it's a pretty good habit. They can keep it up. But Jilan told him, you don't need to put in a good word for them. I know a powerful pioneer like you doesn't care much for worldly money. But for improving your living conditions, there really isn't a better reward at the moment. In a while, the spirit fruits produced after the spiritual energy resurgence will fully mature. When that time comes, I'll send you a batch to try. She said this because Jilan understood one thing clearly, the gulf between ordinary people and pioneers. Whether one possessed power or not represented a difference in vision itself. And a top-tier pioneer like Fong, he was on a completely different level even compared to ordinary pioneers. Even strategic resources from the new God War zone might not mean much to him. Then Jilan looked at the screen and said, Fong Yi, I have an internal assignment here. I hope you'll come. Are you interested? Fong Yi simidet. So this is your real purpose. Go on. Seeing how direct he was, Jilan asked, do you know Tsangshi's Tianbao Tower? Upon hearing Tianbao Tower, Fong Yi asked, isn't it the biggest shopping center in Tsangsha? It was sealed off recently, and the whole city has been complaining about it. Jilan replied, that's right. Because of an anomaly invasion, a lot of people died there. It's now become a haunted building in the truest sense. This man had been invited to Tsangsha to deal with the Tianbao Tower incident. But everyone questioned him and even mocked him for being just a student. It turned out that just moments earlier, they had heard Tianbao Tower was Tsangsha's landmark building, the city's busiest comprehensive commercial complex. It could even be called the face of Tsangsha. But recently, due to repeated anomalous disturbances, many incidents had occurred there. In the end, the Lingxia Association had no choice but to seal it off completely. Then they saw Fong Yi, who had just gotten off the plane, greeting them and saying, hello. I'm here on a mission from the new God War zone. At that moment, he thought, Jilan said, not to reveal my identity or cultivation realm for now. I wonder why. Fine, I'll do it her way for the moment. But when Fong Yi looked at the others, his gaze sharpened, because he realized he couldn't sense their exact realms through spiritual detection. They were all concealing something. These two, judging by their clothes, should have been sent by the military district. And these two gave off a feeling very similar to Su Qingying's. They should be from Tsangshe Lingxia. Then a girl with purple hair said, Commander Jilan has already informed us in advance. The Lingxia members also said, we're from Tsangshe Lingxia. We'll be acting with you this time. The scene shifted, and the group was already driving toward Tianbao Tower. On the way, one of the Lingxia members said, everyone, we're going to be temporary teammates this time. Although I still don't know your exact strengths, I think we can at least agree on one thing. Once we go in, we need to help each other. But after the two Lingxia members talked for quite a while, the people in the car still responded only with silence and indifference. Fong Yi thought, looks like this team is pretty complicated. Everyone came from different places. Tsangshe is a major city after all, but its Lingxia members actually seem rather average. Meanwhile, the white-haired man stole a glance at Fong Yi. Then he quietly said to the purple-haired girl, Sister Lan said she invited a real heavyweight to help us. Could it really be him? The girl replied, I'm not sure either. He looks kind of thin like a student, but he isn't wearing an official wristband, and his aura is restrained. We can't tell his exact strength. At that moment, something occurred to him. This expert, could he be that one? The entomber who single-handedly wiped out a natural disaster and prevented Taishe from being destroyed. But would the entomber really be such a young student? Whether it was possessing 3 rare high-level attributes, or using the strength of a newly advanced spirit-forging cultivator to eliminate an infinitely reproducing anomalous calamity, seal the king of anomalies, and then break through on the spot. This whole string of achievements had truly aroused his curiosity. The scene shifted again. Jilan was sitting in the military office of the Star War Zone. After answering a call, she said, this is Jilan from the New God War Zone. But before she could finish, the person on the other end shouted, Tianbao Tower has completely fallen. We've lost contact with the people who went inside. The abnormal concentration above it has now reached 12,000. Confirmed casualties are 53 so far. Please treat this with the utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Jilan thought, the situation is escalating even faster. Then she said solemnly, don't worry, I won't take this lightly. The person we've sent this time won't have any problems. I guarantee it. But when the other side asked who it was, Jilan directly replied, since the mission has already been handed over to us, don't ask further. That's the rule of the New God War Zone. In the blink of an eye, the group had arrived at Tianbao Tower. Even the rain there had already been dyed red. Looking at what was before him, Fong Yi sighed inwardly. The situation was a bit severe. The thing inside wasn't comparable to what he'd encountered before. But just then, someone in the team shouted, look, what's that on the windows? If they weren't mistaken, there was a very high chance it was blood. At this moment, the purple-haired girl said, as far as I know, the interior of Tianbao Tower is fairly cramped. The building has a total of 40 floors and is the tallest structure in Tsangshe. More than 2,000 employees and customers had once been scheduled for evacuation, but before the building was fully sealed off, some people refused to cooperate. The result was that many remained trapped inside. Tsangshe had previously sent in rescue teams too, and none of them ever came back. A Lingxia member also added, so the death toll of over 50 is only a temporary estimate for now. After all, no one knows what's going on inside. Fong Yi asked, is there still anyone inside you can contact? But the answer he got was no. Ever since the anomaly happened, no one inside has sent out any message. On the second day after the building was sealed off, I was helping with support work outside. That day, the entire building looked like a dead tower. What had originally been a brand new skyscraper looked as if it had been abandoned for decades. There wasn't a single person visible at the windows, only a hazy mist. We wanted to use the windows as a point of entry, and then I saw mutilated chunks of corpses falling from outside the windows. After that, the anomalous aura of the building grew heavier day by day. In less than a week, it became like this. Hearing this, Fong Yi looked at him and said, so you have had no contact with the people inside at all, which means your current casualty data was inferred from the bodies or body parts you found. Tsangshe Lingxia's work is far too sloppy. Hearing this, the Lingxia member hurriedly explained, we had no other choice. Fong Yi thought, although Tsangshe Lingxia's information handling is indeed far too perfunctory, there really doesn't seem to be any better method. The death toll is definitely far higher than this. To ordinary people, anomalies are no different from a dimensional strike. In such an environment, they are lambs awaiting slaughter. No matter how they run, they cannot escape the jaws of the beast. With that thought, he said, "No more wasting time. We go in immediately." Some anomalies evolve by devouring living people. The higher the casualty count, the more troublesome it means the thing inside is. But just then, someone from the military patted his shoulder and said, "Wait a second. The military did say we'd follow your command completely, but you should at least tell us the strategic plan first." Fong Yi turned back and said, "What strategic plan? We're completely in the dark right now. We go in first, see the situation, and talk after that." But that man continued, "Besides, you haven't even joined the official system. Everyone here has extensive experience dealing with anomalies. As the commander, the very least you should do is understand each person's abilities." The male Ling Xie member also muttered, "See, I said it. No official training, no experience in this area." The next second, the purple-haired girl suddenly shouted, "Enough! Time is tight, so say less. He's here to help because Commander Ji Lan recommended him, and he accepted this mission. You all have heard of Commander Ji Lan's standards, haven't you?" At that moment, Fong Yi glanced at them and said coldly, "The most taboo thing before a mission is internal conflict. If you don't want to go in, then don't follow me." After saying that, he ignored everyone's attempts to stop him and walked straight inside. Once they entered, they discovered that the inside of the building was unbelievably silent. The white-haired man nervously asked, "Why is there not a single sound in here?" But before he could finish speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed overhead. In the instant the white-haired man looked up, an anomaly came shrieking straight at him. In that instant, a flash of red light passed through Fong Yi's eyes, followed by his arm being wrapped in blazing fire. Then Fong Yi gripped the Tang blade and slashed directly at the anomaly. In an instant, several lines of light seemed to appear across the creature's body. Then, under everyone's gaze, it shattered into a heap of flesh. Everyone present cried out, "It's over just like that?" And where did that blade even come from? After finishing it off, Fong Yi crouched down and picked up a feather. After looking at it, Fong Yi guessed this is some kind of fusion between a bird and a vulture. Judging from this level of mutation, it must have eaten quite a lot of people already. But when the purple-haired girl stepped forward to inspect it, she was completely stunned. Because the thing Fong Yi had just killed with one slash was actually a second-star spirit-forging anomaly. After hearing that anomalies had broken out in this tower, no one had managed to escape alive from inside. But after entering, they discovered that all the people had vanished, leaving only bloodstains everywhere. It turned out that just now, the anomaly had already turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated before everyone's eyes. Hearing the purple-haired girl say that it was a second-star spirit-forging creature, the white-haired man said, "A second-star spirit-forging one? But I only just broke through to first-star spirit-forging." The girl replied, "Exactly. That means one slash from him could kill you too." Then she looked at Fong Yi and asked, "Your blade, are you really the entomber? That's the heavenly fire blade, isn't it?" At that moment, the Ling Xie members also came over and said awkwardly, "We really didn't expect you to actually be the entomber. In our minds, the entomber was some hidden master with a blade that never left his side." However, Fong Yi told them, after advancing, "I fused it with spiritual power and transformed it into a spirit weapon that I can summon and shape at any time with spiritual power. I'm sure I'm not the only one capable of doing this. Let's move. Don't waste time." Hearing that, the others hurried after him, saying, right? That's great. Thank goodness you're on our team." Before long, flames rose in Fong Yi's hand to light the surroundings. Because the group was now walking through a pitch-black corridor. Looking at the bloodstains around them, Fong Yi sighed inwardly. If it's already this miserable now, the death toll is probably well over 500. But then he was startled by the scene before him. Looking at the blood everywhere, Fong Yi felt puzzled. This place had also been cleaned out completely. The purple-haired girl also said there are clearly a lot of bloodstains here, but no bodies. Anomalies do like human flesh and blood, but they wouldn't leave absolutely nothing behind. But just then, another anomaly lunged toward the white-haired man. To be fair, you really did seem especially attractive to anomalies. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Behind you!" At the same time, Fong Yi directly hurled the flame in his hand over. In an instant, it pierced the anomaly's throat and killed it on the spot. Looking at it, the others said fearfully, "Another anomaly?" But just then, Fong Yi asked, "Didn't any of you notice that something's wrong?" Although these two anomalies are as strong as elite units, if this is all there is in terms of quantity, then it shouldn't have been enough to trap the rescue pioneers to the point that none of them could escape. I'm afraid this isn't the Tianbao Tower we're actually looking for. Hearing Fong Yi's words, everyone immediately asked in panic, "What do you mean by that?" Then Fong Yi told them, "Although this path has been covered in bloodstains, the foul smell and oppressive atmosphere here come entirely from the dark attribute and the anomalies. There isn't the slightest trace left by actual dead people." At that moment, he thought, "Right now I'm like a headless fly. I'll have to test it before I can confirm my guess. It's just a question of whether I should release infinite dark arrows in front of these people." The purple-haired girl also said, "The boss is right. This whole place does look tragic, but this deathly stillness isn't the silence of death. It's a kind of emptiness, hollow and void, as if no living thing has ever passed through here. It's like a simple empty model." Fong Yi immediately raised his arm and said, "Exactly. If I'm right, then this place has already been turned by the anomaly into an empty shell, nothing but appearances, and the place where they truly are should be." At that point, Fong Yi directly summoned infinite dark arrows. Seeing this, everyone cried out, "Is that a dark attribute?" At the same time, the system sent a notification, "Similar dark attribute detected. Activate information on Dark Inner Realm." Dark Inner Realm, a space created by dark attribute power. It can also be called a dark attribute nest. It absorbs the original space into itself, similar to an extreme darkness zone and infinite dark arrows. To enter the true dark inner realm, one must find the gate that forms it. Hearing the system's explanation, Fong Yi said, "I understand. For us to enter the real Tianbao Tower, we need to find it. And for those trying to escape, the same is true." And because they were affected by the dark attribute within, both their minds and emotions were influenced, producing intense hallucinations. So, some people would think a window was the door to survival. That also explains why the people who originally thought they escaped through the windows all died. At that moment, the purple-haired girl hurriedly finished his thought, because they'd already been toyed with by the dark attribute and died inside the inner realm. So now I need to find that thing you mentioned, boss. But before she could finish, the system suddenly issued a warning. Dark Inner Realm has been attracted. Presence detected from within. Dark Inner Realm has appeared. Seeing this, Fong Yi immediately released a burst of golden light from his body and said, "Here it comes." The next second, a mass of dark energy blasted toward them like a cannon shell. In an instant, they clutched their heads and cried out, "I was hit by dark attribute power. Why isn't my spiritual protection working? My head hurts so much. Something feels like it's coming out of my brain." But immediately after that, Fong Yi activated an energy shield that enveloped them all. The moment it was activated, the group recovered and said, "I'm okay now." Was that an attack from dark attribute power just now? But looking at Fong Yi, the Lingxia members said in shock, "He was completely fine?" The purple-haired girl said, "You still don't get it? He saved us. Just now, the dark attribute hadn't even directly struck us, and we were already suffering such intense negative effects. Without him, we probably wouldn't have survived much longer." At that moment, Fong Yi suddenly looked into the distance and said, "Found it." As he spoke, he first unleashed a fire dragon mixed with dark attribute power, then released the Tang blade in his hand. Then with a booming slash, he brought it down before him and shouted, "Right here." The next second, the space in front of them began to twist violently. This scene made everyone's eyes go wide in disbelief, because at that moment, a passage had already appeared before them. Seeing this, Fong Yi strode straight in with his blade in hand, telling everyone to keep up. Along the way, many masses of dark energy tried to attack them, but all of them were shattered by Fong Yi's shield. As they went deeper and deeper, the Lingxia member's expressions gradually turned alarmed, because he realized he could already smell it. The smell of corpses and blood from his own kind. It's here, it's here." Fong Yi carved his way through Tianbao Tower all the way upward. Not only did he set a new record, he also encountered the anomaly king, Gun Yao. Just then, countless anomalies suddenly appeared above them and charged at the group. They kept shrieking, "Mine! This is mine!" As they spoke, they howled and lunged at Fong Yi. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but exclaim, "Are they insane?" Another dark frenzy. At that moment, Fong Yi had already opened his palm, and a flaming spear appeared. Then, with a direct kick, he sent the flame hurtling toward the nearest anomaly. That enormous force and scorching energy instantly pierced straight through it. And it didn't slow down in the slightest, continuing toward the anomalies behind it. At that moment, another one appeared behind him, tried to launch a sneak attack. But Fong Yi's Tang saber had already fully unfolded. In the next second, with a sweeping whirlwind slash, he cut the nearby anomalies clean in half at the waist. After landing, they heard him say, "Fire blade art," inner flame eyes fully open. In an instant, a sea of fire erupted ahead of him, directly blasting everything in front apart and instantly killing the remaining anomalies. The others cried out inwardly in shock. What terrifying fire attribute power! Those dark anomalies were melted in an instant, and from the very start, he hadn't needed any of us to make a move. One of them even said, "I feel like his fire attribute life force is mixed with another kind of flame too. It feels like molten lava exploding." At that moment, Fong Yi walked toward those who had already died, then lightly tapped them with the Tang saber. Next, blazing flames began burning over their bodies. Looking at them, Fong Yi said, "Anomalies harmed you. You were all innocent. These anomalies will pay the price. But having you walk the road to the afterlife together with these beasts still wrongs you." Seeing Fong Yi's actions, the others all sighed in admiration. The entomber truly lived up to his name. Right then, Fong Yi turned back and said, "Since you're already inside, you should at least do something. You're responsible for searching for survivors and rescuing people. Leave the remaining anomalies to me. The lower floors have already been cleared. Next, I'll keep going up." After saying that, Fong Yi began clearing the anomalies floor by floor on his way upward. The real Tianbao Tower, in other words, the current dark inner realm, had already been completely occupied by anomalies. After large-scale slaughter and feeding, their realms had continued to rise. At this point, all of them already possessed power at least close to spirit forging. Aside from the different environment, there weren't really any special changes in the anomaly's strength or abilities. In the blink of an eye, Fong Yi had reached the 15th floor. As soon as he got there, a Ling Shi member noticed, "This floor feels so sinister. The dark attribute has already pierced through my spiritual power barrier." And when they stepped into the pile of corpses, they suddenly froze. They discovered that something living was moving on those bodies. "This stuff is corrosive. Everyone be careful not to breathe these fibers into your nose." But he didn't notice that fresh blood was constantly dripping down from above. At that moment, a long shadow suddenly flashed over their heads. It was a terrifying anomaly with countless eyes. Sensing its presence, Fong Yi nodded and said, "Finally, something a little interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, the anomaly let out a shriek and fired countless black spikes from those eyes. Fong immediately swung the Tang saber in his hand at high speed, and in an instant, a blade barrier formed before him, impossible to pierce, knocking all the spikes away. After failing in one strike, the anomaly turned around and coiled up its body, intending to use its massive form to block Fong Yi's attack. Seeing this, Fong Yi raised his hand and said, "Trying to stall for time, so you can evolve? Sorry, not a chance." Then he fired off a blast of scarlet fire, and the energy shot out with a whistle. That enormous force seemed to take the shape of a giant flame dragon before Fong Yi. As expected, the anomaly was instantly killed. Looking at it, Fong Yi said coldly, "I overestimated you. I thought you had the power of a 3-star spirit forging being, at least enough to trouble me a little." But right then, a creak came from behind them, the sound of a door opening. Looking over, Fong Yi said, "Survivors?" Then they saw a panicked man ask, "Are you path seekers? We still have 5 people alive in here." Looking inside, Fong Yi thought to himself that this was somehow a hidden single room. It looked like the confidential storage room of some major brand store for important items. These survivors looked like. Thinking that, Fong Yi smiled and said, "It's okay now. We're here to save you." The Lingxia members also hurried in, saying, "We're from Tsangshi Lingxia. All those monsters outside have already been killed by us. You're safe now. Come out quickly." But the man kept muttering, "Killed, killed." And when the blood-soaked Lingxia member asked what he was saying, the man suddenly burst out shouting, "Killed. So many terrifying monsters, all cut down by you with a single blade." A moment later, many Lingxia monitoring personnel had already gathered outside Tianbao Tower. Looking at the data, they said, "This time is different from before. We might actually have hope." On every floor, we can see the entombers blazing fire. Although we still can't contact them, we can finally detect faint spiritual power fluctuations. The latest detected spiritual fluctuation is on the 40th floor. Hearing that, another person cried out, "What did you say? The 40th floor? How long has it been since they went in?" The monitoring staff answered, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Hearing that number, everyone sighed in amazement. The entomber truly lived up to his reputation. In only 9 minutes and 56 seconds, he had swept all the way to the top of Tianbao Tower. This news would definitely shock the entire circle of Songshur path seekers. However, the monitoring staff said, "It's not over yet. We detected an S-class anomaly contamination level erupting from the top floor." At the same time, Fong Yi was staring coldly ahead. "So you're the anomaly king here?" At this moment, standing before him was the anomaly king of this building, Gun Yao. "Here it comes, here it comes." Fong Yi's thunderlight roared forth as he moved to resolve the Tianbao Tower crisis by killing the anomaly king. But just as he was about to leave, the captain of Songshur threatened him, demanding release. It turned out that just moments earlier, Fong Yi had already charged at Gun Yao wrapped in an energy shield. At that moment, he thought to himself that although the anomaly king was a strange bird, those insect-like things seemingly parasitizing its body were actually also part of its main body. Thinking that, Fong Yi swung his blade directly, but that strike was blocked by Gun Yao's wings. And what surprised Fong Yi a little was this. The other side had actually trapped his Tang saber between its wings, making him unable to pull it back. The Lingxia members below immediately cried out in alarm. Even the anomaly king is too much for the entomber to handle. "No, we have to help." But the military personnel said, "What use would that be? Who here can beat it?" Yet Fong Yi's face remained utterly calm. Then he let out a cold laugh and said, "You think pretending to be mysterious. The probing ends here." In the next second, with a loud shout of divine thunder tempering, that vast thunderlight directly severed Gun Yao's wings. The intense pain made the anomaly king let out a shrill scream. Seeing that, Fong Yi leaped up again and shouted, "Stop screaming. You're too noisy." As Fong Yi swung another blade, he said, "Weren't you still able to fight back? If you can be wiped out this easily, then you don't deserve to be the king of this place. But even if you've turned all of Tianbao Tower into your granary, your strength still doesn't compare to that bat calamity. I think I should let you have a taste of the pain of being able to do nothing but wait for death." Seeing the scene before them, the Lingxia members widened their eyes in even greater shock. "I take back what I said. This is a one-sided slaughter. It's terrifying." He's playing with the anomaly king. That's the anomaly king. How did this entomber end up in Taishur? If only our people had someone like that. Another added, "Every one of his strikes seems to be executed with perfect precision. From left to right, from outside to inside, extremely symmetrical, not off by even a hair." But in the end, he still didn't attack Gun Yao's head. This Gun Yao isn't just unable to threaten him, it doesn't even have the ability to resist or struggle. The gap between them simply isn't equal. The entomber is already even stronger than the anomaly king. And just then, along with a shriek from Gun Yao, its severed body began gathering and regenerating again. Fong Yi gave a cold look and said, "Still trying to heal? Do you think I'm playing around with you?" As his words fell, thunderlight gathered in his hand. Chidori was already locked on, and this time, Fong Yi's target was no longer the body, but Gun Yao's head. In the next second, a massive bolt of thunder directly blasted through the rooftop of Tianbao Tower and shot into the sky. As that thunderlight struck the blood-colored sky above, the dark clouds slowly began to disperse. The entire city gradually began to return to normal. Seeing this, the people outside knew it was over. The anomaly king's energy was disappearing. Unbelievable. Just what kind of path seeker is he? He and the people from our Songshur aren't even on the same level. Is this the gap between us and a true top genius? I think I finally understand what it means that there's always someone stronger in a heaven beyond heaven. I heard that the S-class anomaly invasion in Taishur has already been confirmed. The Jiwang Emperor Calamity's incubated form was sealed, and the rest of the solution and details have been sealed away by Taishur as top secret archives. But this classic case of resolution probably can't be replicated by anyone. After everything was done, Fong Yi turned back and said, Gunyao is dead. The dark inner realm is dispersing. You can now contact the outside world and report the situation. Hearing that, the young man hurriedly took out a communicator and shouted, calling, this is Song Yu. Reporting current conditions. The Tianbao Tower incident has been successfully resolved. All anomalies have been eliminated. That's right, thanks to the entomber, we were able to complete the mission smoothly. We hope Songshi Lingxie can cooperate with us in expressing thanks to Taishu and to the entomber for their support. But then he suddenly cried out, what? You mean the captain of Songshi, the one who was just selected today? Why is he here? Our mission is already done, and only now does he arrive? But the person on the other end said that he had come because he learned that Taishu's entomber was here. We also tried to persuade him not to stir up trouble, but a path seeker this strong and self-confident wouldn't listen. Hearing that, Song Yu immediately shouted, what are you people doing? This mission was handed over to the military district, and it was the new God War Zone that stepped in to invite Captain Taishu here. Of course, we have to be responsible for Captain Taishu. We're now escorting Captain Taishu away. Captain Songshi Lingxia's intentions are unclear. This is a provocation against the dignity of the military district. The entomber is the most important captain jointly recommended by the New City War Zone and Taishu Lingxia. Whoever dares provoke him will bear the consequences. As Song Yu spoke, Fong Yi had already gone downstairs and was preparing to leave. But just as he stepped out of Tianbao Tower, he suddenly stopped and looked at a white figure in the sky. You're pretty fast. At that moment, the man rushed toward Fong Yi and said, I am Yu Fengjiang, captain of Songshi. You're the entomber from Taishu? Fong Yi answered flatly, so what if I am? At that moment, he thought to himself, this is wind attribute. It's my first time encountering a path seeker of this type. Although this man acted high profile, he had deliberately concealed part of his spiritual power. It seemed he was at least spirit forging. Thinking that, Fong Yi had already drawn his Tang saber and forced Yu Fengjiang back. After taking a few steps back, Yu Fengjiang thought, this entomber is a sharp-edged spearhead, perfect for my use. I can use this to establish the prestige of the Yu family. Then, with his hands behind his back and the pose of a grandmaster, he said, first of all, thank you for resolving the Tianbao Tower crisis for Songshi. But as captain of Taishu, coming all this way to Songshi is a bit an overstep, isn't it? Young man, you can't go around not understanding the rules of the world and disrupting order. Fong Yi replied, when I came, Songshi hadn't made any claim. I came only because I was entrusted by the military district to help Songshi deal with this anomaly incident. So what exactly does a freshly appointed captain of Songshi like you want to settle with me? However, Fong Yi's patience only made Yu Fengjiang think the other party feared him. He then said, don't be nervous. Young people really are too impatient. My Yu family has always had good conduct. I bear you no ill will. I've always respected outstanding talents like you. I only want to borrow your blade for a moment. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving Songshi. As he spoke, black and white streams of energy were gathering in his hand. Yet Fong Yi merely watched his performance coldly. Then he chuckled and said, borrow the blade, is that it? With that, blazing flames rose from Fong Yi's saber. That burst of energy instantly made Yu Fengjiang's eyes widen in shock. At that moment, Fong Yi radiated a terrifying aura and said, I'll lend your whole family my ass. Just moments ago, this man had still been brimming with confidence, intending to kill and seize the blade. But not long after, Fong Yi beat him into doubting his entire life. It turned out that just then, Fong Yi casually slashed at Yu Fengjiang. Dodging sideways, Yu Fengjiang laughed loudly and said, good. Interesting. At the same time, the Lingxia members inside Tianbao Tower had just come out. Song Yu said, now that they've started fighting, the nearby signal's been disrupted again. We need to notify the military district immediately. You all should also notify your superiors. And we need to send these survivors back. However, Fong Yi told them, you have 10 minutes, unless you want to lose a captain. Hearing that, the Lingxia members asked with stunned expressions, what do you mean by that? Are you threatening us? But before he could finish, Song Yu hurriedly covered his mouth and shouted, understood. As they left, a Lingxia woman cursed under her breath that Yu family guy was only just selected and he's already causing us trouble. Hurry back and call for reinforcements. But a Lingxia man said, if you ask me, it'd be best if that entomber got taught a lesson. Our Songshi is the nation's third strongest force. The Lingxia woman shot him a glance and asked, do you really think that's possible? After watching them leave, thunderlight slowly gathered in Feng Yi's eyes. Then he said coldly, "What happens next depends on your fate." Yu Fengjiang was still full of confidence and said, "You've got quite the mouth. If you want to kill me, then show me your full, true strength." But the moment his words fell, Feng Yi had already appeared behind him, and just as he turned his head in terror to look, a boom rang out. After hurriedly retreating several meters, Yu Fengjiang cried inwardly, "How terrifying. What exactly was that feeling just now?" Looking at Feng Yi, he realized that this guy possessed an extremely pure lightning attribute, and his explosive power was astonishing as well. "Strange, my body actually feels fear." Seeing him frozen in a daze, Feng Yi sneered and said, "My full true strength? Then I'm afraid you won't even last 10 minutes. But right then, Yu Fengjiang suddenly laughed. Then he stared at the Tang saber in Feng Yi's hand and shouted, "So it really is that blade." That blade is the new weapon secretly developed by Ling Xie, a spirit weapon containing terrifying attribute power. Once forged, a spirit weapon can split mountains and sever seas. They really succeeded in developing it, and they even gave the only one to this brat. But it doesn't matter. That just means this trip wasn't in vain. This spirit weapon must become mine. This mere 2-star spirit forging brat would be wise to hand the blade over on his own. Otherwise, I'll just have to kill him and take it. Then a vast aura burst from his body as he shouted, "Not enough. Still not enough. Didn't I tell you to show your full strength?" Meanwhile, at Taisher Ling Xie headquarters, the chairman slapped the table and exclaimed, "What? Songshi's captain ran into our Taisher captain?" Hearing that, Su Qingying asked in confusion, wasn't the entomber invited by the new God War Zone to go to Tsangshi and help resolve the anomaly there? "Boss, what exactly is Tsangshi trying to do?" However, the chairman said, "This matter is no small thing. It not only involves the associations of 2 prefecture-level cities. Even the new God War Zone may have to step in." Just then, someone walked over and quietly reported the latest situation. Hearing it, the chairman asked, "Then has Tsangshi been contacted? What do they say? If they can stop it within 10 minutes, there may still be room to turn this around." But the subordinate said awkwardly, "We contacted them, but they said that as the 3rd largest city, Tsangshi's chosen captain is the light of Tsangshi and may not necessarily lose." The moment those words came out, everyone in the meeting room stared wide-eyed in shock. So they really don't take our Taisher seriously at all. The chairman slammed the table and cursed, "Idiots, a pack of idiots. Those narrow-minded fools in Tsangshi. Do they really think an S-class anomaly is so easy to seal?" However, Su Qingying said, "Maybe it isn't arrogance. Maybe they're simply confident." Then she asked, "What realm is this captain of Tsangshi?" It said that he has just broken through the threshold of 3-star spirit forging. He's from one of Tsangshi's great clans, and Tsangshi has provided him with every cultivation resource. Hearing that he had broken through the threshold of 3-star spirit forging, the chairman only gave a cold laugh. So what if he's 3-star spirit forging? The entomber not only possesses multiple peak-tier superior attributes, his real combat strength far exceeds his apparent realm. Since Tsangshi Lingxie never personally experienced the Jiwang Hell, they simply don't understand what the title entomber means. That captain of Tsangshi won't just lose, he'll die. At the same time, Feng Yi had already slammed another punch into Yu Fengjiang's face. At that moment, Yu Fengjiang kept thinking to himself, "What's going on? Why can't this fire blade arch strike him? My spiritual power is vanishing instantly like a mud ox entering the sea." And the blade technique he was so proud of simply couldn't be displayed before Feng Yi. Could it be? Could there really be such an answer in this world? Someone who can simply confiscate an opponent's blade arts? But right then, Feng Yi suddenly looked at him coldly and said, "Enough." Turning to look, he discovered that he had already been driven all the way to the Lingxie building. Without even realizing it, they had fought all the way here. But by then, Feng Yi had already arrived beside him and said quietly, "For Taisher's sake and for the military district's sake, I wanted to give you one last chance. But it seems some people are determined to hide like cowards and refuse to come out. In that case, I'll make it obvious." After kicking him flying with 1 foot, Feng Yi directly raised the Tang saber in his hand. By contrast, the only things left in Yu Fengjiang's eyes now were shock and fear. As flames gradually gathered around Feng Yi, the citizens of Tsangshi looked up at the sky and cried out, "What's going on? What happened over there?" Don't you think it suddenly got much hotter? The temperature is rising. Holy crap, I saw people fighting with powers. That firelight, I think I saw in the news from the neighboring city before. I told you the stuff online was real. The spiritual resurgence is real. At the same time, Fong Yi looked at Yufeng Jiang and said, you still have 5 minutes. Didn't you tell me to use my full power? How is it that at only 30%, you're already in this sorry state? Hearing that, Yufeng Jiang instantly froze. What did he mean? Could it be this still wasn't his full strength? Impossible. He's clearly only at 2-star spirit forging. At that moment, the powerful airflow brought by Fong Yi's slash made even his skin begin to split. In the next second, with a boom, it slammed directly into him. The scene shifted. Inside the observation communications room at the headquarters of Shun City Lingxia, a warning was flashing on a large screen. Alert! A massive energy fluctuation has appeared within the country. The specific location is the Sangshi Lingxia building. Attention! The energy values are continuing to soar. Seeing this, several people said, this isn't dark attribute energy, and dark attribute doesn't look like this. What's going on in Sangshi? We haven't received any intelligence about an anomaly invasion there. If it isn't an anomaly war, then is it? But while they were still guessing, someone suddenly reported, Sir, we've received a message from Taisher Lingxia. The ones fighting in Sangshi right now are Sangshi's newly appointed captain and Taisher's captain, the entomber who helped Sangshi solve the anomaly incident. Sangshi's captain took a liking to the entomber's weapon. When Taishi's captain refused to cooperate, Kangshi's captain moved to kill. Hearing that, the officer cursed, what? Sangshi has a death wish. Immediately warn Sangshi and tell them to stop this at once. Otherwise, every senior member of Sangshi Lingxia will be removed from office. We need to send people there immediately. This is a major matter for the entire Lingxia Association. But just as they were preparing to leave, a woman slowly walked in. Then she said softly, I think it would be better if I went. She was Gu Yura, a path seeker from Lingxi headquarters, codename Selector. Here she comes. Fong Yi had actually instantly taken down Sangshi's captain along with the Lingxia building. This move even alarmed Du Yuro, the headquarters ascender, enough to make her come in person. Just then, a little girl was looking at a streak of red light in the sky. Mom, look, hurry. A meteor. As that dazzling crimson radiance crashed toward the Lingxi building, the child's mother hurriedly shouted, Stop looking. We have to go. At that moment, a man carrying luggage was complaining, We can't take much with us. We're leaving for Taishi immediately. It should be safer there. Still shaken, the woman asked her husband, Do you think it's really like what people have been saying online? Has the whole world really changed? As the Lingxia building outside was destroyed, the little girl cried, Mom, I'm scared. However, just 1 minute earlier, Yufeng Jiang was still being continuously scorched by that sword light. Fear had already begun to rise in his heart, and he shouted, Entomber, know your limits. Otherwise, the Yu family will never let you off, and neither will Kangxi Lingxi. Even the Lingxia personnel inside the building were cursing loudly. Entomber, how dare you? You actually attacked Sangshi Lingxia. This is outright bullying. Hurry and send people to support Captain Shindao. It looks like he can't hold on much longer. They even pounded on the glass and threatened, Captain Taishi, Entomber, cease your excessive actions near Kangxi Lingxi immediately. Shindao is our captain in Sangshi. If you lay a hand on him, that is a provocation against Sangshi Lingxia. We will never tolerate this kind of behavior. Prepare to bear the consequences. Looking at them, Fong Yi said coldly, So this is Kangxi Lingxi's attitude. You don't care at all about the captain who came from Taisher to provide support. Because they're both captains, perhaps you think your Sangshi captain is stronger, so you never intended to step in and stop this. With a slight wave of Fong Yi's hand, countless flames ignited across the Lingxi building, instantly shutting all those Lingxi people up. Then, looking at Yufeng Jiang, he said, I'm afraid they misjudged you. At your level, you still want to marry into my family? Since you want it so badly, then try taking it. Let's see whether you can actually catch it. Fong Yi tossed the spirit weapon over. Yufeng Jiang immediately said delightedly, At least you know what's good for you. Kangxi Lingxi really is useless. Such a powerful spirit weapon was actually developed by Taisher first. Only someone like me is worthy of possessing a treasure like this. His face was filled with greed and obsession for the treasure. Fong Yi thought to himself, I will never understand the mindset of these ascenders. Once they gain extraordinary power, They want anything that doesn't belong to them and try to obtain it through plunder and killing. In the end, these ascenders are no different from anomalies. If more people like this appear, they too will become one of the major factors in humanity's destruction. And this Tsangshi Lingxie indulges people like him and acts as though it doesn't matter. That's why I have to deal with it. 1,000 miles of fire buried Yu Fengjiang. Together with the Lingzi building, Feng, he completely blew it away. Then he said calmly, I forgot to tell you. This Tang blade isn't some spirit weapon forged by Lingzi. It's my personal weapon, forged by me. It recognizes only me as its master. Meanwhile, as the building shattered, the Lingxie people fled in panic, shouting, help. Is Captain Shindao dead? Wasn't the entomber supposed to be at most a 2-star spirit forging expert? Yu Fengjiang with a whole major realm above him. At that moment, Wang Zhong, the person in charge of Tsangshi Lingxie, trembled all over as he watched the scene. Because he knew very well that Yu Fengjiang, Captain Shindao, was Tsangshi's only 3-star spirit forging expert. With outstanding talent and tilted resources, in another month he would have touched the Vajra realm. With his talent and his identity as the inheritor of the Yu School's blade arts, he ranked among the top 5 captains in all of Xia. But he was completely no match for this entomber. The entomber had long since stepped beyond the category of captain level. The man before them possessed battle power capable of slaughtering a city. As Feng Yi approached, the people from Lingxie asked in terror, what do we do now? Is he really going to bury all of Tsangshi Lingxie with him? Captain Taisher, please show mercy. This was all our fault. Just then, a helicopter appeared above the Lingzi building. At that moment, the pilot reported, there's an extremely pure and powerful ocean element presence ahead. The flames near Tsangshi Lingxie are weakening and starting to go out. Hearing that the flames were weakening, Gu Yuro knew they had already arrived too late. I can feel it. His strength is far too outrageous. He was able to directly destroy the 3rd-ranked Tsangshi. As she spoke, a blue light appeared in her hand. It was power condensed from water element spirituality. It then transformed into streams of water that fell from the sky as rain, intending to extinguish the sea of fire below first. Looking at the situation below, Gu Yuro sighed. This is completely the work of a national-level ascender. With things ending like this, he has already shown mercy. As the flames were extinguished, Wang Zhong immediately shouted smugly, look, it's headquarters. Headquarters has sent people. As the helicopter slowly descended, Feng Yi also raised his head and looked over. Feng Yi thought to himself, is this a water element ascender? This power is far purer than that Yu Fengjiang just now. Among the ascenders I've met, this one is definitely among the very best. Meanwhile, Gu Yura marveled inwardly at Feng Yi's strength. He actually has such domineering, even violent high-level Buddha element aura. And on top of that, there are also ocean and heavenly fire attributes. What other power does he have that I still haven't seen through? As expected of an ascender capable of reaching city-slaughtering power. If he hadn't taken the initiative to withdraw the flames, my rainfall might not have been able to extinguish the fire. But in the next second, Gu Yuro suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Wait, looking at the Tang blade in Feng Yi's hand, she was utterly stunned. The purity of the power within it and the degree of fusion. Based on what I know of Taisher Lingxie, their development of spirit weapons is nowhere near this level. Then there is only one possibility. He forged this spirit weapon himself. Seeing that people from headquarters had arrived, Wang Zhong instantly changed his expression and pointed at Feng Yi as he shouted, "You had to go this far? Entomber, now that headquarters has come, how do you plan to explain yourself to us?" Feng Yi said coldly, "I gave you 10 minutes. But after getting the news, none of you came to give me an explanation. In other words, you also think your Tsangshi captain deserved to die. And if you dare speak to me like that again, I'll kill all of you too." As he spoke, Zhou Shan exploded with a vast pressure that instantly made Wang Zhong shut his mouth. Then Gu Yuro slowly descended and came to stand behind Feng Yi. Captain Taisher, seeing this, Wang Zhong was instantly delighted and thought, it's coming, it's coming. I knew headquarters still had to care about public opinion. So what if this entomber is strong? If a Taisher captain kills a Tsangshi captain, and this is all just covered up without the slightest consequence, then wouldn't captains everywhere be left completely on edge? Then how would they manage Lingxie branches all over the country? What's more, Tsangshi Lingxie has already been destroyed to this extent, and the entomber is still speaking so arrogantly. It is time for headquarters to teach him a lesson. But on Guyuro's side, she remained calm and said, "This is our first meeting. My name is Guyuro. I am also an ascender from Lingxia headquarters. This incident was the negligence of our Lingxia. I am very sorry. Headquarters will give you an explanation." With that, she bowed deeply to Fang Yi. However, Fang Yi's expression did not change in the slightest. He merely gave a soft acknowledgement. Seeing this, Wang Zhong instantly fell into stunned disbelief. It's here. Not only did Fang Yi gain the ability to make anomalies fight for him, the system even informed him that he had met the requirements to break through to 3-star spirit forging. It turned out that just then, Wang Zhong was thinking a famous ascender is actually apologizing to him. The Zhangshi Lingxia personnel nearby, seeing this, asked Wang Zhong, "Is this really the end of it?" No matter what, Zhangshi's captain was burned alive. Doesn't that count as internal conflict? The representative from headquarters isn't holding him accountable at all, and is even saying they will give him an explanation. But what Guyuro was really thinking was, this negotiation represents headquarters' attitude toward the entomber. Win him over, appease him, reward him, and absolutely avoid any further conflict. As for Zhangshi Lingxia, their dissatisfaction isn't important. Zhangshi Lingxia's captain, Shindao Yufengjiang, acted against the entomber, threatened his life, and was arrogantly lawless. He repaid Taishir Lingxia and the Stellar War Zone's help with ingratitude. At that time, why didn't they think of stopping internal conflict and dealing with it in time? A bunch of arrogant fools. Thinking this, Guyuro walked toward Wang Zhong and asked, "Who is the person in charge of Zhangshi Lingxia?" After he raised his hand, Guyuro said sternly, "You have 3 days to calm the people of Zhangshi and come up with an appropriate public relations explanation. Suppress public opinion for the time being. In 3 days, all of you will be removed from your current positions. Headquarters will soon send people to take over Zhangshi. Remember, if you do nothing over these 3 days, then the consequences." Seeing this, Fang Yi was somewhat surprised. Lingxia headquarters had actually stripped every Lingxia official in Zhangshi of their posts. I didn't expect them to be this determined. That was rather beyond my expectations. The reason Guyuro did this was because this time headquarters had to make its stance clear and announce it widely. Anyone who provokes the entomber will end up just like Zhangshi Lingxia and Yufengjiang. After dealing with the matter, she turned and respectfully looked at Fang Yi. "Entomber, I wonder if this method of handling things is satisfactory to you. But don't worry. In the future, Lingxia headquarters will absolutely not allow this kind of thing to happen again. Anyone who provokes you is provoking Lingxia headquarters." However, Fang Yi said that how they handled those people had nothing to do with him. What I want to know more is how exactly you plan to suppress public opinion. Guyuro asked Fang Yi, "Are you wondering whether Taishir and Zhangshi can still keep a lid on public discussion about the spiritual resurgence? Now, all kinds of supernatural incidents are breaking out across the world, and the disasters they create are constantly increasing. In truth, many people have already guessed most of it, but it is not being made public yet, because the time has not come. If it were made public now, the state of the world would change in an instant. Chaos would begin from within and quickly collapse everything. The appearance of stability we are still maintaining now. If Taishir had not had you, then Xia's era of spiritual resurgence might have begun on the very day Taishir was destroyed by the king of anomalies. Or if not for Elder Wu of the Stellar War Zone, we would have entered the era of spiritual resurgence even earlier and faster, when ordinary people were even less prepared." Hearing her words, Fang Yi thought, so that's how it is. Chaos among a small group is better than chaos among everyone. If they want to continue maintaining the illusion of equality and peaceful living for all, then they need those ascenders who can stand above hundreds of millions of ordinary people after the spiritual resurgence to face the crises head on. No wonder so many ascenders are restless and want to create even greater chaos. Xia's hardline insistence on suppressing public opinion can be said to both restrain conflicts caused by ascenders and restrain the spread of anomalies, while also allowing ordinary people to transition more smoothly into the era of spiritual resurgence. But without enough truly powerful ascenders working with them, that would be impossible. Thinking of this, Fang Yi slowly said, "It seems things have really reached a point where there is no time to lose." Because he knew very clearly in his heart that, with his current spirit forging level, although he had already resolved one natural disaster and bought Taishi some time, it was still far from enough. Seeing Fong Yi fall silent, Gu Yuro suggested, "You must still have things to do, sir. We will send a special aircraft to take you back to Taishu. But I would still like to trouble you for a moment." What follows is a personal request, not one on behalf of Lingxia headquarters. At that moment, she admired Fong Yi deeply in her heart. Fong Yi also replied politely, "Ascender, no need to be so formal. Please go ahead." "Not in the name of an Ascender. I like to be friends with you. Would that be all right?" The scene shifted to the stellar war zone. Inside the war zone, a strong man with yellow hair was speaking to Jilon. "That's the whole story. If this continues, Sangshu's strategic importance will keep declining. Lingxia headquarters should take over as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the cruel future of spiritual resurgence, Sangshu will never recover and will fall out of the front ranks. Truly, incompetent commanders exhaust the whole army." Hearing that, Jilon thought for a moment and said, "Naturally, the compensation for the entomber absolutely cannot be lacking. At the very least, it can't be less than what Lingxi headquarters offers. And the original reward for assisting Sangshu this time should also be doubled as compensation for him." The yellow-haired man said, "I have to admit, the entomber's strength and temperament really match. Decisive but measured. That's what suits a leader of a city. I think this reward is what suits him best." Looking at the dossier on the table stamped with the 4 words "Top Secret Restricted Zone," Jilon fell silent. Then she smiled slightly and said, "If I didn't know you were sincere in your admiration, I would have thought you were deliberately making things difficult for him. In the future, things even more terrifying than the Hell King will appear one after another. Every single one of them will shatter humanity's existing beliefs. Only by helping the entomber advance quickly can he grow in the darkness to come and walk toward an end beyond what we can see." Hearing that, Jilon also said, "You're right. Maybe even our cultivation ground will be too easy for him." While the two were talking, the door was suddenly shoved open. In the next second, the man shouted, "Sister Lon, Elder Wu is awake. He has something to tell you." The scene shifted. Several hours later, in Taishu, Fong Yi had already returned home and was sitting on the sofa looking at the messages on his phone. The reward for the mission had originally been said to be 5 million, but he had received double that amount. Just then, Lenny walked out of the room and said happily, "Cousin, you're finally back. I already saw what happened in Sangshu on the forum. The Ascender forum is full of people saying you blasted apart Kangxi's Captain Shindeo. The way they're describing it is ridiculously exaggerated." Fong Yi tapped her on the head and said, "Other than information related to cultivation, spend less time browsing the forums. Have you forgotten our agreement that you'd improve yourself as soon as possible?" Then Fong Yi turned to leave and said, "All right, I'm going to cultivate and make a breakthrough." But Lenny asked in confusion, "Didn't you just break through not long ago? You're already going to break through to 3-star spirit forging?" At that moment, Lin Yi felt something was a little strange. Why do I feel like cousin has something on his mind? After that, Fong Yi stayed in his room cultivating. As time passed slowly, Fong Yi thought, just a little more. This is the purest dark attribute from Gun Yao's body. If I fuse it into the infinite dark realm, I can maximize its energy. Just then, the system suddenly sent a prompt. "Would you like to embed the dark attribute into the infinite dark realm?" Hearing this, Fong Yi answered without hesitation, and streams of black light rapidly converged toward him. A moment later, the system prompted again. "Fusion with dark attribute complete. Infinite dark realm upgraded. After an enemy is dragged into the infinite dark realm, Gun Yao and the other anomalies within the infinite dark realm will fight for you, doubling the weakening effect on the enemy." At that moment, black aura spread around Fong Yi's golden light. Hearing the system's explanation, Fong Yi thought, "They fight actively? Doesn't that mean I can command these anomalies like a king and use them for myself?" And just then, a golden light suddenly appeared above Fong Yi's home. "Detected that you have reached the requirements for breakthrough. Do you wish to break through to 3-star spirit forging?"